Calling for Newt Rustad. Newt? You have to get underway. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 6 of the celebration of the 50th anniversary year of Unsafe at Any Speed, my book that launched so many different groups and events and successes in the 60s and early 70s. We thought rather than having a dinner and some perfunctory celebration, we would mobilize the great scholars, advocates, practitioners of the country around very significant major themes that could elevate the whole citizen movement to high levels of intensity, creativity, and impact. And today, perhaps, is the most pioneering one and the one that's most available for people to use as a tripartite tool for a more democratic, progressive, prosperous, and peaceful society. Today's convocation is described as controlling what we own, shifting power. When the concentration of power is so egregiously placed in the hands of the few, deciding for the many, which are often called plutocracies merging with oligarchs, that is, the very rich connecting with the very powerful political forces to establish a corporate state, often described as Wall Street merging with Washington. When that happens, we have to shift power if we're going to survive as a practicing democracy. And shifting power is a many-faceted exercise. We can do it through electoral reforms. We can do it through judicial actions. We can do it through many other ways of public expression and determination, fostering a government of the people, by the people, for the people at the federal, state, and local level. But today we're going to focus on two categories of assets. The greatest pool of capital in the United States is owned by the people. It's owned by workers, it's owned by investors, it's owned by shareholders. These are the giant pension funds, the giant mutual funds, the endowments, and of course, individual savers and investors. They have placed these gigantic pools of assets, which own 74% of the stock of the New York Stock Exchange companies. 74%. They have placed these assets in the hands of brokers and investment analysts and other parts of the investment world as a trusteeship. Those who are investing on behalf of pension funds, mutual funds, are supposed to have a fiduciary duty. Unfortunately, these enormous instruments of leverage on major corporations, which could control those corporations, decide who's on the board of directors, who's the president, who's the CEO, what the policies are, have been released over time, increasingly complex ways, to a very small number of brokerage firms, banks, insurance companies, and other alleged trustees that have not been fulfilling their fiduciary purposes. The second category is what is called the commons. And that's more of the physical assets, the natural assets. In a wonderful book called Alternatives to Economic Globalization, A Better World is Possible, that came out about 20 years ago, and it could have been written today, such as the overwhelming manifestation of stasis, or lack of change. There's a section called Understanding the Commons, and I want to quote briefly. Some commons may be thought of as global, such as the atmosphere, the oceans, outer space, and because they have no territorial claimants, Antarctica and the moon. Others may be thought of as community commons, public spaces, common lands, forests, the gene pool, local innovative knowledge with respect to medicinal plants, and seeds that communities have developed over centuries. Author Jonathan Rowe of California's Tomales Bay Institute points out that the key characteristics of all aspects of the commons is that they belong to everyone. No one has traditionally had exclusive rights to them. We have inherited them jointly. They are our common heritage. They are more basic to our lives than the state or the market, says Rowe. He goes on to say, quote, one cannot imagine a life without air fit to breathe, oceans rich with life, free clean water, a vibrant biodiversity. These are the things we have always taken for granted. The commons have the quality of always having been there, one generation after another, available forever to all. There is another category, the modern commons, of public services like health, water purification, distribution, education, information, each of which was once achieved informally within small local and indigenous communities that have since been absorbed by the state or are also now on tap for privatization. That's the movement to take over the commons. I like to call it corporatization. They want to, for example, control local drinking water sources and administration. They want to buy up municipal drinking water. Who's they? It's corporations. So I would prefer to use the word corporatization. Now, it's important to note that this day is going to be produced by real networks of, This day will be produced by Real News Networks in Baltimore, and it's going to be used in the future for all kinds of seminars, educational forums, civic assemblies. And so we can consider that you who have turned out our studio audience, and thank you for turning out. Democracy is all about power, isn't it? It's sharing power, using power, deconcentrating power, channeling power for the common good. And part of it is paying attention to our principal democratic assets, and those are the pools of capital and the commons. And if we shift power by developing mechanisms to control what we own and not have corporations control what we own and use the government to ensure corporate control, then obviously a lot of benefits can flow. Yesterday, Mitch Rofsky noted that the Alaska Permanent Fund, which receives income from oil in Alaska, which is owned by the state of Alaska, has distributed as much as $2,000 a year to every man, woman, and child in Alaska. It's down a bit because the oil prices are down. But still, it's a good example of creating a commons. Not all commons are natural resources. They are created, as you will note today. Now, early on, when the East India Company thought it owned most of India, and the Hudson Bay Company thought it owned a lot of Canada, the early crown corporations of the British Empire wanted ownership. And the early decades of the new country, United States of America, the theme of corporations was to own things. But they confronted pushback. Labor organized, farmers organized, and the people developed assets of their own. They developed pensions, they developed savings, they owned stock. Along came the mutual funds and the pension funds. And we have the U.S. Forest Service, Department of Interior, Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Land Reclamation. And the amount of land owned by the U.S. government in trustee for us and posterity, if you add onshore, it's 1/3 of America. If you add offshore, it more than doubles that. Lots of resources there: timber, grazing, hard rock minerals, gold, silver, molybdenum, oil, gas, coal, uranium, and these have been held in trusteeship by U.S. government agencies. So over 100 years ago, some very smart corporate lawyers, and we should never lose our focus on these corporate attorneys and these giant corporate law firms. We've written books on them. They are the architects of corporate power. They are the brains of corporate power. When executives go to these law firms like Cahill Gordon and Cravath Swaine and Covington and Burling, they basically say, here's what we want to do. We want to control this. We want to make this kind of profit. We want to pay minimal taxes. We want to pit one country against another for maximizing our sales and profits and tax escapes. Show us how to do it. And some of the most brilliant intellectual work in American history has come from these law schools, these law firms, fed by prominent law schools like Harvard and Yale, Columbia. And this brilliance has led to the corporate state. It has built and entrenched the power radiating throughout the land of the plutocracy and the oligarchy. This is why we have to pay attention to this critical day. Never in American history have more accomplished scholars, teachers, and practitioners been brought together on this theme of turning commonly owned assets into the common good in one day. That's how undeveloped our democratic society is. We're talking here of trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of capital and natural resource assets, incalculable. owned by the people, controlled by the corporations, using the arm of our own government against us. For decades, for example, magnificent trees in the national forest were cut down by private timber companies using taxpayer-built roads in the national forest and getting them for the price of a cheeseburger. Magnificent trees in the Tongass Forest in Alaska, for example. They're paying a little more now for it. But the National Forest Service is losing money. That means the taxpayers are subsidizing often the clear cutting of these forests against the judgment of the foresters of the National Forest Service, who over 20 years ago started their own public interest group called PEER, P-E-E-R.org, to protect their intellectual and professional integrity when they say that these areas should not be clear-cutted, there is soil erosion, there's silt, there's water contamination. You might want to go and see their website. It's a magnificent nonprofit group called PEER, and the website is peer.org. Now, as I said yesterday, we've reached a point in our democracy where our commercial elections have put democracy off limits. And that spells out in today's context as the elections are not talking about this. The candidates are not talking about this. To the extent that they are in the West, they are right-wing Republicans who want to corporatize federal land, or at least give it to the states so they can be more subservient to the corporate natural resource extractive industries. Today we're going to be treated with introductions by Knut Rostad, who has headed a financial fiduciary institute and has done a lot of work with people on controlling what stockholders own by stockholders, investor rights. He's president of the Institute for the Fiduciary Standard. He's over here, and he'll be the moderator. But think of the brain power and the moral power that's going to be here today. There's Dennis Kelleher about reinvigorating the Securities Exchange Commission. He is a very broad-gauged advocate. There's Ray Rogers, who led the way in corporate campaigns on behalf of labor unions, for example, environmental groups. He knows how to work the interstices of corporate boards of directors, interlocking directorates, and other levers on corporations. There's William Lazanik, who is a critic of stock buybacks and executive pay. Stock buybacks are hundreds of billions of dollars in a decade, even more. And it's like burning money, except that it increases the likelihood of higher pay for the executives. And to give you an example, Walmart has bought back over $50 billion of stock in the last few years, and it has refused to give its workers a living wage. They are in effect spending the consumers' dollars to buy back their stock on behalf of the Walton family, which is the biggest shareholder, and fighting tooth and nail over 1 million workers who are desperately trying to support their family. They have finally raised their wages to just under $10 an hour. But for years and years, they were paying over 1 million workers less than Walmart workers got in 1968 adjusted for inflation. Less than what Walmart workers got in 1968 adjusted for inflation. And they still are, because they would have to pay $11.60 an hour if the minimum wage was adjusted for inflation. At the same time, the CEO of Walmart is making $11,000 an hour, 8 hours a day, plus benefits. Stock buybacks are the big story today in the misbehavior of giant corporations with the consumers' dollars. You'll hear about that. You'll also hear a statement that Mr. Rosted will read on behalf of Robert Monks, who couldn't make it today. From Maine, he's a multimillionaire and leading advocate for shareholder rights and a very progressive author. You'll hear from Jeffrey Clements, who I think has written the best book on corporations are not people for the average reader. You'll hear from him on the perils of corporate personhood. You'll hear from Sean McKessie, who just left the SEC's whistleblowing office, which gives successful whistleblowers a bounty, and he's now in a whistleblowing firm, and he'll talk about blowing the whistle on securities fraud. You'll then hear from Rob McGarrah from the AFL-CIO, whose staff should be here in great numbers, but are not, on shareholder resolutions for justice and what the AFL-CIO has done and other labor unions have done in that area. You'll hear from Lloyd Constantine, a very successful litigator, with ways that shareholders can be organized so they can have their own staff and ride herd on their corporations. After lunch, you'll hear from the great John Bogle, who innovated mutual funds coming out of his senior thesis at Princeton. He actually wrote a senior thesis and put it into practice, started the Vanguard Fund, which is a mutual fund, mutually owned, and it is the largest mutual fund in the United States. And he also has other missions that he will talk to you about in some detail. William Lirac, who was the leading litigator against corporate fraud, and he will talk about curbing abuse of shareholders through litigation. And then will come Maria Glover, professor at Georgetown. Her topic will be private enforcement, myth or reality. And then arguably the nation's expert on the commons, David Bollier from Amherst, Massachusetts, will be here. He's written many books, and one of them was designed for a quick read. It's called Thinking Like a Commoner. And you'll see what he's been doing all over the world with his colleagues in reviving the awareness and advocacy for protecting all kinds of commonly owned property and resources. And then you'll hear from William Black, Professor William Black, who's had a lot of government experience in banking area, and he's talking about turning the lights out on major financial fraud. Professor Lynn Stout could not be with us from Cornell. She's come down with a virus, but she may be submitting a statement on the real purposes of public corporations. And then we'll have a treat listening to Ellen Brown on public banking. If we have all these commonly pooled assets, pensions, and all the money that's being put into Wall Street firms, why not put it into public banks? Apropos the Bank of North Dakota, which has been extremely successful, stable, and honest, and avoided completely the collapse of the banking industry during the Wall Street crash. And then we'll have audience participation and questions. If you write out your questions, we can discuss it. And this evening, we have the annual Callaway Moral Courage Awards that are presented by Dr. Claire Nader, and you will see two public servants of great courage being celebrated and giving their explanation of why they did that in terms of nuclear energy and aviation safety. So with that, we will concentrate on how we can turn community assets or commonly owned assets or capital pools of gigantic dimensions into the common good in order to shift power from the few to the many, starting with what we already own, which I think is a pretty good start. We don't have to clamor for it. We already own it. And we got to put muscle behind the drive to control what we own. And I always like to challenge people who call themselves conservatives. And I say to them, do you think if people own assets, they should have some measure of control? And they say, of course. I say, well, get ready. You're on our side. So with that, I want to introduce Knut Rostedt, who will be the moderator and who will sprinkle his introductions. Okay, we're back. We'll sprinkle his introductions with the recognition that we're going to have high production values in this day for dissemination throughout the country in the coming weeks, months, and years. And those of you who are connected with forums or groups that would like to receive these videos, do stay in touch with us. Without any further delay, here is Knut Rostedt.
Well, where does one go after being introduced by Ralph Nader? I think we start with a small anecdote before I outline what my responsibilities are, and if I've done them well, you'll see me at the end of the day, and if I haven't, I will be gone from here, I'm sure. I have not known Ralph that long, I'll be honest with you. It's been just a few years, but in our first time we met, I realized that Ralph grew up in a town 10 miles from where I grew up in the great northwest of Connecticut. And I couldn't resist but to ask him, my grandfather from the 30s through the 70s had 2 factories in this town called Winsted. And when I referenced them to Ralph, he said, oh yes, that was the stinkiest factory in town. And so that's part of our common connection in the great town of Winsted, Connecticut. Yes, my responsibility here is the great responsibility to keep the trains running on time. And if I do that, as I say, I'll be here at the end of the day. And if I don't, I will not. So I'm going to do my best to do so. And that's about all I'm going to do. You have and that is chiefly introducing each of the speakers in a very highlighted, focused way. You have the biographies of the speakers in your materials. So I'm not going to read the biographies. I'm going to highlight certain aspects of them, or make something up that are not in the biographies to add some spice to the program, depending on what the situation calls for. But so just to give you fair warning. So our first speaker, Ray Rogers, founder and director of the New York-based Corporate Campaign. Ray is a founder and director of this New York City-based effort, which has championed labor, human rights, and environmental causes for 4 decades. Just a peek back from 1976 to 1980, while on the staff of the Clothing and Textile Workers, he devised and led his pioneering corporate campaign against notoriously anti-union J.P. Stevens and Company, on which the Academy Award-winning film Norma Ray was based. That's important. The only other thing that you probably should know right now is that in terms of who is opposed to Ray, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and other big business interests, have launched unsuccessful efforts to outlaw the strategies and tactics Rogers coined a corporate campaign. Ray Rogers.
Who's the sign holder that warns me how much time is left? Okay. Thank you. Years ago, a fellow Vista volunteer said, "It's the sharing or balancing of power that life is all about. For where power is lacking, so are hope and happiness." That's why I want to applaud Ralph and all others who have taken up the fight to challenge the concentration and abuse of power by corporations whose unbridled greed is destroying our democracy and the very fabric of our society. Now, the late columnist Ann Landers once said, "The Lord gave us two ends, one to think with and the other to sit on, and our success will depend upon which end we use the most. If we are to be successful in challenging the abuse of corporate power, we must use our heads, think strategically, and fight smart. That means that we must get off our butts, seize the initiative, and confront power with power." The great late organizer and author of Rules for Radicals and Reveille for Radicals, Saul Alinsky, was working with poor people in the ghettos of Chicago. They were so frustrated and angry and depressed because they couldn't get City Hall to listen to their concerns. And the concerns were that there were rats had infested their communities and were overrunning their homes. And the city council had money for rat eradication programs, but they wouldn't free up the money. So Saul said, "Listen, you've got your imaginations, and whatever you have around you, start thinking, how can you build political power? How can you deal with this terrible situation? The City Hall is ignoring you." So the residents of the ghetto got a few of their beat-up old trucks, filled the trucks with hundreds of rats, drove over to City Hall, and let them go. Well, guess what? City Hall freed up the funds for rat eradication programs the next day. What did Saul Alinsky and the residents of the ghetto in Chicago teach us? They taught us that if we have a serious problem, make your problem the problem of those individuals and institutions that have the power to immediately solve it. Now, I've been involved in many labor struggles, and I've gone into situations time and again where all the power was on the side of management, both in the private and public sector. The union was on the bottom rung of the ladder of power. Management was at the top. And before we were done with our corporate campaign strategy, the ladder of power was completely overturned, and the workers won these humongous victories. You know, I've said to workers, listen, you have a lot more power than simply withholding your labor. There's a great deal of power in the collective mobilization. There's a great deal of power in building broad-based coalitions and in a collective mobilization and strategic deployment of workers' energies, their bank accounts, their insurance policies, their stock proxies, their pension investments, their purchasing power, and their votes. And there's also a great deal of power in the collective mobilization and strategic deployment of workers' knowledge, imaginations, and skills. You know, you heard of the Verizon strike every few years. You've heard of other big strikes. Let me tell you right now, if labor leaders were doing their job and they understand the corporate strategy, there'd be far fewer strikes and far fewer lockouts. A lockout being a reverse strike where management says, you won't give in to our demands, we're going to stick you in the street and starve you into submission. We told workers long ago, and how I backed these corporations down when I've been involved. Corporations, a big utility company, said to 1,800 union members in New York City, if you don't give in to our demands, we're going to lock 1,800 of you out. The union leadership says we couldn't stand another lockout for months as we have in the past. So I says, get me the biggest room possible, get it as close to the corporate headquarters of Brooklyn Union Gas as possible, and I'm going to address the crowd. And I know that somebody from the union, from the company will be there. I want them to hear what I got to say, and I want your members to hear what I got to say. After I got done with my presentation, which my message was, you lock 1,800 of these workers out, and we're going to turn them into such a force. We're going to tell them we want you to work 30, 40, or 50 hours a week fighting the company around a real strategy. We're going to build power, and we're going to divide and conquer that company. So they knew that if they were to lock those workers out, we're going to put up a few pickets, sure, but we're headed out to these areas where we're going to take you head on, where we know you're vulnerable. Within 15 days, what the union couldn't handle with, the company caved in and took every demand for concessions off the table. I did the same thing with public transit workers in New York. All right, when you get involved in public sector fights, you also have to look at the private sector. We backed down real conservative, nasty Republican politicians by the name of George Pataki and Rudy Giuliani, where the workers who they felt didn't have a chance to fight the power that they were up against, the political and economic power. The New York Times reported they won the best contract in 10 years, the highest raises, and got all the concessions off the table. It was a campaign that I developed. And what was the campaign around? We want our fair share, not a fair hike. We got the public on our side. We want our fair share, not a fair hike. Secondly, where are we going to get the money for the transit workers? We're going to get it from take back all the corporate welfare you're giving all the big corporations. We handed out 500,000, the workers, we put together 500,000 brochures. While you were swiping your card, others are swiping billions, and public transit suffers. Giuliani and Pataki woke up so fast they called the union. We won this historic victory for the public sector workers. That's about turning the ladder of power around. I've also said to workers, look, your struggle isn't just against one entity, Corporation X. Your struggle is against a coalition of very powerful economic and political interests that can be challenged, attacked, divided, and conquered. I've also said to workers that you cannot confront powerful adversaries and expect to gain any meaningful concessions or justice unless you are backed by a significant force of power yourself. A corporate campaign, above all, is not just a campaign against a corporation. It's a well-defined, well-researched, well-thought-out strategy. But above all, a corporate campaign is a mechanism to confront power with power. Remember that. When I see people's strategies, one demonstration after another, one protest after another, with no real concept of what it's going to take to win, when I lay out a strategy, I want to know. I deal with a conceptual problem based on in-depth research and a specialized corporate, financial, political power analysis. I want to know that if I can carry this strategy out, I damn it will win. No question about it. And the only way, though, that I can win is I have to now deal with not just the conceptual problem. I got the winning strategy. Now I got to deal with the organizational problem. Do I have the resources and organizational know-how to implement that strategy to its final conclusion of victory? Now let's take a look at when the first corporate campaign was developed, which I did to take on this nasty textile company called J.P. Stevens, on which the film Norma Ray was based. First, I said to the union, you cannot look at J.P. Stevens as 85 plants, 45,000 employees, and a big multinational corporation with endless Wall Street connections. If you look at it that way, it becomes too unmanageable to deal with. Instead, look at it as the 13 men, and yes, they were all men at that time. Look at it as the 13 men, the top policymakers who are on the board of directors. Now we bring it down to a manageable size. What are some of the things we did? I said, well, first of all, we're going to make the annual meeting a battlegrounds every year. The year before I got involved, the union had 30 people demonstrating at the annual meeting. I said, that makes the union look weak. The annual meeting will be part of my corporate campaign strategy. So the next year, the person who hired me bet me $1 on a Tuesday afternoon at Stevens' annual meeting. I couldn't get 200 people out there demonstrating. I had between 4,000 and 5,000 people march and surround J.P. Stevens headquarters in New York City. But you want to know what? I had 600 people lined up an hour before with stock proxies in hand because I had organized over 600 individuals and organizations to buy one share of stock in the company. Why? I wanted to march into that meeting with power in numbers. All right, and I wanted to intimidate those corporate executives and board members the way that they've been intimidating these textile workers all these years. And I wanted to display my power in numbers. And I wanted to leave a message with all the people at the annual meeting representing Wall Street that anybody supportive of this J.P. Stevens company and a horrible way that they treat the workers is going to be held accountable. Stevens moved this annual meeting out of New York City for the first time in over 100 years and never came back. We followed him down south. Every year, it became a battlegrounds. I then set my sights on some of the power structure, the web of power behind J.P. Stevens. I decided to take on Manufacturers Hanover Bank, the fourth largest bank in the country. Why? Two of Stevens' directors, including his chief executive, were on the board of Manufacturers Hanover. It also lent money to the Stevens Company and held stock. Big headlines, 1978, New York Times and Wall Street Journal. Two of Stevens' top policymakers forced to resign from Manufacturers Hanover Bank. I took 150 people into that annual meeting of Manufacturers Hanover Bank, and we raised hell. And I had union leaders stand up about the pension funds they represented, the defense funds they represented, all the members they represented that had money at Manufacturers Hanover. And then I reached out and created a lot of friction with the labor movement in Manufacturers Hanover. The next thing you knew, the Manufacturers Hanover were getting letters. I gathered up these letters and took them to Newsweek. The next thing, Newsweek was reporting that Manufacturers Hanover was facing a $1 billion pullout of union funds. Wham! Two top officials. Oh, microphone, tap, tap. It worked for Ralph, now it works for me. All right, so I got down to Manufacturers Hanover. What happened a couple of weeks later? The CEO of Avon Products resigned from the board of J.P. Stevens. This is unprecedented wielding of power. The country had never seen anything like this. It was all something that was created out of my head, because I learned a lot of things from other good people like yourselves and got a lot of experience and came up with these organizational concepts. The head of Avon resigns. Again, big news. How did that happen? Women back there in 1978 were holding this huge conference in, I think it was down in Texas. And I had a minister, two women, a minister who was a woman, and a nun who were working on a campaign, on the boycott aspect of it. And they were down in Houston at this women's conference. I said, listen, you got to do me a favor. You've got to get as many of the leaders of women's groups down there to send a wire, a telegram to the head of Avon. And here's a bunch of postcards. Get as many of these women down there to sign these postcards and send them in Avon. They got 1,100 postcards signed, got them sent in Avon. They got these telegrams going to Avon, and the head of Avon resigns. Why? Because he realized that, hey, we need these women to like Avon. So we talked their language. We went to the heart of his self-interest. He resigns from J.P. Stevens. They can all sit on these boards. They can all cheer the corporation whose boards they sit on and get these big fees as long as it's not affecting them. So I take the fight directly to them. I personalize the fight, and I take it right into their doorstep. I then went after what's called Siemens Bank for Savings. I didn't get the head of Siemens Bank for Savings to resign from the J.P. Stevens board, but what I did get him to do, this anti-union SOB, came to the union president and said, listen, I'm going to do everything I can to get this thing resolved. Why? Because we held a mile-long human billboard with people holding signs, break the J.P. Stevens Siemens Bank connection. We kept Siemens Bank from opening a new bank branch because we caught them on the redlining issue. We had legislation introduced to have depositors in savings banks elect the board of trustees, something the whole industry did not want. And then we had several hundred ministers of a church call for the resignation of the head of Siemens Bank from the church's pension fund. He was a force now within the board for change, so we had the pressure on him. Then I went after Sperry. Stevens' CEO was on the board of Sperry, as was Richard Oh, no, I'm sorry. I missed one. I have to go back. Before Siemens, I went after New York Life Insurance Company. All right? And the CEO of New York Life and the CEO of J.P. Stevens sat on each other's board of directors. In the mutual insurance industry, I had said a few years back that was the key to breaking Stevens because they controlled the long-term debt and I got 3 minutes. Okay, let me put it this way. 24 hours after the head of New York Life said no such resignations will ever take place between New York Life and J.P. Stevens, they resigned from each other's boards. All right? Listen, I want to just jump to something. Then in Sperry, I took the real Norma Ray, Crystal Lee Sutton. I marched into the Sperry annual meeting. We didn't even have stock proxies, but I had a lot of people. We marched in with 700 people, led by the real Norma Ray, Crystal Lee Sutton. And as one union leader, Richard Wagner of the CWA, said, give the CEO of Sperry the Iron Bladder Award because he stood up on that stage at that annual meeting for 5 hours and never went to the bathroom. All right, real quick, I got just a couple of minutes. How many of you are familiar with the horrible rainforest Chernobyl disaster, Chevron Texaco disaster? Are you familiar with it? Okay. Because of the toxic pollution that Chevron has left there and it's refused to clean up for decades, and they had a $9.5 billion judgment against them, and they've done everything to not pay or to clean up this mess. Let me just have a message for those of you who have done such great work in taking on Chevron. You need to understand the corporate campaign strategy, and here's a message, and I'm willing to talk to anybody who's representing that situation. I tried to get the government of Ecuador to sit down and talk with me with no success. I tried to get the lawyers to reach out to me and talk to me with no success. Let me just leave it here. If you want to turn Exxon around, and you want to win this thing, and you want to do it through a corporate campaign, understand one thing. At the heart of the corporate campaign, when you go after Exxon, you have to go after Wells Fargo Bank, the Coca-Cola Company, and Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway. They're almost all one entity together. Chevron, Wells Fargo, the Coca-Cola Company, and Berkshire Hathaway. I see I got 1 minute left. All right, listen. The idea of a corporate campaign is this, and let me leave you with this. If you can't find a way and you're frustrated, damn it, you're going to make one. We'll either find a way or we'll make one. All right? So that's where I probably got 30 seconds. What could I use the next 30 seconds for? Just to say, listen, don't ever give up. These are not impenetrable bastions of power we're dealing with. As I said to a person once, a colleague of mine, when he said, we can never take on that big bank, force those resignations, and I said, Ed, the guy who's the head of that bank is about 5'6", weighs about 150 pounds. He wears a patch over his eye, okay? If he was on the street with us right now, either one of us could beat the hell out of him, and we can beat the hell out of this bank. Thank you very much.
Now we know why Ray went first, because if you didn't have coffee, you are now fully awake. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Dennis Kelleher, is President and Chief Executive Officer of Better Markets, a Washington, D.C. based independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for a stable, balanced financial system that supports the real economy and rising living standards. Before Dennis took on this small challenge, he worked in several positions in the Senate and in law firms in financial regulatory issues. Now, what isn't said in his bio, but I think needs to be added, that if you look back for the last 8 years per se, for example, and looked at the strongest, most consistent voices on financial reform, two voices stand out, I think, in the media. One is Elizabeth Warren, and the second one is our next speaker.
Thank you, Newt. Nice to see you. I want to say good morning and thank you all for inviting me to join you today. I'm honored to be included among the distinguished speakers. and I'm delighted to be discussing what we can do to reinvigorate the Securities and Exchange Commission, known as the SEC. Let me start with a warning. I'm a lawyer. I'm from Boston. I have a lot to say. I talk fast. First, before we talk about reinvigorating the SEC, what is the SEC? Why should anyone care about it? Does it need reinvigoration, and what can we do to reinvigorate it? The SEC was founded and created in the 1930s after the great stock market crash of 1929, which caused the Great Depression of the 1930s. Its purpose was to police the capital markets, make sure investors had accurate and complete information, and go after corporations, banks, and their executives that broke the law. Basically, they were supposed to prevent the rampant fraud that caused the stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression from ever happening again. The SEC's mission was and remains, first and foremost, to protect investors and markets, and that is especially important now that most of the stock market is made up of retirement accounts like your pensions and 401ks. It's also supposed to promote capital formation. That's just a fancy way of saying they're supposed to make sure there's enough capital, funds available for people to buy homes, pay for an education and retire, as well as for companies, small, medium, and large, to have enough capital to grow, expand, and hire people. As is obvious, those are really important missions, not only because investors should be protected, and not only because the market should be free of fraudsters and criminals, but because our families, businesses, economy, standard of living all depend on capital. And the majority of that comes from the capital markets, including prominently the stock markets. People must have faith, trust, and confidence in those markets, or they won't invest. And companies won't have the capital to grow and create jobs, and our standard of living will suffer. The SEC's job, basically, is to make sure that doesn't happen. So the SEC's job isn't just to protect investors and markets. It's also to protect your money, your savings, your retirement accounts, your standard of living, and your faith and confidence in our markets. It's a big job. Now let's take a look at what the SEC does or doesn't do. And let's start by talking about crime and punishment in corporate America, and in particular on Wall Street. We have cops on the city streets, and one way to think about the SEC is they're the cops on the Wall Street beat. And so how are they doing? Let's take an example from the headlines that a number of people have already referred to. By now, you've all heard or read about the Wells Fargo Bank. It's regrettable, but Wells Fargo is just the latest in a series, an endless series of outrageous scandals of illegal and criminal conduct on Wall Street and in corporate America. What's the Wells Fargo scandal all about? Well, like a street criminal, they stole money, and lots of it. But when it's a bank or a corporation, we don't really say steal. That's just not polite enough. Besides, if you say steal money, you might think they should be punished. Unlike a street criminal, Wells Fargo didn't do this by robbing you on the street. The people working at Wells Fargo stole your hard-earned money by using a computer to charge your accounts at the bank $25 here and $25 there. Or the bank wrongly charged you an account overdraft fee or bounce check fee. They took the money from your account and put it into the bank's account. But unlike a street crime, when Wells Fargo stole your money, it wasn't just one person at the bank stealing $25. It was actually thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people working at the bank that did the same thing or something very similar. They stole $25 over and over again from lots of their customers. While the details are different, it's important to remember that what a street criminal does when he robs somebody of their money and what these bank employees did is economically the same thing. They stole your money. You don't have it anymore. You had $25, they now have your $25. Make no mistake about it, this isn't a gray area. It's black and white. It's illegal criminal conduct, whether it's on the street or in the suites. But what Wells Fargo did was much, much worse in many ways. And stealing $25 here or there, over and over, They also falsified deposit account information, created fictitious deposit accounts, filled out false credit card applications for their customers who had no idea what was going on, created entire fictitious credit card accounts with passwords and everything else, PIN numbers. It's mind-boggling. Overall, they appeared to have forged millions of documents, which made the bank conveniently look like it had much more revenue and business activity than it did, which of course affects its stock price, which of course affects the capital markets and millions of investors who are buying and selling stock. Pretty bad stuff, but it gets worse. The thousands of Wells Fargo employees didn't just do this once. They didn't even just do it in 1 year. They did it over 5 years. 5 years by thousands of employees at a bank. This was a one-bank crime spree of enormous proportion. So what happened? Unbelievably, it takes a couple of years before anyone outside the bank even knows what's going on inside the bank. Remarkably, this massive, widespread, years-long illegal activity involving thousands of employees was discovered and revealed not by the cops, not by the Department of Justice, not by the FBI, goodness gracious, not by the SEC, not by other bank regulators, supposedly not even by the bank management, who had no idea what thousands and maybe tens of thousands of employees in the bank was doing for 5 years. No, it was discovered by an investigative reporter for the LA Times, who broke the story in December of 2013, almost 3 years ago. Well, of course, you all know what happened after this outrageous pattern of illegal conduct was splashed across the LA Times. The cops came, the FBI showed up, the SEC woke up, showed up, arrived. People were arrested, handcuffed, dragged off to jail. There were perp walks in front of the cameras. I'm sure you all remember that. They were punished. Executive lives were ruined. I know, don't laugh. None of that happened. In fact, not one of those things happened. In fact, to this day, the SEC is nowhere to be seen. You would think the agency whose job was to protect investors, markets, stop fraudulent and criminal conduct by public companies would be the first one on the scene. Not yet, but it's only been 3 years since the LA Times broke the story. So what really happened? Well, the LA District Attorney Office and the new Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, which was just created a few years ago, investigated Wells Fargo, which settled on September 8th of this year. What were the terms of the settlement for this outrageous, flagrant, 5-year-long illegal practice conducted by thousands of employees? Get your tissues out. It is heartbreaking. Wells Fargo paid a fine of $185 million without admitting or denying one fact or guilt by anyone, and not a single individual person was punished in connection with the settlement. Now, $185 million sounds like a lot of money, and it certainly would be to me or you. But consider this, Wells Fargo's revenue in the second quarter of this year was $22.2 billion. Its income for the second quarter, $5.6 billion. That's just 3 months. Its revenue for the year will probably be about $90 billion, and its income for the year will be about $20 billion. $185 million is pocket change to a bank that makes more than $20 billion. In fact, $185 million is less than 1% of what it will make in 2016. It's a very small cost of doing business. And remember, not one executive or supervisor was punished. In fact, let's be honest, just the opposite. They were rewarded. Numerous people at the bank get performance bonuses. Between 2012 and 2015, the top 5 executives at Wells Fargo received more than $450 million in performance pay, the top 5. The head of the business unit where all this criminal activity took place, who reported directly to the CEO, was allowed to retire, coincidentally and conveniently, In July, right before the settlement was announced, that person reportedly received a $125 million pay package going out the door, roughly equivalent to the $185 million fine. I mean, what's a couple tens of millions of people among friends? Think about that. How could Wells Fargo be treated so well when it stole money from many millions of its customers and when it stole many millions of dollars and ripped off more than 2 million customer accounts? The answer in part is due to a dysfunctional SEC that has lost its way, lost its focus, and lost sight of its real mission. In fact, too much of what we are seeing at Wells Fargo highlights and illustrates so much of what is wrong at the SEC and makes clear why it's so important to reinvigorate the SEC. What does Wells Fargo episode really tell us about the SEC? Well, first, unmistakably, the Wells Fargo scandal shows that Wall Street, big finance, and the country's biggest corporations don't fear or even respect the SEC. Now, it's not just the SEC. The other regulators are often not fair to respect it either. But the SEC is supposed to be the frontline cops on the corporate beat. That's their primary mission: enforce the law against corporations and their executives. But corporations and their executives don't fear the law, don't fear getting caught, and if caught, don't worry one bit about being meaningfully punished in their personal capacity. How could this be? Because an indefensible double standard has been created since the financial crash of 2008, when not one single executive or supervisor at a single too-big-to-fail bank was punished for any conduct at all leading up to the fraudulently inflated subprime bubble that caused the worst financial crash since 1929 and the worst economy since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Now remember, where did the SEC come from? It was created in the ashes of the Great Depression of the 1930s to make sure what happened in 2008 never happened. And think about what happened in 2008. We did a report, Better Markets did a report, showing that the crash of 2008, this is the report, the Cost of the Crisis report, that crash is going to cost this country more than $20 trillion with a T, trillion. That's $170,000 for every living woman, man, and child in the United States today. And not one major executive or supervisor in finance was punished. And since the 2008 crash, in scandal after scandal, illegal business practice after illegal business practice, not a single senior executive or supervisor at a too-big-to-fail bank on Wall Street has been punished. From illegally rigging virtually every single market in the globe, from LIBOR to foreign exchange, to the largest perjury conspiracy in the history of the country, euphemistically called robo-signing, because we can't say stealing and we can't say perjury. They have suits and ties and they sit behind desks and they don't hit you over the head. They just click away your money with you never knowing it. Robo-signing, they sign false affidavits, tens of thousands of them in this country to take away people's homes in foreclosure proceedings. What happened there? Was one executive punished? Not one. No senior executives have been punished. They got to use shareholder money to pay fines while keeping their bonuses. This is referred to as too big to jail. What is the message that this sends to the corporate suites in America? It's unmistakable. Crime pays. What is the SEC's job? To make sure crime doesn't pay. Ending the double standard and putting the law back on Wall Street and back into the corporate boardrooms has to be a priority for all of us. The SEC simply must be respected and feared again, but that requires reinvigorating the SEC. There are a lot of other reasons, a lot of other lessons learned from the Wells Fargo episode as to the failings at the SEC, but let me jump to the question, why hasn't the SEC meaningfully punished executives and individuals? And by the way, why hasn't the SEC finalized the Dodd-Frank financial reform rules 6 years after the law was passed, mandating them to do it, including, tellingly and importantly, the clawback rule. Today, in the United States, there is not a single rule or law that requires the SEC or anybody else to claw back the money for performance money that was not otherwise earned. That's because they haven't finalized the rules. Well, the reason is because too often, not always, but too often, the SEC is a captured, paralyzed, politically abused agency. The SEC hears virtually only from industry, Wall Street, their lawyers, lobbyists, trade groups, and allies, including too many in Congress who are supposed to be your representatives. Together, they lay siege to the SEC day in and day out, fighting for rules and policies that advantage them. It is so bad that often Better Markets is the only organization fighting for the public interest against this industry onslaught. Not the only one. There's Public Citizen, AFR, the Consumer Federation of America, some unions, a few professors, and a couple others. But often Better Markets is the only non-industry organization at the SEC opposing the industry. Now let me be clear, it isn't everyone at the SEC who isn't doing their job. There are a lot of dedicated, talented, hardworking public servants at the SEC who go to work every day under difficult circumstances. But they lack political support, they lack outside support, and most fundamentally, they lack leadership, people who are fearlessly dedicated to protecting the public and promoting the public interest. So what do we do to reinvigorate the SEC? Like the industry, Better Markets is there day in and day out, working the rulemaking process, challenging the SEC on enforcement policy and litigation. We also act as a counterweight to the industry at the SEC. We fight their lawyers and lobbyists who are trying to bend the law and policy to their benefit. What can you do to reinvigorate the SEC? You must get involved to the extent you can. We must stop letting the industry, its lawyers, lobbyists, political allies dominate the SEC rulemaking, policymaking, and enforcement policy. You have to organize, raise your voices, ideally collectively. The industry is often the only group the SEC ever hears from. So support groups like Better Markets who fight for rules and policies that prioritize the public interest. And get pension funds and asset managers, including your mutual funds, to speak up and promote your interests at the SEC. Too often they're AWOL. Rulemaking, have your organization watch the rules, or watch organizations like Better Markets that watch the rule. Go to our website, bettermarkets.com, sign up for our newsletter, go watch Public Citizen, watch the few groups that are on your side fighting for you. Be a watchdog. When you see something you don't like, speak up. Political pressure. Make sure your elected officials know you care about the SEC. Now look, there's a lot going on and it's often complicated. It can be paralyzing. The SEC is a big, opaque place with a bunch of people in suits. Half of them think their job is to intimidate people, but not people who work in corporate suites. People like you, people like us. But don't be paralyzed. Remember, you don't have to do everything, and you shouldn't. Start by doing one thing, even if it's a small thing, or pick one issue: executive pay, punishing individuals, revolving door, a best interest standard, mandatory arbitration. Pick something like that and focus on it. Or simply start by following the issues so that you can do more in the future. Follow Better Markets, sign up for our newsletter, get informed, then take action. The SEC needs to be reinvigorated, but it will not change from within, and it will not change from the outside, unless and until many more people are engaged in making them change, watching them, challenging them, engaging them, calling them out when they fall short, supporting them when they do the right thing. Thank you for your time and attention.
True as advertised, fast, lots to say, and yes, an attorney. Thank you, Dennis. Our next speaker, William Lozanic, is a professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, where he directs the Center for Industrial Competitiveness. He is co-founder and president of the Academic Industry Research Network. Lozanic's article, "Profits Without Prosperity, Stock Buybacks Manipulate the Market and Leave Most Americans Worse Off," from the Harvard Business Review, September of 2014, has received widespread attention. our next speaker.
Okay, I'll need my slides up there. Okay, put it full screen. Okay, thanks. Okay, it's great to be here. I'm going to go through a lot of actually complicated stuff in a very short period of time. There's a lot of graphics. Only got 20 minutes, and I'm going to give you the big picture. There's a big problem. And if you think that the SEC is a problem from the last speech, you'll really think it's a problem after hearing this. It's not just not monitoring the problem, it is part of the problem. Okay, so let me start here. How do these change? Excuse me, someone needs to show me how this thing works. It's not, oh, need some, okay, there it goes. Is that working? Okay, all right. Do I need to aim this somewhere to get it to work properly? It's not going to. I can't give the talk if this thing doesn't work. Okay. All right. Okay. So just mentioned, I had an article in Harvard Business Review with the typical Harvard Business Review title: "Profits Without Prosperity: How Stock Buybacks Manipulate the Market and Make Most Americans Worse Off." That was a bit of a joke. It's not the typical title, but it actually not only got a lot of attention, but won the prize for best article in Harvard Business Review of that year. And I think that people were reading this thing and saying, hey, something's going on here that I didn't know about, that I should know about, whether I'm for the system or against the system, wherever I stand. And I led off the article with this graph of percent changes in productivity growth, percent changes in wages from 1946 to 2012, a long period of time. In the beginning, the first few decades after World War II, wages tracked productivity growth. Then there was a divergence. Change in productivity growth increased, but wages did not at the same pace. I break this down into two parts. The first period, I call the old economy business model. The basis of that growth in wages, tracking growth in productivity, was career employment in one company. There was the norm in major companies in the United States. Mainly white males had this privilege, but it was a norm for blue-collar and white-collar workers. That changed from the late 70s, especially during the 1980s, and we had a new economy business model coming out of Silicon Valley, but spreading throughout the country. Insecure jobs, globalized labor. You went away from defined benefit pensions, defined contribution pensions. You have massive stock buybacks, exploding executive pay, and the erosion of middle-class employment opportunities as careers in companies disappear. And it's all part and parcel of the same thing. I called these things, this change, I summarize them as corporate research allocation regimes, as a change from retain and reinvest to downsize and distribute. Okay, now there's an article in Brookings Institution, another left-wing organization, that published my article on this. This was unusual, but it was a result of the attention that the Harvard Business Review article got, so one thing leads to another, and I laid this out there. It's online, anybody can read it. Now, if we're going to deal with the U.S. economy, we're dealing with very large corporations. So here we see 10,000 companies, or less than 1,000 companies with more than 10,000 workers. What they do or they don't do, or the companies with 5,000 or more workers, affects the whole of the economy. And there are people who control what those companies do. They're the senior executives, and they allocate resources. And economists talk about allocating resources through the markets. This is where resources are allocated. What they do or they not do affects everybody. Small business, large business, everybody. Okay. Now, here's what they've been doing. This is net equity issues. This is Federal Reserve data, low fund data. Stock issues minus stock buybacks and stock retired as a result of merger and acquisition activity. And when it becomes negative, it's almost all stock buybacks that's driving it negative. You can see that starts in 1984. You'll find out in a few minutes why it was in 1984 that started. It went up and down, but it became very negative from after the internet crash of 2001, in the boom up to 2007, and then you have a lot of volatility. Okay, now these numbers I translated into 2015 dollars, so you can see the increase in buybacks going from net equity issues, at least net equity issues, going from positive to negative, and you can see them in comparison to the size of the economy, in this case looking at GDP. So they're not only big, but they become bigger, they're massive. They will become bigger unless they're stopped. Okay? Now, here are companies, the same companies going back to 1981 to 2015. So we're looking at the very same companies. There's 236 companies that were in the S&P 500 index in January 2016. And you can see that in 1981, buybacks were minimal. I could go back further. There were very little in the way of buybacks in the 70s. They start in the mid-1980s, and you can see, again, they become massive. So this is not net. This is the actual buybacks these companies are doing. They're not instead of dividends. Basically, they're in addition to dividends. And dividends actually are growing, and these are, again, in real terms. These have been adjusted for inflation. Okay, this is just going back 10 years, so it's 459 companies. It's all the same companies. And you can see, again, they start doing buybacks, reaching a peak in 2007. They decline during the financial crisis, and then they're off and running again. Last year, you have buybacks per company about $1.2 billion, and dividends about $830 million in addition. The money is flowing out. This is what I call distribute, and there's a lot of downsides here. Often companies will lay off a lot of workers just to do a lot of buybacks. They'll borrow money to do buybacks, sell off assets, etc. Okay, this is FactSet, a company that puts these data out quarterly, and what you can see here is that almost that green line, almost all the companies in the S&P 500 do buybacks, and they do buybacks. The red line is the S&P 500 index. They do it when the stock market's high, not when it's low. They're trying to use them to push up the stock market. This will become important in an argument to make later. Now, why do they do buybacks? The SEC allows them to do buybacks. And back in November of 1982, as a direct result of electing Ronald Reagan, there was a rule passed, Rule 10b-18, which basically, among other things, says that a company has a safe harbor if it does no more than 25% of its average daily trading volume of the previous 4 weeks as buybacks on a single day. Now, for most companies, large companies, that'd be about 200 million a day. They can do it day after day after day. Apple, it's about 1.4 billion a day. Microsoft is about 500 million a day. ExxonMobil, one of the biggest repurchaser of stock, about 250 million a day, and day after day after day. We don't actually know the days when they're doing that. That becomes an issue as well that we'll come back to. The safe harbor means that there's no presumption if they do more than 25% ADTV, that this is manipulation. And in fact, the SEC, because it doesn't collect data from the companies, didn't want to burden them with having to disclose this data. It doesn't know how much they're doing on any single day. And so there's never been any kind of investigation, never mind litigation, against companies for insider trading, for exceeding the buyback limit, etc., since 1982. There is no monitoring of this process. So there is about the only article, it's a headline from the Wall Street Journal. It's the only article appeared at the time. It's a very good article. SEC eases away for repurchase of firm stock. Agency assures it won't file charges of manipulation if certain rules are met. So it says it there. There's manipulation going, but it won't file the charges. And there he is, John Shad, who was the first guy appointed chair of the SEC from Wall Street since Joseph Kennedy, right 6 months at the beginning of the SEC in the late mid-30s. He was the first person on Wall Street to come out for Reagan's presidency and was the head of Reagan's New York State campaign, and that was his prize. Okay. He reshaped the SEC from being a regulator of the stock market to being a promoter of the stock market and financial markets more generally. Okay, now, shouldn't shareholders like buybacks? No, not unless they are basically in the business of selling shares and knowing when to sell shares and timing the selling of shares. those people can gain from them, but shareholders in general, anybody holding shares, really holding shares, loses from them. So someone in his early 40s said to me, after the article came out in Harvard Business Review, I like buybacks because my company does them. I have my company stock in 401k. I said, you're in your early 40s? He said, yeah. He said, well, you're not going to touch that money for 20 years. I said, buybacks are not going to do you any good. Even if they're done 19 years from now, they're not going to do you any good. The bump to the stock market will be gone. Have them put it in an interest-bearing asset and just accumulate the money rather than to do buybacks. On the other hand, dividends will go into your 401k and accrued tax deferred. Okay. The dividends are the way in which you should reward shareholders or give shareholders money, not even rewarding them. They're just buying the shares and give them some income. Give us some income if we hold the shares. If we're shareholders, we don't want them to give us 100% of dividends because we want them to reinvest and we want the company to be something, have some products, have some revenues, have some profits, have a decent stock price if and when we decide to sell the stock. The people who are gaining from stock buybacks are professional share sellers. They're not shareholders, and they're top corporate executives, hedge fund managers, particularly hedge fund activists, but hedge fund managers, people on Wall Street generally. They are in the business of timing the sale of shares, figuring out when the buybacks are being done, and they're the ones who are making money. The only way anybody makes money from buybacks is if then they sell the shares, and timing is everything. Okay, now what's the damage that's done by buybacks? Okay, companies' retained earnings are the basis of corporate finance. Investment in productive capabilities, you invest in plant and equipment, research and development, and most importantly, training and retaining employees. Okay, and until the 1980s, economists, executives said, okay, we have to keep enough money in companies to sustain the corporation. That all changed in the name of maximizing shareholder value from the mid-1980s, and it's not by accident that we see stock buybacks becoming a problem since that time. Okay, so I have this as a paper online, Institute for New Economic Thinking, which ties together the concentration of income at the top, the erosion of middle-class jobs. They're two sides of the same buyback coin, and they've been going on massively for decades, as has both of these phenomena, the rise of inequality and the erosion of middle-class jobs. And a big part of that top 0.1% of 1% is our corporate executives and the pay that they make. Okay, now why do companies do buybacks? This is in the Harvard Business Review article. I go through this basically very quickly. 3 reasons. They're making investment company stocks undervalued. It doesn't work. In fact, they're buying them at high prices. So that's not the reason they're doing this. Executive claims that they're doing this to offset dilution when all their employees exercise their stock options. Well, there's no logic to that. If you're given to give someone stock options, you want them to work harder and smarter, develop the products, get them out there, get the revenues, get the profits. Your stock price will rise in the future. Then they can sell their shares at a higher price. You don't need stock buybacks. Stock buybacks are just manipulating the market to give them a gain now without doing all that. And that's, in effect, what they're doing. And a big reason they're doing it, as we'll see, is because corporate executives benefit immensely from stock-based pay. Okay, the third reason they claim is, the company's mature, there's no investment to make. Fire those CEOs. If you're running a major company, you have no investments to make, with all the capabilities you have, then you should be out of there. Okay, the only logical reason why companies do buybacks is because we allow corporate executives to be incentivized and rewarded for doing this, and it's their stock-based pay. Now here, I'll turn to this now. This is data from the Sayes and Piketty and colleagues, and they show the rise of income inequality. A bigger part of its salaries, a lot of that salary stock-based pay, except you can't see it in the IRS data that they used. This is data from proxy statements on the actual take-home pay of executives. We pull out the 500 highest paid each year, and you can see the black line is the average. So in 2015 is 32.6 million on average. Over 80% is stock-based pay, stock options, stock awards. Stock awards have become bigger over time. There's an article now that's on the INET website, Mismeasure of Mammon, Uses Abuse of Executive Pay, of which I'm co-author. in which we show that virtually every figure for CEO pay reported by the media, think tanks, and even union members are fictitious numbers based on FASB-approved and SEC-sanctioned fair value estimates that bear little relation to these CEOs' take-home pay, reported the IRS. Okay, so that include articles like this that appeared last spring. Every number of that, as presented in there, is a fiction. It's not what they got paid. Okay, there's an article on the Atlantic now, which you can read, and you'll get much more of an explanation I give you now. But I'll give you some, here are some data from that article. The orange line is what's called estimated fair value total pay, and the green line is actual realized gains. Okay, this is for the top 500, compared, ranked by each type, and the realized gains far outstrip the estimated fair value that everyone used. This is just looking at the stock-based portion of that for people who are highest ranked by average realized gains, and you can see that the stock gains, the solid lines, which are the gains, red one for options, blue for awards, far outstrip the fictitious gains, fictitious pay, and the fictitious pay actually doesn't even reflect the stock market. Here's an article by Jeffrey Sachs, which is a good article criticizing Gilead Sciences for being price gouger, and it says that their CEO took home $19 million in 2014, the spoils of untrammeled greed. Here's what CEO actually took home in 2014. It was $193 million. The reported fair value numbers equivalent to the one for 2014 is also about $19 million. It was actually $232 million. Okay, here's another example. Mylan, EpiPen. Everybody's reporting $18.9 million. They're outraged. Heather Prescott, $18.9 million in 2015. That's fiction. The fact is $44.4 million. That's what she actually took home. That's what she put in the bank. That's what she paid taxes on. Wells Fargo, the CEO himself said in testimony that he made $19.5 million. The fair value figure is $19.3 million. The fictitious figure, the actual figure was $44.2 million. Senator Menendez didn't know that, and he should have known that, and said, no, that's not what you actually took home and put in the bank and paid. Okay, why does this matter? It matters because it's the actual realized gains, not the estimated fair value, that incentivizes and rewards executives. The executives of these companies, their big paydays came from rapid price boosts. For the pharmaceutical companies, they got it by price gouging. From Wells Fargo, they got it by creating fake accounts. Then buybacks provided, in all these cases, additional support to their price boosts. Sometimes they don't have as much price gouging, but they get it just from the stock buybacks. That's what it's all about. Okay, unfortunately, the AFL-CIO, can I have 2 extra minutes here? Because I just want to go. Okay, the AFL-CIO has, on its executive pay website, it unfortunately uses estimated fair value figures. We haven't replicated their figures, but we're pretty sure that if you took the same CEOs that they use, it would be about twice as much almost, the CEO to worker pay ratio. Now we have this institutionalized as part of Dodd-Frank through the SEC, which has the pay ratio disclosure rule. The pay ratio disclosure rule, which is supposed to reflect inequality in companies, the CEO paid to the median worker, it's going to use the fair value measure. It will tend to underestimate income inequality in those companies because of underestimating executive pay. One member of Congress has, Tammy Baldwin, Senator Tammy Baldwin, has been going after the SEC on this issue. Elizabeth Warren has also on a broader set of issues, but not on this issue. Sent 2 letters to the SEC. Mary Jo White, the chair of the SEC, admitted in response to one of them effectively that they're not monitoring buybacks. And second letter, Senator Baldwin, I won't read the whole thing, but she says, the overarching reason I am interested in buybacks is that I am concerned that they come at the expense of investment in innovation, research, and workers that are necessary for stable and equitable economic growth, as academic studies have suggested. Finally, this is my last 2 slides, the SEC, and this was mentioned before by the last speaker, says that its mission is to protect investors, maintain fair and orderly and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. It's doing none of these. It's doing none of these. That's not what the SEC is doing. So as far as buybacks and executive pay is concerned, buybacks generate gains for share sellers, not shareholders. It's not protecting shareholders. Buybacks manipulate stock prices and make the stock market more volatile. That's not protecting, creating orderly markets. Buybacks undermine capital formation. They do not promote capital formation. They add to the war chest of the Carl Icahns and John Paulsons, etc. Okay. The SEC privileges fiction over fact in the reporting of executive pay. This is, might be shocking, but it's true, and you should all read what we've written on this because it's new. We're the first people who really uncovered this systematically. The stock-based pay incentivizes executives to engage in downsize and distribute, not retain and reinvest. Now, if the SEC wants a mission, I have a mission for the SEC. To fulfill its mission, the SEC must advocate retain and reinvest, not downsize and distribute, and we'll have a very different economy than we have now. Thanks.
Again, of course, the gentleman was from Massachusetts, you could tell. The speed of the voice and the words. To my knowledge, the next speaker is not from Massachusetts. Is that correct? Okay, that's good. No, that's not, I don't mean it that way. Nell Minow is an American film reviewer and writer who writes and speaks frequently on film, media, and corporate governance and investing. Ms. Minow was named one of the 20 most influential people in corporate governance by Directorship Magazine in 2007. She was dubbed the Queen of Good Corporate Governance by Business Week Online and received Lifetime Achievement Awards from both the International Corporate Governance Network and Corporate Secretary Magazine. So with that brief introduction, let me add that when you look at Nell and how mild-mannered she is, remember that Fortune magazine dubbed her the CEO killer. So, Nell.
Thank you very much, Newt. I'm actually from Chicago, and we talk very fast there too, as you will see. So some years ago, I was attending the annual meeting of a company called Stone & Webster, and they got to the part of the annual meeting where you vote on the board of directors. Now, this annual meeting was held in a little hotel room in Delaware. There were more people there from the company than there were shareholders, but I had taken the train up to attend. And when they got to the election of directors, I stood up and I said I would like to ask a question. And the CEO and the board of directors all gave me the eye roll, you know. But fortunately, I have raised teenagers. I'm impervious to the eye roll. They said, well, can't you wait for your question till the end during the question time? And I said, no, I can't, because my question pertains to the election of the directors, and also I want to have it on the record, and questions that ask at the end of the meeting are not always on the record. So my question is, I would like each member of the board who are running for re-election here today to get up and tell everyone in the room why the stock of this company is a bad investment. And they said, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And I said, well, I'm here on behalf of my clients who hold $5 million worth of the stock of this company, and nobody on the board has more than 200 shares. So clearly you know something that I don't. I want you to tell me what I'm missing. Boards of directors are like subatomic particles. They behave differently when they're observed. And I think the most important thing that you can do is to let them know that you're observing them. I'd like to change the name that was assigned to me for my topic, which has to do with the impact that shareholders can have on executives, managers of the company. Forget about the managers of the company. They are surrounded by a great big moat. You want to have your impact on the directors. The directors are the ones that work for you. They're the ones that have the legal duties of care and loyalty to the shareholders. They are the ones who are, in some respects, vulnerable because they are put up for election every year. And also, they've got one other major advantage, which is extreme reputational fragility. These are people who care very, very much about their reputations. That's how they get on boards, and they are not used to being criticized. They're used to being loved by everybody, and so they crumble pretty fast, as you heard this morning in Ray Rogers' presentation. So you've got a lot going for you there with boards. So I'm going to talk about what works and what is available to shareholders, but first I'm going to talk about what doesn't work. What doesn't work is divestment. I'm completely and unalterably opposed to divestment as a tactic. The happiest day of the CEO's life is the day that you, the complaining shareholder, sell your stock. To who? To someone who, by definition, does not care about the issue. So they are popping champagne corks while you feel that you are sending a message. The most important thing that you can do is buy some stock. Buy some stock in the company, preferably buy enough stock so that you can file a shareholder proposal and get some support from the other shareholders. So I am not supporting divestment. They don't care. As you just heard from my example, a very good way to affect what goes on in a company is to show up at the annual meeting. Get on the train, go to Delaware, go to where they are. They will try to relocate to some place that's hard to get to or to have the meeting on the same day as a lot of other shareholder meetings. So you've got to be on top of that. But go to the meeting and look them in the eye and ask them some questions. I have gone to annual meetings. At one point, there was a terrible CEO. It was an absolute nightmare. And I got him fired by the simple expedient. This was a while ago. This is before the internet. I faxed a copy of his CEO employment contract to the New York Times. They published it and he got fired 5 months into his 5-year contract. And of course, what did they do? They paid him extra for a non-compete. So I went to the annual meeting and I stood up and I said, I don't understand that. The best thing you could do at this company is let him go to work for the competition because he'll do as badly over there as he did for this and we will do better. The board did a lot better with their employment contract for the next CEO. So you want to let them know that you're paying attention, and a good way to do that is to go to the annual meeting. And when you do go to the annual meeting, what I recommend is that you write to the corporate secretary ahead of time and say, I just want to let you know I'm coming to the annual meeting, and we'll be getting up to ask some questions. And I will expect answers from the board members. If you've got a problem with the financial reporting, let them know you're going to be asking some questions of the head of the audit committee. If you've got a problem with the compensation, you'll be asking some questions of the compensation committee. So let them know your questions in advance, and that way they'll have a chance to prepare for it, and they'll know that this is coming. Submit a shareholder proposal. I strongly, strongly recommend, particularly if you have not done it before, that you go online and you look up sample shareholder proposals and use one that's already been written, because those are bulletproof. The ones that have already been voted on have already been challenged at the SEC. They've already passed muster. It is extremely easy to mess up and put in one word too many or leave something out and get your proposal excluded. So what you want to do is use a proposal that's already been done. There's a lot of great proposals there on Citizens United issues, on climate change issues, and on CEO pay issues, and use them and submit them. Second thing is direct contact with the members of the board. Most companies now have what they call a lead director, which is the American way of addressing the problem that the CEO is usually the chairman of the board as well. The lead director is there as a kind of liaison between the shareholders and the independent directors, and you should not hesitate to get in touch with the lead director. When you do, write to them on paper with a stamp to their place of work, okay? Not care of the company. Company will probably not forward it. They'll send it over to the investor relations or the corporate secretary to answer you. Write to them directly at their place of work so that, again, they know that they are being observed. If you're not happy with what the board is doing, if, particularly in a case like, say, Wells Fargo, the SEC has the authority, which they never use, to prevent people from serving on more public company boards. They can say, this board has done such a bad job, they should not be allowed to serve on any more boards. They never use that. There are people who are on the financial meltdown boards, they're still serving on boards. So one thing you can do is write to the SEC to ask them to use this authority, and of course CC the corporate secretary and the members of the board so they know that you've asked for this. One really underused option that shareholders have is the request for books and records. If you are a shareholder, you are allowed to ask for copies of the company's books and records, and they will charge you for that, or they'll make you schlep all the way to their headquarters or whatever. But what you want to do is ask them just for copies of the agendas and minutes of the board meetings, because that's not too expensive. If you're asking them for big, heavy volumes of financial reports, they're going to charge you for that. But it's only a few pages. In fact, lawyers will tell the company to have minimal minutes, so they're not going to give a lot of detail. But what they will tell you is, for example, when's the last time they talked about climate change risk? How often do they talk about CEO succession planning? And you can ask them why those things are missing if you get copies of the books and records. And again, that's a good way to let them know that you're paying attention, which is what it's all about. Wells Fargo is a good bad example. I'm glad that we've talked about that already this morning. But one of the things that came out of this recent hearing is that Wells Fargo knew 2 years ago that this was a problem and was completely unsuccessful at doing anything to prevent it. Let's talk about Wells Fargo for a minute. The actions that went on at Wells Fargo were not just fraudulent and criminal and violating the RICO statutes, racketeering statute. They're monumentally stupid. They're just almost mind-blowingly stupid. Just like in the financial meltdown, they were paying people based on the quantity of their transactions rather than the quality. And if you say to people, I will pay you extra every time you open up a new account for someone, and then don't say, and the account stays open, then they're going to open and close and open and close and open and close a lot of accounts. That's exactly what happened. We've seen that over and over again. That's exactly what happened in the financial meltdown. We paid them based on the number of derivative securities that they created and not on how good they were. We paid the ratings agency on the number of securities they rated and not on how accurate their ratings were. How dumb is it? A fourth grader could figure that out. So you have Wells Fargo, you've got a board of directors that not only allowed this idiotic compensation plan to be in place, but that knew there was a problem and didn't do anything about it. And so you can write to Wells Fargo and say, I'd like copies of the agendas and the minutes from all the board meetings to find out how many times this was actually discussed in the boardroom. So I think that's very effective. You know where you can't do that with? Mylan, EpiPen. You know why? Because they relocated their domicile in the Netherlands. They are now a Netherlands company, even though they do their business in the US, and most of their directors, I think, are British. But so the issue of inversion, of letting American companies reincorporate elsewhere is for another day, but that is something to be very careful about, because when this EpiPen situation comes up, there's very little the shareholders can do. Next thing is shareholder lawsuits, which can be very effective. Shareholder lawsuits are generally the purview of the major shareholders, the California Public Employees Retirement System, the New York City Retirement System, but as you could be a participant in some of those, or in any kind of institutional investor, find out whether whoever's managing your money is using these rights effectively. And that brings me to a key point, which we'll be addressing later today, which is to call your mutual fund. Call your mutual fund. Whoever manages your money, call them and ask them two questions. One, please send me a copy of your proxy voting policies. Find out whether they are voting in favor or against these proposals on climate change, CEO pay, et cetera. What is their policy on buybacks? And second, It took my business partner, Bob Monks, who you'll be hearing from in absentia following this, it took us 14 years to get the SEC to require mutual funds to disclose how they vote their proxies. So please take advantage of that. It took us a long time to get that. Ask them for their most recent report on that. Some years ago, we were fighting with the company Sears, and Bob Monks went to Chicago to meet with the CEO of Sears, and he went in what was at one time the tallest building in the United States, then called the Sears Tower, to go meet with the CEO. And the CFO came down to meet him in the lobby, and they went up. It's like a 15-minute elevator ride to go up to their executive office on the 78th floor. And here were these two men who really despised each other in this elevator by themselves, sort of looking at their shoes. And Bob drives everybody crazy because he's 6'6", and so he's very intimidating. And finally, the CFO looked over at him and he said, "This is the first time bad news has gone above the 72nd floor." So your job is to make sure the bad news goes above the 72nd floor, and the way to do that is to focus on the board of directors. What we ended up doing at Sears was taking a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal with picture of the board of directors and the headline, "The Sears Board of Directors, Non-Performing Assets." We had all of their names in the ad, and we explained why the company was such a disaster, and they caved about 2 weeks later. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nell. Now, at this point, I have to wear two hats, but the problem is I don't have any hats. So you've got to work with me here. My first hat is to introduce Bob Monks, and then my second hat is to try to make believe that I am Bob Monks, which is impossible. Bob Monks is a pioneering shareholder activist and corporate governance advisor. Monks has written widely about shareholder rights and responsibility, government capture, corporate impact on society, and global corporate issues. Mr. Monks is also an expert on the retirement and pension plans, and was appointed director of the United States Synthetic Fuels Corporation by President Reagan. Monks was a founder of Institutional Shareholder Services, ISS, now the leading corporate governance consulting firm. He also founded Lens Governance Advisors and co-founded GMI Ratings, formerly the Corporate Library. He is a shareholder in and advisor to Trucost, the environmental research company. Unfortunately, Bob could not be with us here today, and so I have been honored to read his remarks. Let me just add one more point to what Nell said about Bob's menacing appearance. I would shift that just a little bit, because actually I think, and if you've met Bob, maybe this will resonate, with his height and his composure. I think if we had met Abraham Lincoln, he may have come across more like Abraham Lincoln, sort of in terms of his presence. So that's what I'd like to keep in my mind as I read his remarks. A majority of the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court, Citizens United 2010, importantly based their opinion on the conclusions and that share owners know how their corporations are spending their money in politics, and they have the power to take appropriate remedial action, when in reality neither of these assertions is actually true. This is metaphor for the prevailing confusion as to the difference between theory and reality of the power and role of shareholders. Quote, "The American economy is a corporate system in the sense that the control of economic factors of production and distribution is vested largely in the hands of privately appointed corporate managers. The system is legitimated on three major bases. The first is a belief that the shareholders, as the owners of the corporation, have the ultimate right to control it. The second is that corporate managers are accountable for their performance. The third is a belief that placing control of the factors of production and distribution in the hands of privately appointed corporate managers who are accountable for their performance and who act in the interest and are subject to the ultimate control of those who own the corporation, achieves a more efficient utilization of economic resources than that achievable under alternative economic systems. This is a quote from Melvin Eisenberg in a law review article in Columbia Law Review. 3, legitimate private power depends on accountability. Brandeis flat out denies that forces outside the corporate structure can achieve this objective. Quote, "We believe that no method of regulation ever have been or can be devised to remove the menace inherent in private monopoly and overweening commercial power." Close quote. There can be no legitimacy of corporate power except as affected by shareholders. Over the last 3/4 of a century, the nature of shareholding has changed dramatically from the individual ownership to institutions owning a majority of outstanding shares. Government policies encouraging pooled investments, the Investment Company Act of 1940, and employee benefit plans, ERISA 1974, created fiduciaries who could be held legally accountable for their stewardship of trust assets. As the number of institutional investors increased, some prophets said that these investors, moved by their stakes and informed by their expertise, would begin to play in earnest the supervisory roles of the legendary stockholder. Meanwhile, the relative passivity of these big investors underlined the general failure of shareholding to supply the steady surveillance by which stockholders were supposed to legitimate the power wielded in business corporations. Close quote. From James Willard Hurst. Number 5, Ira Milstein's useful simile of a zoo to describe the incredibly diverse character of the various categories of shareholders brings us to the 21st century. The differences between the animals are so extreme as to make it impossible in any meaningful way either to plan or to conceive of action by class of shareholders as a whole. For example, point, a significant percentage of total shareholdings are generated by an index or an algorithm. That an individual has a beneficial ownership in a company comprising part of an index is not a matter of violation of his part. It is simply the result of the working of a mechanical formula. Such an owner can hardly be thought of as capable or responsible for transitive ownership action. Point. Globalization has provided, among other things, for corporations involving no rights whatsoever for shareholders, no rights to vote, no rights to sue, no rights to meetings. Again, how can such shareholders be included in a policy requiring stewardship on the part of owners? Point. Owners have the capacity to transfer the voting rights pertinent to their shares through loans and other contractual devices, so there is asymmetry between property and voting rights. Today's diverse shareholders often have different agendas, reflecting their different time horizons and investment goals. That the general body of stockholders proved in practice unable to use its votes to confer substantive and not merely formal legitimacy on the controlling power in large corporations did not show that there was no possible role for the stockholder. Though ineffective as a body, the stockholders as individuals might operate as a check and balance force within the enterprise through lawsuits or through the stock market. The oft-maligned marketplace has in recent decades created a new category of activists and shareholders having the financial capacity, the experience, and the courage to use the voting process as a method of effecting value-adding changes to corporations. Carl Icahn, a man whose time has come, has demonstrated the capacity of an involved owner to create value in even the largest corporations. He is the measuring rod by which institutions can measure their own effectiveness. His energy is a valuable resource for society, and he has created wealth for legions of free-riding shareholders. Not surprisingly, many new activists have entered the marketplace. The ultimate governance question line behind the success of Carl Icahn is whether he is a credible proxy for the public interest of the American citizen and therefore the legitimator of corporate power. I suggest that he could be if in an accounting system reflecting external costs, quote unquote, were adopted. He plays the game according to current accounting rules. It is not up to him to change them. It is good to report that there are encouraging moves in that direction. Many of the institutions comprising up to 70% of stock ownership decline to involve themselves in questions of corporate governance. Both mutual funds and employee benefit plans are created by federal statutes requiring a fiduciary standard for the management obligations of the trustees. Each of these categories is entitled to certain special tax treatments so long as their functioning comports with the Internal Revenue Service definition of the fiduciary standard, to which management is held. Responsibility for assuring that portfolio investments are managed for the long term and the sustainability of the corporate operation. Not only mutual funds and employee benefit plans are subject to the IRS definition of required fiduciary stewardship, but also are their great university endowments and the private foundations. Increased commitment to the fiduciary standards of stewardship by these huge classes of institutional investors can be achieved through reiteration of the IRS policy and enforcement of the requirement for their active involvement as owners. Plainly, the broadening of the class of activist shareholders increases the credibility of their activism as a legitimate device. Final point. I confess to a certain reluctance in concluding that enforcement of federal laws is the appropriate answer to a question involving the governance of corporations, but it is undeniable that government, in creating the class of institutional investors with fiduciary responsibility, changed the nature of the marketplace, so it is appropriate to look to government to restore the system of accountability in a marketplace previously comprised solely of individuals. Federally created and empowered institutional investors should not be permitted to shirk their duties of stewardship of trust assets. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello?
Yes.
Our next speaker, and we're running a couple minutes ahead of schedule here. Jeff Clements is the president of the American Promise and co-founder of Free Speech for People. He works with Americans all over the country for a 28th Amendment to secure the American Promise, constitutional rights for all human beings, voting rights and representation as equal citizens, and our responsibility for effective self-government. He is the author of Corporations Are Not People, Reclaiming Democracy from Big Money and Global Corporations, and his articles and opinion pieces have appeared widely, including U.S. News and World Report, The Hill, the Boston Globe, Fox News, American Constitution Society, Salon, and many others. I bring you Jeff Clements.
Good morning. So I've been asked to talk about the perils of corporate personhood, and I confess that I have never really liked that term. It's hard to imagine a more awkward or maybe redundant even term for an urgent national problem. So let me start with a translation, I think, of that term. And I'd say this: corporate personhood is what happens when our Supreme Court gives corporations the constitutional rights of human beings. These new corporate rights become and are much more powerful, of course, than any of the rights of the people who actually own shares in, work for, or deal with the corporations. And for that reason, it has corporate personhood. The giving of constitutional rights to human beings has grave and serious consequences for all Americans. And the reason for that, as we've heard some of this morning and yesterday and all week, I'm sure, lies in the nature of human constitutional rights and in the nature of business corporations. If you think about it, our inherent constitutional rights are intended to secure people in all our human frailty against the behemoth, if you will, of government. The thing that is so much bigger than any one of us. Our inherent constitutional rights are intended to secure us against that imbalance of power and to serve as a check on that power, a check on the ability of government to invade our human autonomy. And that's a good thing, of course. But now look at what happens if we give that same thing to corporations, which, as a starting point, are endowed by their creator, the state, with literally superhuman capacities, superhuman powers. That's the intent of our corporate laws. They live forever. They can aggregate capital well beyond what any people could do alone. They have limited liability and many other advantages that, by their intent, are to create superhuman power, above and beyond humans. So when the Supreme Court gives this check on government, these human rights to corporations, particularly the extraordinarily powerful global corporations, the same thing happens. It's a check on government. It's a wall against autonomy and protecting autonomy. It's a block against invasive oversight. And of course, a check on that kind of thing for human beings makes a lot of sense. A check on global corporations against oversight or public accountability is disastrous. And so that's the problem of corporate personhood as a sort of framework problem. And the problems in our society affect us every day. A recent example of corporate personhood is the Citizens United case, the Supreme Court's 2010 decision in Citizens United v. FEC, Federal Election Commission. And there the court struck down the federal law that had restricted corporations from spending money to advocate for or against a candidate within 60 days of an election. A rather tame corporate regulation. Keep business money out of our elections within a certain window before the election so that the people could be heard. And that was and is the reason for that kind of a law, to prevent the superhuman capacities of global corporate wealth from drowning out the influence of ordinary Americans who don't have access to corporate treasuries, and to prevent corruption of our government. But in Citizens United, that was all overthrown. The Supreme Court said corporations have the free speech rights of people, and as money is free speech, according to the Supreme Court, a lot of aggregated money in global corporations is now free to be spent to influence our government and our elections. And that's exactly what's happening. the money is pouring in. As Representative Jim Leach, an Iowa Republican who spent 30 years in Congress, says that what Citizens United does is a genetic modification of our American democratic DNA, pushing us into corporatist oligarchy. Corporatist oligarchy, those are the words of a sober Iowa Republican, and it's undeniable that that's the case. Hundreds of millions of dollars are now every year pouring into our elections in corporate money. If you don't see it with the corporate logos, look for the front groups that they use to disguise it. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Democratic Governors Association, the Republican Governors Association, many others are front groups for corporate money, and corporations from Walmart, PepsiCo, Koch Industries, Microsoft, Pfizer, many more use these channels to control our elections and our government. And the domination of our government and our elections, not only at the federal level, but the state and even the local level, is now overwhelming, and I would say obvious to virtually all Americans. So how is it that corporations, the largest, most powerful entities on earth practically, in many instances, become what the Citizens United Court calls a, quote, disadvantaged person in need of the protection of our Bill of Rights? Well, Justice Kennedy wrote the decision, and here's how he did it. He begins by declaring the corporation, the corporate regulation, remember that rather tame 60-day window where corporate money should stay out of our elections, as a, quote, ban on speech. Now, if it's a ban on speech, that's a pretty bad thing that we ought to respond strongly to. But that's euphemism. Of course it's not a ban on speech. The euphemism continues. He rarely uses the word corporation, even though the case concerned a corporate regulation. Instead, corporations become, in the opinion, speakers, persons, voices, and, as I mentioned, a disadvantaged class of person. Those are the terms that are used to describe corporations. That's corporate personhood in action, and that's how the court enables global corporations to appropriate our Bill of Rights, deploy that new power to block our human efforts and even our human ability to exert some control over these behemoths and our own lives and autonomy and destiny. So I have to say, sometimes it's covered in our day as a matter of campaign finance law, and that's sort of wonky and eyes glaze over, and its money is always there, and so forth. We have to recognize what's happening now. Since Citizens United, waves of corporate litigation are challenging laws in virtually every area of American life. We have seen attacks on laws, health and privacy laws, food laws, the right of people to vote on whether to have their tax dollars go to corporate subsidies in their communities, energy laws, Wall Street regulation, employee rights even to talk about workplace conditions, punitive damages, even minimum wage laws have been challenged in the recent years after Citizens United as violations of constitutional rights for corporations. Our human constitutional rights exerted by corporations to challenge these basic public interest laws. That's the peril of corporate personhood, and the court should have known better because we've been here before. The court made this mistake before. Near the end of the 19th century, railroad corporations, the oil corporations at the time, mining and other big trusts as they were called then, big corporations, were looking for all means of evading regulation and oversight by the people and by our government. And one of the most powerful means was to look at the recently enacted, after the Civil War, 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which protects our human equality, the due process and equal protection of the laws of all persons. Of course, everything about that amendment, the words, the context, the history, is about flesh and blood human beings. It was intended to settle once and for all the question that had led to the slaughter of 700,000 Americans in the Civil War, the question of whether we're fundamentally equal as human beings. It settled that question with a yes, all persons are equal. And what happened when the court started interpreting it? African Americans who were being disenfranchised, who were being segregated, who were being terrorized, state-sponsored terrorism in many instances, came to the court seeking protection under the 14th Amendment. They were turned away. Women came to the court seeking an equal vote, arguing radically enough that the equal protection of the laws meant equal voting. They were turned away, denied. Corporations came to the court and said, look, it says persons in the amendment. We're entitled to protection against government intrusion. The court rolled out the welcome mat for that argument and accepted it, and corporations became persons under the 14th Amendment. And that was, as Justice Hugo Black later explained in the 1930s, that act, that recognition of corporations under the Due Process and Equal Protection clauses of the 14th Amendment was what I'll tell you what Hugo Black said. There we go. Justice Hugo Black called this a judicial amendment to our national charter that had a revolutionary effect on our form of government. And the results were an economic, social, and constitutional catastrophe. Worker safety laws were struck down. Child labor laws were struck down as violations of the Constitution. Hundreds of economic, environmental, health, and other laws were struck down at the request of corporations claiming constitutional rights to be protected from government intrusion and oversight. Now, until this experiment, to put it kindly, in corporate constitutional rights was curtailed by the New Deal judiciary in the 1930s after the Great Depression, corporations had convinced the Supreme Court to strike down economic and public interest laws no less than 200 times between 1905 and 1937. Government was virtually taken over by corporate interests. Democracy was paralyzed from dealing with the many and complicated consequences of industrialization. It all sounds familiar, doesn't it? Corporate interests dominating our government, democracy not working anymore because the people were pushed out. And it is familiar because today we face those same perils of corporate personhood, but with even more at stake. In the early 1900s, a judicial immunity, which is what the constitutional rights for corporation creates, an immunity from public control, enabled railroad, steel, mining, and other corporations to corrupt politics, damage the environment, and harm millions of people who lacked the money or power to defend themselves, just as we see today. But think about it, at least those Gilded Age corporations were owned by Americans, albeit a tiny slice of very privileged Americans. But compare it to today, the massive global scale of corporations, the Byzantine international structure of shareholders, the absence, as Bob Monks and others point out, of any real human control over these corporations. And think about the global scale of the damage if the court does not let us act to impose some oversight over these behemoths. One of the recent corporate rights cases is Exxon claiming a constitutional right to refuse to comply with government investigation subpoenas that concern the fraud that Exxon and other corporations, oil corporations, perpetrated about climate. A simple investigation, a simple subpoena to get information about that fraudulent statements, fraudulent information put out about the relationship between fossil fuels and climate change. Simple investigation, Exxon claims the First Amendment constitutional right to conceal that information and cites Citizens United. So the global scale of the problem and the global scale and the running out of time of the consequences requires us to act and act fast. It requires us to act to rebalance power, to take power back for the people. And we don't have 4 decades to do it, the 4 decades that it took to unwind the court the last time they went down this road until the Great Depression and the New Deal judiciary corrected it. We don't have time, and so that means we must step up because we're in a constitutional struggle, whether we show up or not. It's a struggle between 2 incompatible constitutional ideologies, one in which people have human rights, in which we're entitled and probably duty-bound to regulate money in our elections, and one in which corporations and powerful aggregations of wealth have constitutional rights that entitle them to prevent the people from doing those things. And only one of those can work. I mean, money is either free speech to be used. Corporations are either persons or they're entities that we are entitled to make the rules about, those two don't coexist. So we're in a constitutional struggle. What do we do when we're in a constitutional struggle? We win by amending the Constitution. That's how women got the vote when the court said no. That's how African Americans won the civil rights struggle and poll tax amendments in the 60s and others. That's how we got to elect senators. That's how we got a progressive income tax after the court struck that down. 27 amendments are how we, the people, shift the balance to preserve the hope of American democracy and our American promise. So I would ask all of us to join the constitutional struggle, join this amendment campaign to win the 28th Amendment, to overturn Citizens United, and to end this radical and dangerous experiment in endowing corporations with the human constitutional rights. So join us at AmericanPromise.net. We will win this struggle, and we'll win it a lot faster if everybody joins in and we win this 28th Amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Our next speaker, now we are about 12 minutes ahead, so maybe I'll get a bonus for that, I don't know. But we're 12 minutes ahead of the schedule, just so you know. Our next speaker is Sean McKessie. Mr. McKessie was the first chief of the SEC whistleblower office and helped establish the processes the office follows and the policies that guide the SEC whistleblower program. His office assessed and reviewed whistleblower tips, evaluated whistleblower award claims, and made whistleblower award recommendations to the Commission. During his 5-year tenure, he was tireless advocate for whistleblowers and an outspoken proponent of the SEC program. He played a key role at the SEC's efforts to protect whistleblowers during the Dodd-Frank anti-retaliation provisions and to punish employers that discouraged employees from reporting wrongdoing to the SEC through employment agreements and other means. Mr. McKessie.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. This is a great group. I can't tell you how many times I say good morning and everyone looks down and I say good morning and then they have to say good morning. So you have avoided that. I do want to say at the outset, you may hear in my voice, I'm a little hoarse. I'm recovering from a head cold. And after last night, I'm very aware of the sniffle effect. So I'm going to do my best to keep my sniffling to a minimum so that you can concentrate on the content of what I say. I'm delighted to be here to talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart, securities law whistleblowing. As was mentioned in the introduction, I was the first chief of the Office of the Whistleblower, and I guess the thing I'm happiest about, given the tenor of some of the speeches so far and some of the vibe in the room, is that I can say that I no longer work at the SEC. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of support for the SEC here in the room. It seems like you guys are really hitting him with the hind. But I'm delighted now to talk about what I think is an extraordinary success story at the SEC, which is the SEC's Office of the Whistleblower. And I say that not at all humbly because I did run the program for the first 5.5 years, was hired as the first chief back in February of 2011. And we'll talk about why I think it's been an extraordinary success in a minute. When I was asked by Mr. Nader to come speak at this conference, Breaking Through Power, it really occurred to me that it's a perfect title for the topic because whistleblowers, in my mind, particularly securities law whistleblowers, can have and are making extraordinary contributions towards breaking through power. And how are they doing that? They're standing up and they're saying, wait a minute, my company's not acting in the appropriate way. They're having the courage to come forward and report it. And thanks to their efforts, which I'll talk about in a minute, there's been extraordinary frauds stopped, prevented. Companies exist today that would not have existed but for the fact that whistleblowers came forward. So whistleblowers are, and I think will continue to play a very extraordinary role in breaking through power and making sure that companies are held accountable. And why is this important? If you think about, in a sports analogy, I'm a big sports fan, the steroids in baseball. And why was it important that we ferreted those out? Well, we had players who were playing by the rules and playing clean, And ultimately, it appeared that they were being disadvantaged to those who were not playing clean. More home runs meant more money. And this created a ripple effect so that everybody felt like, also in the Tour de France, in the cycling, everybody felt like if I'm not cheating, I'm not winning. And if I'm not winning, then why am I participating? And this, I think, is an apt analogy for what's going on, or what could go on, in the securities law field. If it becomes believed, if there is an appearance that a company feels like the only way I can succeed, the only way I can compete against my competitors is I have to lower myself to their level, and I have to cheat, and I have to steal, I have to manufacture earnings, pretend that I have earnings, ask my accountants to come up with new numbers, creative ways to make market expectations, then the whole system will ultimately crumble. And I'm certainly speaking to the choir on this topic. I think there's a lot of understandable skepticism about the credibility of our markets today. And part of that is because there's some suspicions that companies aren't playing by the rules. And I think SEC whistleblowers are going to be looked back upon as heroes in this crusade to level the playing field and to save our markets. People will stop investing in the American system if it gets to the point where people believe that the system is rigged, that it's only for the rich and the famous, and that you can't trust any given company with your money. And if that happens, the whole system collapses. I believe in the system. I believe that the American stock market is the best and most fair, transparent market out there. But I don't believe that everyone is playing by the rules. And I think it's important that the SEC, thanks to Congress, set up a whistleblower program that encourages whistleblowers to come forward. So let's talk a little bit about how did we get here? How did it get to the point where the SEC, Congress decided that the SEC needed to have a whistleblower program? Now, I want to take you back to the Enron and WorldCom days. Companies that very famously actually had whistleblowers, people inside who were very aware that their companies were not playing by the rules. And they were rightly celebrated, Times Persons of the Year back in the early 2000s, because they ultimately came forward and blew the whistle. Unfortunately, they didn't come forward soon enough, or at least their activities did not generate the kind of change that I'm hoping that whistleblowers today are able to do, come forward quicker, so that a fraud that starts as a small fraud maybe becomes a big fraud, but doesn't become bet the company fraud. And back in those days, Congress felt like something had to happen, right? So they passed the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, and under that paradigm, essentially what Congress did was, I think, listening to corporate America saying, okay, we'll give you the tools, corporate America. You can be trusted because you tell us you can, to ferret out wrongdoing and take care of it on your own. So created systems. Yes, Congress required the SEC to pass rules that required companies to set up internal compliance programs, among other things, to have their outside auditors audit the internal compliance function. And basically put tools in place, force companies to put tools in place that if an employee saw something, they had the means to say something. And then the theory was, if companies are aware of it, if you tell us that there's something wrong, we can take care of it. We, corporate America, can take care of it. And so now, and there was a lot of hand-wringing about how that was going to work and how much money it was going to cost and how disastrous it was going to be to competitive advantages because U.S. companies now had to put in robust internal compliance functions and robust anonymous reporting systems. But ultimately, everybody adapted and the world went on. But the problem wasn't solved, was it? So 2002, Sarbanes-Oxley's passed, and now fast forward, we have the worst financial crisis in history, 2007, 2008, 2009. And so Congress decided, okay, corporate America, we gave you your shot. We made you put in these tools and invest in these tools to have your employees feel empowered to come forward. And it didn't work, so we've got to do something else. And I'm delighted to say that Congress decided, among many other things in the Dodd-Frank Act, to pass Section 922, which is the section that required the SEC to set up a whistleblower program, and there's a very great section in there that required them to hire someone to run it, and that led to my job. So I was very, very happy that Congress did that. And people think government doesn't create jobs. I'm here to tell you it created at least one, and I was very pleased to have it. But so the idea is, okay, we need new tools, breaking through power. How do we break through the headwinds against people coming forward? why is it that people who are aware of the fraud at Enron and WorldCom didn't come forward? How do we incentivize them? What kind of tools can we give them to make sure, take the policing of corporate wrongdoing out of the hands of the wrongdoers and put it in the hands of the good, hardworking people, many of whom want to keep their jobs, most of whom are only interested in being loyal to their company, and when they think that things aren't right, they want to say something. They want to report it. And so Congress created the SEC Whistleblower Program that is composed of 3 fundamental aspects, all of which I think are extraordinarily important. And as I said, not too humbly, I think the SEC has implemented it very, very well, and this is an extraordinary success story. So the 3 aspects of the program are confidentiality, anti-retaliation protections, and money. And money is the one that gets the most interest, and I'll talk about that in a second. But let's just briefly go over the others. Confidentiality was an extraordinarily important part of the program, and Congress specifically instructed the SEC that SEC staff may not disclose anything that might directly or indirectly identify a whistleblower unless and until they're required to, for example, if the whistleblower needs to testify in the case. Implementing this part of the program was the single biggest challenge, but the most important challenge that the SEC office undertook in my early days, and educating the enforcement staff that the very first time that there is either a reality or the appearance that a whistleblower comes to the SEC at their own peril because the SEC will be cavalier about having their identity revealed, the program would collapse on its own weight. You know, it's a program that counts on people who see something, feeling empowered to say something. And if a person feels like, when I go to the SEC will be cavalier, and then I'll get fired, then nobody would come forward. And so we spent a lot of time educating enforcement staff on the importance of maintaining confidentiality of whistleblowers, and that extended through the process where we paid people. We saved the SEC, I still say we every once in a while, you'll forgive me for that. The SEC keeps confidentiality even up through the time where they pay whistleblowers life-changing money. You'll see that in their press releases they say very little about who got paid and in connection with what case, and I think it's extraordinarily important. Anti-retaliation is the second leg of the stool, and again, the program will not exist, could not succeed the way it has if an employee felt like, if I see something, I can be fired and the company will not be held accountable for doing so. So for the first time in the SEC's history since 1933, when the SEC was created, for the first time in 2011, Congress gave the SEC the authority to enforce anti-retaliation protections for whistleblowers. And that means that companies now know that if they do something bad to an employee who in good faith comes forward with a potential securities law violation report, they can't take negative action against them because the SEC has the authority to punish them if they do so. And I'm proud to say that on my watch, the SEC brought its first anti-retaliation case in 2014 against a hedge fund in New York whose main broker reported to the SEC that he was being asked to do some shady dealings, self-dealings. And immediately, the chronology was immediate. From the time he notified the company that he had notified the SEC, everything went bad for this person in his job. He was stripped of his duties, stripped of his access to computers, was locked in a room with a stack of trades this big with a yellow highlighter, and told, okay, compliance guy, if you're that concerned, go through 10,000 of trades and highlight the ones that you think are problematic. He said, if you give me access to my computer, I can do it in 30 seconds. They said, no, you got time. Just stay in that office. You got your highlighter. And so he left the company. And I'm very proud to say that not only did the SEC bring an action for the underlying violation that the whistleblower brought, but we also brought charges, or the SEC also brought charges against the company for their retaliatory conduct, and the company paid a significant fine for doing so. I'm not here to make news for the SEC. I don't work there anymore. But I can promise you that that is not the last retaliation case you'll see in the SEC space. Enforcement staff, once a first case is brought under a statute, everyone gets excited about it, enthusiastic about it, and I spent a lot of my time in my last, say, 6 to 8 months talking to enforcement staff around the country about why they should bring a retaliation case, how they should bring it, the resources that we have in place, or the SEC has in place to bring these kinds of cases, and there will be more. Similarly, in this space is what I call pretaliation, which is companies using documents to contract whistleblowers out of the program. So again, the people who passed the rules in this regard were smart enough to say, well, you can't run an SEC program that requires people to come forward if corporate America can then contract out their employees, either through an employment agreement or a severance agreement, and say basically, as a precondition to your employment or a precondition to you taking the severance, you agree you'll never tell the SEC anything that you learned about while you were here. And so Rule 21F17A is part of the SEC's whistleblower regime, and it says that no person shall take any action, including enforcing a confidentiality agreement, to preclude someone from reporting to the SEC. And the SEC has been extraordinarily successful in this space as well, and having brought now 4 cases under 21F17A, 2 in the last month, telling companies that if you say in word or substance you accept a severance or you accept some perk from the company, and in exchange we buy your silence, and you don't put a carve-out in there that says nothing in this agreement says that you can't report a possible securities law violation to the SEC, you're going to be held accountable for it. And the SEC has brought, like I said, 4 cases so far. And again, I'm not here to make press for them, but those are not the last cases we'll see in that space either. And then the last aspect of the program, the one that brings the most attention, I think, is payments. Dodd-Frank says if you're a whistleblower and you help the SEC bring a good action where they get over $1 million in sanctions, you can collect anywhere from 10 to 30% of the amounts that are collected in that action. And I'm very proud to say that in 5.5 years, 34 people were paid over $100 million out of the SEC whistleblower program. I think an extraordinary rate and number of people being paid, an extraordinary amount of money being paid to reward people who made the hard decision to come forward and break through power and speak to their companies and say, I'm not comfortable with what you're doing and how you're doing it. And this $100 million that's been paid out was across about 30 cases, and they covered the full spectrum of kinds of violations, Ponzi schemes, offering frauds. Every possible kind of security law violation has been reported by these important, brave whistleblowers, and they've been rewarded for doing so. And one of the things that I'm most proud of is, $100 million is a lot of money to pay to people for doing the right thing. But it incentivized people to come forward who might not have otherwise. And since then, since the program was initiated, the SEC has received over 14,000 tips in less than 6 years. So it's working. It's sending a message. If you see something, you say something, the SEC will protect you. They'll maintain your confidentiality. And by the way, you can be paid. The underlying number that I'm most proud of in connection, I was very proud to pay $100 million out as quickly as we were able to. But the number I was most proud of is in connection with the cases, just the 20-plus cases brought to the SEC's attention by the whistleblowers who were paid. Just those cases have resulted in over $500 million in penalties and sanctions against companies. Think about that. $500 million in less than 5 years, thanks to 20-plus people who came forward under the SEC program. Included in that $500,000 is over $350 million that has been collected in disgorgement. And what is disgorgement? That's money that the SEC orders companies to pay back to people who were victimized by a fraud. So over $364 million has gone back into victims' pockets thanks to the efforts of 20-plus whistleblowers under the whistleblower program. So the program is off to a very, very strong start. I think it's been extraordinarily successful. I'm very honored, having now left the SEC, to have joined a law firm, Phillips & Cohen, that represents whistleblowers and encourages them to come forward. And if you see something, say something. And at the end of the day, when people ask me, how do you get somebody to come forward? Are you anti-America, anti-corporate by representing whistleblowers? And I think it's quite to the contrary. I think it's important that whistleblowers know that if you work for a company, your company could be Enron, your company could be WorldCom. And so if you see something, say something, because the job you save may be your own. And the pension that you save may be your grandmother's or your grandfather's. I had a good friend who worked for MCI, and then it was bought out by WorldCom, and all employees were forced to put all of their 401k money in company stock. And when that company went under, he lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he was just one person. And that's the kind of thing that needs to change, and that's the kind of thing that whistleblowers can help change, breaking through power by coming forward. And I'm very proud to say that the SEC has set up a very extraordinarily successful program in the early days. And I think 10 to 15, 20 years from now, we'll look back and say that was a real game changer. The chair of the SEC has called it such. The head of the Division of Enforcement has called it as such. I took the job because I thought it could change the game. I think it's changing the game and will continue to do so in the future. I thank you very much for your time and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Sean. Our next speaker is Rob Magara from the AFL-CIO Office of Investment. He's Labor Movement's chief spokesman on workers' compensation. Rob has extensive background in healthcare reform. Prior to his work at the AFL-CIO, Magara was a staff attorney and later director of the first union public policy department at the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal. Thank you. There, he wrote the original proposal for President Clinton's Commission on Patients' Rights and launched the union's successful drive to organize all clerical and technical workers at Harvard University. May I give you Rob Magara.
Thank you very much. And I want to particularly thank Ralph Nader in the back here. He gave me my first job out of law school years ago and set me on this path. And I've tried to make it work in the labor movement. And I think you'll see that we've had some interesting results. Let's see, how do I work this thing? Do you just click this thing? Is that how you go here? Okay, here we go. I want to move it ahead. This all begins, particularly the issue of justice and shareholder rights. And we've heard about, these are our companies. We own these companies. Labor union members have over $3.5 trillion invested their retirement savings. It's deferred income in the capital markets. So we own these companies, but as you can see, and Justice Brandeis wrote about this many, many years ago, before the big crash of '29, that frankly, these companies do not particularly want to reveal and speak the truth to the people who own the companies. As he said, publicity is justly recommended as a remedy for social and industrial diseases. Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants, and electric light the most effective, efficient policeman. Well, when they wrote in the New Deal, and Justice Brandeis was on the court, but the history shows that he was regularly consulting in the drafting of the Securities Acts and working with Felix Frankfurter, who was then a professor up at Harvard Law School. One of the key things that they recognized was that great corporations were, by reason of their personal contacts with their shareholders, constantly aware in the old days of their responsibilities. But as management became divorced from ownership and came under the control of banking groups, men forgot that they were dealing with the savings of men, and the making of profits became an impersonal thing. When men do not know the victims of their aggression, they are not always conscious of their wrongs. These are basically right out of the legislative history. Well, the SEC was chartered under Section 14 of the Act, the 34 Act, and one of the elements that it put down was that the proxy and proxy materials had to accurately disclose whether shareholders were even making proposals. Companies would routinely just ignore that, not even allow them to speak at meetings. And so the SEC rules under 14A began to describe and require companies to specifically describe who was going to present a proposal, what the topic was. Now, immediately, the question was, well, what the heck are these topics going to be? And the director of the Division of Corporation Finance at the SEC said, well, proposals that deal with general political or social or economic matters are not, within the meaning of the rule, proper subjects for action by security holders. So that appeared at the beginning to be seen as a way to block proposals that would deal with justice and accountability at the company, because they would be deemed to be ordinary business. But let's just jump ahead here and look. In 1949, the workers at AT&T got together and said, wait a minute, the company's cutting our pension benefits. We need to bring this, we own the company stock, we want to bring this before the annual meeting. Well, needless to say, they ran smack dab into this ordinary business rule, and their proposal was shelved. But I want to fast forward now to 1968, when the Medical Committee for Human Rights recognized, and we all did, you've all seen that incredible picture of that young girl running in Vietnam with napalm, her village having been napalm. Dow Chemical made napalm. And the Medical Committee for Human Rights, Quentin Young, who passed away just this past year, who was a wonderful friend and a good friend of Ralph's and Sid Wolf's and mine, got together and filed a shareholder proposal at Dow that said the company should not make and sell napalm, that it was bad for the company's reputation, and that frankly was a serious issue that needed to be addressed by shareholders. It was not, in fact, an ordinary business issue. Well, this got to the SEC. The SEC deferred to the corporate counsel's interpretation, who said, well, this is an ordinary business matter. We decide what kind of products we sell. The issue went all the way What do I need to do to get this thing jammed? Here we go. And it went all the way up to the Supreme Court in a 1972 decision where it was dismissed. But what had happened in the meantime was that the company was forced by pressure and public opinion, there are plenty of news articles on this, to deal with this issue. There were student demonstrations. In other words, raising it as a shareholder proposal, even though it wasn't at first successful, was a way to bring this right before the company and to get the issue and force company to change. Now, GM is a company that we know a person here in the back has had a lot of dealings with in the past. And in fact, GM itself was subject of early shareholder proposals by the Episcopal Church. In fact, in 1971, they filed a proposal that said that until such time as apartheid is abolished, GM should withdraw its business from South Africa. Well, this proposal generated an enormous amount of attention, as you might imagine. Leon Sullivan, some of you may recall, was on the board of GM. He was the first African-American director of the company. And he, at the annual meeting, literally got down off the stage and went down on the floor and spoke in favor of the proposal. It forced GM to begin to at least recognize that there were serious issues in its business dealings in South Africa, and it began to launch the movement that later led to major changes in, frankly, corporate as well as U.S. policy on it. Now, the SEC played a very passive role in this and first deferring to the companies. But ultimately, they concluded, and Campaign GM had many of these issues before it as well, that expanded disclosure was not clearly significant. In other words, it was material to investors. So they began to not require, in the response to a petition that was filed by NRDC, to deal with these issues. In other words, the SEC took another backdoor. We've heard this many times during this discussion today. Well, about this same time, and you can imagine in 1971, you can see on the left here Justice Lewis Powell. Justice Lewis Powell wrote a memorandum for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in which he said the American economic system is under broad attack. Well, you can see just a couple of shareholder proposals showing this, but there were demonstrations. Ralph Nader was in full swing. In fact, the Wall Street Journal would regularly write about how GM was being bullied by him. And Powell went on and said, businesses have to learn the lesson that they need to mobilize for political combat. He said, political power is necessary, and such power must be assiduously cultivated, and when necessary, it must be used aggressively and with determination, without embarrassment and without the reluctance which has been so. Just wanted to get back to that slide if I could. There. Moreover, he stressed, the critical ingredient for success would be organization. Strength lies in organization, said Powell, in careful long-range planning and implementation, inconsistency of action over an indefinite period of years in the scale of financing available only through joint effort and in the political power available only through united action and national organizations. Well, we know the rest of this. We can in fact look, and Justice Rehnquist, of course, was there at the time. Look what's happened economically. This is a recent chart that shows you what's happened to incomes since Lewis Powell set the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Roundtable, and the corporate assault on incomes in this country. We all know what it's resulted. We have the worst income disparities in any capitalist country in the world. Frankly, we are in a very serious spot. You saw this in the discussions last night. But how does this get back to the shareholder proposal question? Well, these issues did not go away. In fact, when the SEC began to start reviewing these issues during the Carter administration, they said, we need to really relook at the ordinary business issue. How do we deal with shareholder proposals that are routine business, and should we create, in fact, a two-part test? And they did. Well, they determined that if it's pure ordinary business, we'll exclude it. In other words, we won't let shareholders present it to the company. But if it involved a substantial policy or other consideration, the proposal conceivably could get on the proxy. So at Dayton-Hudson, a report to shareholders was requested on the company's efforts in areas of equal employment opportunity and progress in purchasing from minority-owned vendors. And it was asked to publicize its equal employment opportunity practices. At Cracker Barrel, some of you may recall, in 1991, its stores in Alabama fired employees who were gay. And there were marches, there were picket signs, and the SEC stumbled once again. It said, well, this is another matter of routine operations of the company. We'll take a pass on it. Well, the outcry was so significant, though, that the SEC was forced to review and revise its position. So by 1998, they actually had created an opening that provided for proposals on significant policy issues. Now, this is something that I have a little bit of interest in because I began to work on these questions at the AFL-CIO in our Office of Investment, and we realized that healthcare was a critical issue for the company. We were, GM had not yet gone bankrupt, but it was well on the way, and everybody knew that corporations were spending virtually $1,000 per person just to cover the cost of uninsured people. So we needed to do something about it, and we needed to break the deadlock that had always taken place, and it still takes place. We have business trade associations in Washington that claim that they're the single sole voice, as Lewis Powell was urging them to do, and said that they were the sole voice of corporations. Well, shareholders know that the company is owned by them, and in fact, the company needs to speak out on issues that are, frankly, a significant policy issue. The SEC recognized it. So what we did is came up with language that was general enough, but would force the companies to at least begin to adopt their own principles for health reform. And that's what this was. We used the Institute of Medicine, and we went to 29 of the Fortune 100 companies. Well, I want to show you what some of the results were here. If I can make this thing go forward. The SEC, and this was actually in the Bush administration, in the Corporation Finance, said, yes, this is a significant policy issue, and companies must deal with it, put it on their proxy, or they must, and we were able to convince them, you want to put it on your proxy? Fine. We'll come to the meeting and we'll make an issue of this. On the other hand, some companies, and GM resisted this, incidentally. ExxonMobil said to us, well, we're going to be wealthy forever. We can always provide health care to everyone. And we said, look at General Motors today. In 1947, Walter Reuther, who was the head of the United Auto Workers, went to the company and said, we can go to Washington and we can get universal health insurance passed. And the GM said, that's socialism, we'll never go for it. We'll be wealthy as forever. So I pointed this out to ExxonMobil, and believe it or not, ExxonMobil actually adopted principles for health reform. The Chamber of Commerce quickly jumped on this and said, oh my God, this is a travesty. And as you can see, Tom Donahue, who's still there at the Chamber, immediately wrote to Chris Cox at the SEC and said, this has got to stop. This is an abuse of the proxy. This is not an issue. This is a political issue. Well, frankly, this was an economic issue for every single company. As I say, GM went bankrupt, and it's very clear that any company that doesn't deal with this issue is going to be paying out endlessly for the costs of the uninsured, because these costs automatically get put back in. So not only did his pressure fail at the SEC, though, but he did go to the Labor Department and put in restrictive language that did have some impact on shareholder proposals. But frankly, we think we've still got the edge on this question. Let me just flip ahead here if I can. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with this stupid thing. Is there some way I need to hit a different button or something? Isn't this terrible? It gets stuck on Tom Donahue. It's such a... Let me see. Oh, here we go. These are all the companies that actually did adopt principles for health reform. That's quite a big list, frankly. These are all Fortune 100 companies. They're not your normal thing, and you can see why it would drive the Chamber of Commerce absolutely bonkers. The Business Roundtable was forced actually to go in support of health reform. President Obama took advantage of this, brought in various CEOs to the White House. They were eager to appear with him in the Roosevelt Room and the Rose Garden, and they began to visibly show their support. Not all, of course. The Chamber still ran its ads, and health insurance companies still worked aggressively to kill the public option. But the bottom line is we made progress. We got something done, and got something done that has provided cost savings for corporations, and frankly, 20 million new people in America now have health insurance. It's not the best plan. It's not single payer, which is something that Ralph and I and many of you, I'm sure, would like to see in effect. But you know, we make progress in America very incrementally sometimes, and that's a good example. What did the Chamber also do? They began to hire consulting firms, Navigant Consulting, and argue, well, we find that there's little conclusive evidence that shareholder proposals tangibly improve firm value, and that given the cost, they claim that each shareholder proposal costs upwards of $50,000 for them to handle. Bogus figures, but frankly, we have the facts on our side, and you can see at issues of this kind, they improve the corporate posture, they improve the corporate market, they improve the reputation of the company, and frankly, they go right to the bottom line. Now, what's the next big issue that's hitting us right now? And it's in the papers in the Times, in fact, today. Climate change. Well, shareholders recognize that this is an issue that is obviously going to hit the bottom line. Corporations have what we now term stranded assets. ExxonMobil has vast resources that they have not even bothered to account for. So we filed proposals at ExxonMobil, at global companies all over the world, using the Paris Agreement, and asked them to disclose their stranded assets. ExxonMobil's resisted, but the SEC, to its credit, recognizes this is a significant policy issue and has kept it on the proxy. As I mentioned, there's a story in the Times this morning about how congressional Republicans, at the behest of ExxonMobil and other companies, have put in a language in a rider that says, oh my God, this budget that must pass to keep the government open must delete any authority for the SEC to look at this question of climate disclosures from companies. The guidance that was issued in 2010 by the SEC would be withdrawn if this rider stays in the bill. Now, this issue is too important, frankly, even for the pillars of the establishment to ignore. Here you have Michael Bloomberg, and on his left, Mark Carney, the governor of the Bank of England. He's for the G20 commissioned the Financial Stability Board to set up a task force on climate-related financial disclosures. This will be available probably by the end of the year. They will be voluntary, but what this stands for is a major achievement, frankly, once it comes forward, because it's forcing companies to deal and address the issue. ExxonMobil's even potentially facing SEC investigation. You've heard about some of the attorneys general efforts, and ExxonMobil trying to assert its corporate personhood, its free speech rights not to have to reveal what its private thoughts are on climate change. I mean, these are absurd arguments, and they frankly are being more and more recognized as absurd. Now, this is business, labor, independent ideological organizations, I should say, and other corporate spending. We heard about Citizens United from that excellent presentation and corporate personhood. Look what happened after the decision came down, and look how business spending has skyrocketed. Even Justice Powell, I think, would roll over in his grave to think what's going on now. This has reached the point where it's a crisis in our democracy, and we can't, frankly, afford to have this go on. What are we doing about it as shareholders? Well, Public Citizen, for example, is in the lead and has a campaign that over, I believe it's 85 allied investors are involved in. We have a petition before the SEC that we filed back in 2011. It's gotten over 1.2 million comments on it, a record in the history of the SEC, asking companies, the SEC to require companies to disclose their corporate political spending. And at the same time, we're filing shareholder proposals year after year after year, and it's one of the most frequent shareholder proposals on the proxy. We've gotten over 50 companies to withdraw from the American Legislative Exchange Council, which is this right-wing, horrible organization that was responsible for the gun laws that killed Trayvon Martin, which routinely opposes climate change or any efforts around moving into renewable energy in the state legislature. These are reputational risks for companies, and they know it. Many of the directors, when we file these proposals, say to us, good Lord, I had no idea that we were putting our money in this kind of activity. Our government affairs people in Washington must have been doing this. We didn't even know. Well, you can see that disclosure can help, and it can also help the company and, frankly, its shareholders. Now, the Wall Street Journal, I just thought I'd give you a little bit of a flavor here in case you haven't seen these. Look what they do. They immediately flip out and say, well, now here's a new batch of politicized shareholder resolutions. The unreported story is a long-planned political campaign to stop companies from exercising their free speech rights. Well, this is really kind of a joke, but frankly, they'll use it as long, frankly, as it's the law of the land through Citizens United, and they'll throw it around. You can see in Congress right now, Lisa Gilbert, who I think is here, is probably running out to work on this issue. There's another rider, and the leading Democrats, from Harry Reid, Chuck Schumer on down, are strongly opposed to this rider that McConnell has put in that would ban the SEC from doing even the slightest research work to put out a rule on corporate political spending. And even President Obama, at least through his press spokesman, has said that he may veto the bill if that rider's in there, and they are risking a potential government shutdown. But think of this. This all started with shareholder proposals at individual companies, and this has now reached, on climate change and on corporate political spending, a very major point in our country's history. Are we going to shut the government down over this question? What's going to happen? Who's going to blink? I can't tell you what will be happening, but I can tell you that these forces are not going away. I just put in a slide to give you some sense of how we in the labor movement address some of these. Corporate spending, of course, on lobbying and political, I've mentioned. Human rights is a huge area. We all know that workers' rights, frankly, in this country and around the world are constantly being violated in supply chains. They're being violated every day because workers' laws on labor have not been revised since the early 1950s. The courts are stacked with justices that have, frankly, put down the rights of workers to even have organization. The Business Roundtable, this is John Engler, very worried. We have to do an initiative to repeal shareholder proxy access. We have to do everything we can to stop the flood of these horrible proposals that disadvantage poor corporate CEOs. And more important, we now have taken this to the next level where we have a major campaign, the 50-50 Climate Coalition, that is actually putting proposals and gotten over 200 companies and will soon be running directors for boards, for electing them to the boards, people who know about climate change, and put them on the board of ExxonMobil rather than this ideological nonsense that we're constantly facing. In other words, we're bringing reality to corporate America, and we're going to keep doing it because it's in our interest as investors, and it's in the public interest, frankly, to have this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker, Lloyd Constantine, is the counsel of Constantine Cannon LLP, a commercial litigation firm in New York, Washington, and London with an internationally acclaimed antitrust practice. Lloyd was senior advisor to the governor of New York from 2007 and January 2007 until April 2008. Lloyd was also lead counsel for the plaintiffs in the landmark Visa check master money antitrust litigation, which resulted in a $3.4 billion monetary settlement and an historic injunction, which the court valued as providing upwards of $87 billion in benefits for U.S. merchants and consumers. Lloyd.
Thank you. I promised three things. I'll get you out to lunch early, and I'll make it short because the previous speakers have really paved the way for the project that I'm going to present here. The last thing I'll say in preface is that the first two rules of Fight Club is that you don't talk about Fight Club. Some of you understand. So I'm here to talk about the Penny Brigade. The Penny Brigade will aggregate 1 cent per share contributions from shareholders owning a tiny portion of the trillions of outstanding shares in large U.S. corporations in order to deploy a full-time professional shareholder representative at each of the S&P 500 companies. These shareholder representatives will do one thing. They will look out for shareholder interests and concerns on matters such as dividends, executive compensation, proposals for stock buybacks, corporate inversions, honest accounting standards, SEC and other compliance protocols, and concerning the long-term, not short-term, but long-term value of each company to its owners and to society. So 45 years ago, my Columbia Law School professor, and since we're all beating up on the SEC, he was a former SEC chair, he taught us how corporations regularly diluted the power of shareholders holding a majority of equity by creating different classes of stock, some more equal than others, as George Orwell would have put it. Sadly, on that same day that he taught us that, my professor told us that Adolf Berle, scheduled to guest teach the next week, had died. It was bitterly ironic since Berle and Gardner Means, in their classic book, The Modern Corporation, published in 1932, systematically had analyzed the growing separation of ownership and control in American corporations. And they said, quote, "Owners most emphatically will not be served by a profit-seeking, controlling group." And to return corporate control to owners, they advocated for shareholder rights and prerogatives, most of which were never enacted after that 1932 classic. Now today, average shareholders, including individuals, pension funds, labor unions, academic endowments, and mutual funds with large and often majority stakes, are far more separated from control than owners were in Adolf Berle's time. In 2016, shareholders are largely powerless to influence, let alone direct actions, by insulated management groups within each corporation. And I was listening carefully to the gentleman from the UAW, so obviously there are important exceptions. I'm not going to throw around too many corporate names, and I won't do that because, as I was introduced, I'm an antitrust litigator who earns and has earned a living representing many of our largest corporations, including, in one case alluded to, the largest corporation in the world against a cartel of U.S. banks, resulting in an injunction and a cash payout that the district court and the Second Circuit determined was the largest antitrust settlement in American history and the largest civil settlement of any kind. So I'm familiar with the corporate world. I've defended them. I've prosecuted them. I was in government for a long time. However, since suing rather than defending banks has been my practice, I can and will mention one, Wells Fargo, of recent ignominy. After the $185 million settlement in shareholder money is paid, with no admission of culpability, and after Carrie Tolstedt, who headed the Wells Fargo unit that fraudulently opened 2 million consumer accounts, departs with $125 million more of shareholder money, and with Wells CEO John Stumpf's thanks for being a, quote, standard bearer of our culture and, quote, a champion of our customers. After that, and after all the righteous indignation is expressed by Senator Warren and echoed by others at last week's hearing on a bipartisan basis, not much will change. They will berate and beat their breasts until the next revelation of massive consumer fraud, of accounting scandal, of economically incoherent and fee-generated merger or acquisition, of the next stock buyback in lieu of distributing mountains of cash to shareholders as dividends, of the next corporate inversion shipping U.S. tax dollars and jobs abroad. Senate hearings will not change this, nor fines from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and other government watchdogs. To just name 3 more banks, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan Chase, and Citigroup have paid more than $130 billion in settlements since 2009 for their role in bringing the U.S. economy to the brink of a second Great Depression. And there's no evidence of any significant change in the corporate culture or in the executive suites, still occupied by people like Jamie Dimon at Chase and John Stumpf at Wells Fargo. Now, I think it was Nell Minow spoke before, it reminded me of something. I didn't want to engage in war stories, but it was just too pertinent. In one case in my career, which amplifies my points about the separation of ownership and management, and of a common management ploy to aggrandize their power and their wealth divorced from and to the detriment of the shareholders, that's the management-motivated and fee-driven merger or acquisition. And another speaker mentioned the disastrous MCI WorldCom merger, which was one like that as well. In 1997 and 1998, I litigated an antitrust case in the Rocket Docket. For lawyers here, that's over in the Eastern District of Virginia. They do cases fast. They'll take a 5-year case and do it in 8 months. And I litigated that case against the then high-flying America Online, AOL, that had risen to prominence on an all-you-can-eat offering of internet service, provider services, and content that they could not and did not fulfill. My clients, 2 little guys, Rupert and James Murdoch. I won't go into the facts except to say that AOL folded on the day the case was scheduled to go to trial before Judge Leone Brinkema, a really tough jurist, and paying more and conceding more than we originally demanded, mostly to shield the rotten basis of AOL's business from the sunlight of the courtroom. On the day I deposed AOL's chair, CEO, Steve Case, he sold 15% of his AOL shares. And after the trial, when AOL merged with an incredibly acquired Time Warner, just think about that. AOL acquired Time Warner. David swallowed Goliath. The minnow, acquired the whale. Time Warner, which had a huge business. No executive, on that day, on the day that the merger was consummated, no executive of AOL other than Steve Case, not Bob Pittman or Ted Leonsis, who are of local fame and sports ownership, etc., none owned more than $850,000 in AOL stock. The management, the top management of AOL. And on that same day, Case had relatively minor holdings of AOL. And no one at Time Warner or the investment community seemed to notice this. Not AOL's shareholders, not Time Warner's shareholders. And if they had, or if they did notice, there was really nothing for them to do with that unequivocal information. And the rationale for that merger or acquisition and its disastrous results are the stuff of history and B-school case studies, as is MCI, as is the MCI WorldCom merger. Shareholder representation and power is the precise tool that can redirect corporate activity toward the true long-term interests and concerns of owners, like some of the concerns that were presented by the gentleman from the UAW. A powerful example of how a shareholder initiative focused on one corporation achieved its objectives is Cisco, which had been sitting on some $45 billion in cash without declaring a dividend. After Ralph Nader confronted Cisco with the idea of a penny brigade, both general and specific to Cisco, Deus ex machina, a 3.1% dividend was declared. Truly radical, distributing corporate assets to its owners. As I said, there are trillions of shares outstanding. If only 1 penny per year per share is contributed by holders of just 10 billion of those trillions of shares, a full-time professional representing shareholder interests can be deployed at each of the S&P 500. That professional will be accountable to the shareholders and to each company contributing shareholders group. And it's different than, this company and that company, the list up there. One full-time woman or man, professional, expert in this area, focused, laser-like at each of those companies all the time. And that's just the beginning of this. As far back as 2002, Ralph worked with the late Senator Paul Wellstone of Minnesota on legislation to create a checkoff mechanism for shareholders amenable to aggregating these small voluntary contributions for purposes like that of the Penny Brigade. And currently, Representative Keith Ellison has sponsored a similar proposal. A mechanism analogous to the $1 tax return checkoff for funding political campaigns is a simple and logical approach to not merely funding the Penny Brigade at its initial goals of $100 million annually, deploying 500 full-time professional shareholder representatives, but far, far exceeding those numbers as this simple and powerful tool begins to work, because that initial funding is only a tiny, tiny portion of outstanding shares. A start must be and has been made. Ralph Nader has personally committed 1% of his net worth for 3 successive years towards seeding this project. And I myself have already donated several million of my pennies towards getting the brigade up and running. It is a concept so simple, so logical, and easy to explain that I speak about it with nearly everyone I come into contact with, and recommend that you, all of you, do the same. I, as all of the people speaking at the Breaking Through Power conference, are committed beyond our 15 minutes at the podium to the long-term success of our subjects and projects. So if you want help in any way, if you want help or if you want to help in any way, financially or otherwise, in advancing the Penny Brigade and its objectives, please contact me, Lloyd Constantine, that's my name, @gmail.com, real simple. And before we break for lunch, I want to thank Ralph for his continuing, tireless, and visionary work for this country. I had many dispiriting days at law school, like the one I described in my comments. The only things that kept me in school and hanging in were my clients in a legal services internship and the example that Ralph Nader set for law students and young lawyers then, and has continued to set in the near half-century since. Over the years, I've worked with Ralph on defending the antitrust laws through the Airlie House Conference and the American Antitrust Institute, which he established, as his co-conspirator and co-witness in Supreme Court confirmation hearings, as a witness at the Microsoft conference that Ralph convened that fostered the state and federal antitrust actions against the operating system monopolists who then threatened to stifle innovation in internet services providers, middleware, and applications markets. And today, with the Penny Brigade, Ralph is first among the unreasonable people whose vision, dedication, and drive result in most of the progress we achieve. And so I want to thank him for that, and I want to thank you guys too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers. We are now breaking for lunch with the caution to be back here promptly at 1:20 to hear Jack Bogle kick off the afternoon. Thank you.
Here we are. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to the people who are watching it streamed live around the country. Today, it's my pleasure to introduce John Bogle, who is commonly described as the great man of common people's investor. He has pioneered so many areas and has consistently demonstrated that he keeps learning, and he's a pioneer, and he's an innovator, and he's been very consistent in what his yardsticks for his life's work are, which is to protect shareholders, investors, whether they're through institutional investment or individual. What's interesting about him is that his range is truly stupendous in an age of specialization. He's written about 12 books. One of my favorite is called Clash of Cultures, Investment versus Speculation. And that was released in 2012. And you consider that these huge pools of capital are supposed to be for investment. And back in the 1930s, the economist John Maynard Keynes was warning that too much of the money was going into speculation, not investment. What would he say today? He graduated from Princeton. He had a senior thesis, which he turned into part of his life's work, which is always gratifying to his professors. He founded the Vanguard Mutual Fund, which is now the largest mutual fund in the world, exceeding Fidelity. He started the first index mutual fund to show that investments can be stable over the long run and not be so subject to individual share speculation. There's so much to say about him, but I just want to mention an article in the New York Times on him. He could have been a very, very, very rich man. He's just a rich man. By choice, because the article in the New York Times, it's titled, Having Enough But Hungry for More. So all these people piling up millions, and then they want more millions, and then they want more millions. And so they featured John Bogle with the quote, I am not saying in any way that I've taken vows of poverty. I just don't need any more. End quote. And by not needing any more, he gave enormous depth to the quality of his life, because he was free to do important things for hundreds of millions of shareholders and investors who needed his guidance. And he's been a one-man wrecking crew against these gouging fees that mutual funds charge, and over time eat enormously into what would ordinarily have been gains through just these fees every time stocks are bought and sold, etc. And has he ever written material on that? And he's into all kinds of new media, social media. I'm totally in awe of John Bogle, and they call him Jack, because when he emptied the seat at Princeton University in 1951 June, I filled it in September 51 June as a freshman. And so we have a common background, but the difference is he uses modern technology and I still use an Underwood typewriter. John Bogle.
Thank you, Ralph. Always nice to be introduced by a younger alumnus. And I couldn't help thinking from that quote, which I'd totally forgotten in the Times. I'm sure it's accurate. But if you want to read more about it, you can read my book, Enough, which, to make matters even more interesting, that was written about maybe 2005, something like that. And it has a sequel that came out, a sort of sequel. a year ago. I was quite stunned to read about it in the New York Times Book Review. And the book was called Never Enough. And it was about Donald Trump. We could call that progress, or maybe I should say, you could call that progress. I wouldn't call it progress, but there we are. My title today, Fiduciary Duties as if Shareholders Mattered, and I'm always delighted to speak on the subject, fiduciary duties. I'm not so sure about the phrase, as if shareholders mattered. Of course shareholders matter. As a group, our nation's investors own the corporations that they hold shares in, and they can control these corporations whenever they want to. But they don't seem to want to. Quoting Shakespeare, always a good idea. Aye, there's the rub. I've been thinking and writing about the subject of fiduciary duty ever since I wrote that senior thesis that Ralph mentioned back in Princeton in 1951. And the subject of that thesis was the then fledgling mutual fund industry. The title, The Economic Role of the Investment Company. Remarkably, is a chapter in that ancient thesis that sets the stage for my remarks today. My chapter 4, quote, as an influence on corporations, investment companies as an influence on corporate management, begins with this conclusion. There is no reason that a mutual fund should refrain from exerting its influence where necessary on corporate policy. I then cite the endorsement of that position by the Securities and Exchange Commission as expressed in its 1940 report to Congress, which called on funds to serve the useful role, I'm quoting here, of representatives of the great number of inarticulate and ineffective individual investors in industrial corporations in which mutual funds are also interested. Conclusion, my conclusion in that chapter, mutual funds, quote, seem destined to fulfill that crucial segment of their economic role. Oh, callow youth. Oh, college boy idealism. As we now know, the expectations of that inexperienced young thesis writer and of the SEC of that day have all gone unrealized. In 1951, when funds and other institutions held 3% of the shares of our corporation, that limited power was, I think, understandably latent. Now, are we there? Yes, there we are. Institutional investors, dominated by mutual funds, hold 70% of all U.S. equities, but their power still remains latent and unexercised largely. So yes, as the nation's principal owners of equities, holding effective control over corporate America, of course mutual funds and pension funds and endowment funds matter as shareholders, but they don't act like they matter. But today they're encouraging signs of the beginning of a great awakening by mutual funds and other institutions to act as faithful fiduciaries. I'll address that good idea in my concluding remarks. There is no better word than passive to describe the attitude of institutional investors during the recent era. Benjamin Graham got it right in 1949 in The Intelligent Investor. Years of experience have taught us that the only way to inspire the American stockholder to any independently intelligent action would be by exploding a firecracker under him. Half a century later, when a sort of firecracker exploded, the silence of the funds remained deafening. As I wrote in The Battle for the Soul of Capitalism in 2005, among 17,000 responses, 17,000, to a 2003 SEC proposal to grant limited access to proxies to permit institutions to nominate corporate directors, no large shareholder demanded more substantial access, and most didn't even bother to comment. A few that did even argued for more stringent limitations on access. Now, I was not amused by this industry's failure, to walk through the door that the SEC had opened. For I've consistently made clear my position that mutual funds and other institutional money managers have a fiduciary duty to vote their proxies responsibly, prudently, and in the interest of their shareholders. Mutual funds, as I say, must speak out on the governance of our nation's corporations. How? First, citing that chapter, quote, demand that our financial intermediaries put the interests of those whom they serve as their first and overriding priority. Simply put, our investment manager agents must honor their fiduciary duty to their principals, largely mutual fund shareholders and pension beneficiaries. What would that require? Bob Monks told us in his monograph, Capitalism Without Owners Will Fail. He laid out a number of requirements, of which these three I thought were the most relevant. One, Bob Monks speaking, a requirement that all fiduciaries must act solely in the long term, keyword, interest of their beneficiaries. Two, an affirmation by the government, federal government, that an effective shareholder presence in all public companies is in the national interest. Three, a demand that any ownership structure of fund managers that entails conflicts of interest be eliminated. I'll talk about that in a few seconds. Here I want to add that Bob Monks is the largely unsung hero of our movement toward shareholder activism. He's been fighting this battle for as long as I can remember. In a 2012 speech, Corporate Capture of the United States, the passionate, brilliant, and articulate Bob Monks concludes, only the owners of corporations can create the accountability that will ultimately unwind the knot of corporate capture. So, we all know what needs to be done to unwind that knot, to bring our corporations under the control of their owners, to assure that our corporations are operated solely in the interest of their shareholders, not in the interest of their executive directors. What do we need to do? We need to awaken these controlling institutions to their fiduciary duty to their own principles. And yet again, there's the rub. The majority, I don't know how many of you have thought about it, it's gotten very, very little attention. The majority of those financial institutions are themselves corporations. Most have their own set of public shareholders, largely owned and controlled by banks and other financial conglomerates. This is the result of something that happened way back in 1958, and it's almost entirely ignored. The U.S. Supreme Court decision that effectively allowed management companies to sell their fiduciary duties, sell the capitalized value of their fiduciary duties and trusteeship to outside buyers. It made no sense then, and it makes no sense now. But that is the state of the industry. To state the obvious, the officers and directors of these two firms, these firms have not one, but two sets of fiduciary duties. One to the shareholders of the management company, clearly, and two to the shareholders of the mutual funds that they can also control. Their ownership structure, in Bob Monk's words, entails conflicts of interest that must be eliminated. These conflicted institutional investors have ignored Luke 16. No man can serve two masters. To which Luke adds, ominously, for he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one, and despise the other. And since the owners of the manager control both the fund manager and the funds themselves, it is these owners that reap the huge rewards that are available in the field of investment management for institutions. One need not ponder which master it is that gets the devotion. I won't get into the despise part. Even without the conflicted publicly owned corporate structure that characterizes the majority of large mutual funds, the general structure of corporate ownership today is really bad. When fund managers are publicly held, think about this for a minute, a weird, truly weird consequence comes about. We own each other. Think about that. We own each other. Vanguard is the largest holding of J.P. Morgan Chase and T. Rowe Price, and the 10th largest holder of BlackRock is the BlackRock funds. Now, how do they vote? I have no idea. That's an interesting conflict. But even without that, we have become a double agency system. In the earlier era, with free market resolution of principals on each side, each operating in their own self-interest, benefited our society as a whole. Call it Adam Smith's invisible hand. That system is no longer the modus operandi. It has been replaced by a new system which is not principal versus principal, but agent versus agent. And they each look after their own interests. I coined the phrase, the double agency society, all by myself to describe the situation. And in The Clash of the Cultures, my book on advocacy, there's a chapter called The Double Agency Society and the Happy Conspiracy. Sadly, I have yet to see, maybe it will change today, a single citation anywhere of my double agency formulation, but I stick with it anyway, as you can probably imagine. I am lonely, but not alone in my concerns. A 2000 essay in the Journal of Corporation Law called specific attention to the agency problems in money management, called Toward Common Sense and Common Ground. You couldn't have a better ally than Leo Strine, then the chairman of the Chancellor of the Delaware Courts of Chancery, and now Chief Justice of the Delaware Supreme Court. His paper tackled the conflicts of interest, I'm quoting here, by the separation of ownership from control in the modern diffused ownership corporation, ultimately associated with the general problems of agency. This excerpt captures the essence of his argument. Quote, for powerful reasons, individual investors invest in the market primarily through intermediaries. It is these intermediaries who determine how the capital of these investors are put to work and owned for their own benefit and are used to influence the management of public corporations. As much as corporate law scholars fetishize the agency costs that flow from the separation of ownership and control in operating companies, they have been amazingly quiet about the separation of ownership from ownership. The separation of ownership from ownership. The equity of public corporations is owned not by their end users and investors, as I pointed out, by another form of agency, a mutual fund or other institutional investor. These intermediaries vote corporate stock, and no longer are the equity holders of public corporations diffuse and weak. Instead, they represent a new form and powerful form of agency which presents its own risks, and it does, to both individual investors and more generally to the best interests of our nation. End of quote from Chief Justice Strine. Yes, we now have a new and more powerful form of agency, but these investors have failed to exercise their innate power, a sea change ignored as time has gone on in recent years by almost every gatekeeper in our investment system, including Congress, the judiciary, the SEC, the Federal Reserve, the rating agencies, our public accountants, the financial press, our securities analysts, our corporate directors, and even our corporate shareholders themselves. All ignored what is happening to the ownership of corporate America. There's plenty of blame to go around. I'm sorry that I just offended 10 different constituencies all at once. Way back in January 2002, in the wake of the Enron debacle and the 9/11 attack on our nation, I decided to present some ideas directed towards making corporations more responsible to their institutional owners. In a speech before the New York Society of Security Analysts, I outlined the major governance issues, and including why these investor owners don't seem to care about the issues of the day. Given the evidence, hardly limited to the failure of the Enron board, too many corporate boards look first to the interest of management. So I asked the obvious question. If we can't rely on the directors to govern primarily in the interest of stockholders, on whom can we rely? And I offered the obvious answer. The stockholders themselves. But that power nonetheless remains latent and unexercised in the interest of corporate shareholders. So I proposed a solution. Organize a federation of long-term investors, beginning with passively managed index managers, the consummate long-term investors. Now, I know that Bob Monk's, in his earlier comments that were reported here, doesn't like the idea of the index fund. They work on mechanical formulas. But think about the reality. There's the old Wall Street rule. If you don't like the management, sell the stock. Index funds can't sell the stock, so they have to follow a different rule. If you don't like the management, fix the management. That's the only recourse. So I look at the index funds as our hope, as their power grows, and it is growing. And there are lots of issues surrounding that. But indexing is growing rapidly. It's great for the buyers. The social consequences, we don't really know how long what they are going to be. Those index managers now own 25% of all the stock in America. They would then invite these long-term index managers, would then invite other active managers of those funds that adhere, and there are some, to long-term investment strategies to join the Federation, and later, perhaps public and private pension plans. What would the Federation do? I suggested back in 2002 that our long-term institutional investors begin by coming together regularly and discussing ways to make our views felt on issues like I noted earlier: full disclosure, managed earnings, executive compensation, auditor independence, all the retirement plans, and today I'd add political contributions and shareholder voting rights. These institutional agents, as the SEC said in that 1940 report, now have the resources, they have the staffs, they have the professional skills to carefully evaluate proxy proposals and the responsibility to vote in accordance with their fiduciary duty to their shareholders, those principals whose wealth they oversee. When I sent a copy of my remarks, those remarks in 2002, to Warren Buffett, that paradigm of the long-term investors, he telephoned me and said if I could get a core group of fund managers to join, he wanted to be part of the effort. I was joyful, to say the least. But alas, my proposal fell upon deaf ears in the mutual fund industry, and the Federation of Long-Term Investors proved to be just another constructive idea that remained unimplemented, an idealistic concept lying fallow. But during the past decade, there gradually came a growing unease, both in corporate America and in investment America, that the existing system of largely passive governance by shareholders had lost its relevance. With a growing dominance of financial institutions as major stockholders, led by the ascendance of index fund, it was time for action. The handwriting was on the wall. Under the leadership of J.P. Morgan Chase Chairman Jamie Dimon, just last summer, a group of leading investment managers and corporations got together to tackle the long-standing, simmering issues surrounding corporate governance. On July 20th, they published their recommendation in a paper entitled Common Sense Governance Principles. You can get it on the internet. And here are a few brief excerpts from that paper. Our future, agreed upon by both the managers, money managers, and the corporations, our future depends on public companies being managed effectively for long-term prosperity, which is why the governance of American companies is so important to every American. Effective governance requires constructive engagement between a company and its shareholders, so the company's institutional investors making decisions on proxy issues important to long-term value creation should have access to the company, its management, and the board. Similarly, a company should have access to the institutional investors' ultimate decision makers on those issues. Our country, our economy, and the future of our citizens depend on getting corporate governance right. These institutions are saying just what Bob Monks has been saying. These principles are exhaustive, if not quite comprehensive, covering 9 single-space pages of 65, at least 65, separate issues, including 8 on the subject of asset managers' role in corporate governance. The principles in the governance document are valid, and its principals are first-rate, a who's who of the heads of some of our nation's most powerful corporations. General Motors, for example, GE, J.P. Morgan Chase, Berkshire Hathaway, represented by, of all people, Warren Buffett, that fellow who called me back in 2002 to try and encourage me to do this. And top institutional investors, Vanguard, representing by our CEO, Bill McNabb, State Street Global, Capital Group, BlackRock, and T. Rowe Price, and others. Fidelity and Wellington Management Company, during the course of the proceedings, dropped out. I have no idea why. I might be able to guess. In all, we're coming closer than ever to measuring up to that 1940 pronouncement that mutual funds should serve the useful role of representatives of individuals in industrial corporation. We are also moving closer to the point of having truly long-term investors work together and act to make their impact felt by our public corporations. So we've come a long way in investor activism, but the time reveals that we haven't come far enough, but we're on our way to having institutions earn the trust of those for whom they act as fiduciary. The marketplace, the people, the investors, the citizens, will not be tolerant of institutional managers and agents who fail to honor the fiduciary duty that they owe to their principles. Let me just close by saying, I began today talking about my youthful idealism, and let me say, may be obvious to you, it's even stronger today. So to you young people in the room, I'm particularly addressing this comment, and for a man of 87, that's everybody in the damn room, never lose your own idealism and press on regardless.
Thank you, Jack. Our next speaker, William LaRock, is a shareholder advocate, a lawyer who specializes in private securities class action suits. The $7.12 billion he obtained as the lead plaintiff's attorney in the case against Enron is currently the largest sum ever recovered in a group of securities class action lawsuits in U.S. history. Following the bankruptcy of Enron, LaRock was the lead attorney who sued banks, law firms, accounting firms, and related entities involved in the fraud. Our next speaker.
Thank you. There are three ways that litigation is supposed to protect shareholders from abuse by corporate officers, directors, and their professional assisters. First is criminal prosecutions by the Justice Department. The second are SEC enforcement suits. And the third are private shareholder lawsuits, class actions for damages, or shareholder suits in Delaware for breach of duty. Now, if these three litigation devices are operating properly, the system ought to yield punishment of wrongdoers, compensation of victims, and hopefully that will deter future misconduct. Unfortunately, today, all three of these litigation devices are failing, and they're failing badly to perform their required roles. In truth, today, there's no punishment, and there's little compensation or deterrence. And here's how this unhappy situation came to be. You all remember the savings and loan blow-ups of the 1980s. 3,000 S&Ls collapsed, exposing major financial and accounting frauds as well as insider trading. Investors, including our nation's pension funds, lost trillions of dollars. Over 800 executives were criminally prosecuted and sent to jail. Class action lawsuits brought by a newly aggressive plaintiffs' bar utilizing the RICO treble damage remedy recovered billions for cheated investors from these S&L crooks and 3 of the biggest U.S. accounting firms. Unfortunately, these criminal proceedings and unprecedented class action recoveries produced a vicious backlash from the corporate and financial establishment, and they began a campaign seeking legislation and judicial and regulatory appointments that would curtail securities class actions and defang both the SEC and the DOJ. As politics came to depend ever more on massive infusions of cash, no one provided more of it than the public corporations and the Wall Street banks, and they provided gobs of it to both political parties. In short order, Wall Street captured both parties and Congress, and in due course, they got all they wanted and more. Ignoring the fraud wave and massive investor losses that had followed Congress's ill-advised deregulation of the S&L industry just 15 years earlier, in 1995, Congress enacted the worst cutbacks to investor protection lawsuits in 60 years, severely curtailing the ability of defrauded investors to sue. In 1995, I warned Congress not to enact this anti-investor legislation, but they ignored the warning. Some called it the Get Lirac Act, but it was America's investors got socked in the nose, and it was a knockout punch. The Wall Street Corporate Alliance also used its power to see that federal regulatory agencies passed into the hands of appointees who were actually overtly hostile to the regulations that they were supposed to protect. Incredibly, the head of the Securities and Exchange Commission supported the 1995 legislation to gut shareholder lawsuits, and Democratic senators voted to override President Clinton's veto of that bill. Well, just a few years after investors' rights to sue had been sharply curtailed, and the Department and the DOJ had been chloroformed, we saw the first of several waves of fraud that have ravaged America's markets since then, with trillions of dollars of losses inflicted on investors, fatally crippling our nation's pension fund, leaving them now underfunded by unmentionable trillions of dollars. First, we suffered the huge dot-com telecom meltdown in 2000-2002. Investors suffered $5 trillion in losses as scores of these falsified companies collapsed. This vast telecom implosion was epitomized by WorldCom and Enron, but the fraud was rampant across the entire industry, implicating the nation's largest banks, accounting firms, and law firms as active participants. But after this massive fraud wave, there were just a few criminal prosecutions, and many of those were reversed on appeal by the now increasing cadre of pro-corporate judges on the federal courts. Nevertheless, class actions against these companies and the banks, lawyers, and accountants who facilitated the frauds were still able to produce over $20 billion in cash recoveries, 7.3 in Enron alone, the largest recovery in history. Extraordinary results achieved, notwithstanding the ever-increasing restrictions placed on class action lawsuits. But these ever-increasing class action recoveries even after the 95 Act provoked a response from the Supreme Court, which began an overt campaign to really cripple securities fraud suits and the class action remedy that is indispensable to private enforcement of those laws. Over the next several years, securities fraud suits against corporations, banks, and accounting firms were sharply curtailed. Plaintiffs never won a case. Plaintiffs lost every case, year after year. The Chamber of Commerce wrote amicus briefs to signal what they wanted, and the court adopted those positions. Class actions, the only way most investors can ever make a recovery for fraud, were a particular target. The attack on these suits against big corporations and Wall Street banks were led by Justice Kennedy, whose son has spent his entire career in the top echelon of the very Wall Street banks that have been the principal beneficiaries of his father's anti-investors' decisions for the last 2 decades. Yet this scandalous conflict has been ignored by the financial and legal press for years. As the ability of the private bar to sue for securities fraud was crippled, there was a massive upsurge in insider trading. Executives are constantly exposed to have traded in front of insider bad news. And this insider trading was accompanied by a massive executive stock option backdating scandal throughout corporate America. But there were no successful criminal prosecutions of any of these executives. The SEC, whose rule changes facilitated this, did nothing. And due to restrictive Supreme Court rulings, there were 0 private class action lawsuits recoveries. And as a result, insider trading persists. An ongoing massive wealth transfer from innocent investors to conniving corporate insiders. Then in 2008 and 2009, our financial system was nearly destroyed by the worst financial catastrophe and scandal since 1929. And as the smoke cleared from this one, investors, including pension funds, had lost $15 trillion, the worst market collapse since 1929. There was a public outcry for criminal prosecutions of this obvious criminality. A blue ribbon commission found widespread criminality and referred many cases for prosecution. And there was never any doubt of massive criminal wrongdoing by the bank insiders. Hell, the banks paid over $256 billion in criminal and quasi-criminal fines to ward off the DOJ. But not one penny of that money went to an injured investors. And the bank executives also used their influence to avoid any criminal prosecutions of themselves. Not one Wall Street executive was convicted. None, arising out of the worst financial fraud wave in America in 85 years. And even those boxcar fines the corporations paid, they're an illusion. The bank executives got the money to pay those fines from the corporate till, using the shareholders' money to protect themselves. The actual perpetrators paid nothing and kept everything. It was an economic and legal charade. Obama's crime strike force did nothing. And then every one of them went back to lush jobs in the corporate law firm world whose clients they had just given a pass. Obama's top justice officials, Holder, the AG, and Brewer, the head of the criminal division, are now back home with the corporate law firm in D.C. from whence they came. Why, it's just down the street from the Department of Justice. They now resume making millions of dollars a year at their old firm that then and now represents many of the very banks and corporations involved in the widespread criminal conduct where under their regime, not one executive was indicted. The firm kept their offices waiting for them for 7 years. They didn't even have to change the parking garage when they went to work. The SEC was captured by the corporate establishment and transformed from an investor protection agency to an ally of the Wall Street banks and their corporate customers in the name of capital formation years ago. Ex-Congressman Cox, an overt opponent of shareholder litigation and an alumni of the SEC, of the big corporate law firm, broke the SEC. It was his SEC that permitted the big bank mergers and allowed Wall Street banks to over-leverage themselves, leading to the 08-09 crash. He also gutted the SEC's enforcement division. And when he was done, he went back to his corporate law firm that still represents the firms and companies who benefit from the weakened SEC he left behind. Of course, the SEC missed Madoff as they had missed Milliken and Stanford and Enron and so many others. Well, now the SEC is headed by J.P. Morgan's lawyer, a bank implicated in repeated financial misconduct and impropriety on a colossal scale. No doubt these Wall Street banks sleep well at night, knowing one of their own is here on duty to protect them in Washington and will no doubt soon return to Wall Street. How do I know that? Look at history. Every top SEC enforcement official I've ever known has ended up back at a Wall Street bank making millions of dollars a year. And as far as actually recovering money for victims of frauds, the SEC is just a flop. Even though it has unlimited resources, the power to get pre-suit discovery, lower burdens of proof, broader legal remedies, private lawyers get much better recoveries all the time. The SEC, with all of its advantages, is constantly outperformed by class action lawyers who are burdened with special pleading barriers, damage limits, no RICO statute, discovery stays, no scheme liability. All burdens and barriers enforced enthusiastically by a pro-corporate federal judiciary. But as I said at the outset, private litigation really isn't doing its job either. You know, the litigation rules so favor the defendants, plaintiffs can't really win if they fight to the finish. In fact, history shows that vigorous advocacy, persistence, forcing big cases to trial and extracting multiple billion-dollar settlements was actually punished, not rewarded. So lawyers take the money and settle. Do you know there's only been $1 billion settlement in the last several years? $1 billion settlement. And also to be faulted are the stingy and stupid pension funds who inflicted a 6% fee on the lawyers in that case. And so, of course, they didn't get a big result. The courts won't let you fight. The clients won't pay you to fight. So why fight? In Delaware, corporate governance has been ruined by a litigation system that is so institutionally corrupt it's embarrassing, where lawyers out of big corporate law firms put on robes and become chancellery judges and protect their former corporate clients, and lawyers for plaintiffs unfortunately take fees for doing nothing more than bringing a case and selling a release and getting on with their lives. But what do you expect when you can't win if you do fight? Now, as to federal court class actions, after achieving billions in recoveries, even after that 1995 act, that bar had its wings clipped. The boxcar recoveries you sometimes still see today mask the fact it's still a tiny, tiny percentage of the real losses the investors have suffered. Yet that small percentage recovery supports very large fees that makes lawyers wealthy and creates a synergistic system. And remember, the settlement money is still paid not by the people who did the wrong, but by the insurance companies and the current stockholders. There's no real deterrence. The Supreme Court did this. A compliant plaintiff's bar allows it to go on providing a thin veneer of respectability. But maybe after last night's debate, we'll get a new Supreme Court. And you know what? The Supreme Court did it. It's all in the interpretation of the rules and the statutes. Close your eyes, hope for the future. 20 years, a new, invigorated plaintiff's bar can arise and really bring the kind of cases in a fair fight where you get the kind of money that really compensates victims, punishes those who did it, and deters future wrongdoing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, J. Maria Glover, Professor of Law, Georgetown Law. Professor Glover teaches and writes on civil procedure, complex litigation, and the interplay between private litigation and public regulation. Before coming to Georgetown, she was a fellow and lecturer on law at Harvard Law School, previously clerk for Judge J. Harvey Wilkinson and of the United States Court of Appeals, and practice in the Supreme Court and appellate practice at Mayer Brown. Professor Glover.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I'm actually going to be picking up in a large way where Bill LaRocque left off. He said it's all in the litigation rules, and it's all in the Supreme Court's interpretation of those rules, and wouldn't you know, that's exactly what I'm here to talk about. So I come at this question of private enforcement, myth or reality, largely from this procedural standpoint, and how does procedure interact with the enforcement of substantive law? Well, so what do I mean by substantive law? All I mean is law that governs primary conduct, like the Securities and Exchange Act prohibits securities fraud. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits employment discrimination. The common law of torts prohibits things like careless acts that cause injury to others, and if you do that, you might be liable. Well, so then what do I mean by private enforcement of the substantive law? Here I'm largely referring to litigation in the courts. A preliminary question, and maybe this is obvious to everybody, but is private enforcement important? And why is it important, if it is? Well, so for the individual who's harmed, having an ability to obtain redress and maybe deter wrongdoing is extraordinarily important for that individual. But forget important. If that's the way that litigation runs, then how is private enforcement not inevitable? Well, it turns out it wasn't. For instance, most European countries, they regulate from a centralized bureaucratic model that is largely ex ante, meaning they regulate bad things before they happen. The United States decided in contrast to largely regulate ex post, so after wrongdoing has occurred. But that doesn't answer the question about private parties, right? Because we regulate criminal law through ex post regulation after the wrongdoings occurred, but the government does it. So why are private parties the enforcers of substantive law in the civil system? Well, so part of the answer is that various parts of our common law, torts, property contract, came over from England and kept going through the courts here. So there's some tradition. Another answer stems from our founding. So there was mistrust in government, mistrust in central governance, and that led to divided government, which combined to lead to mistrust by Congress of the executive and vice versa. And so what we see is that Congress frequently hands enforcement to private parties because they'd much rather have them do it than to trust it in the agencies of the executive. So this reliance by Congress is actually pretty significant, and it's been building for almost a century. Even during the New Deal, when agencies were proliferating, Congress preserved the common law system of property torts. And in any event, the New Deal was fairly short. And after the New Deal, Congress passed statute after statute after statute that provided that private parties were going to be the key enforcers. This was heightened in the 1960s. And a good example of this is employment and labor law. So Congress originally entrusted the enforcement of employment and labor laws to agencies. But in 1964, it shifted. It shifted it to private parties, and it provided incentives like attorney's fees and trouble damages for them to do so. And it did this despite repeated requests by by various civil rights advocates to put the power with the agencies. And the numbers speak for themselves. In the first decade of the 21st century, a mere 2% of job discrimination suits were brought by the federal government. 98% were brought by private parties. And you see this with the SEC, and you see this with the Department of Labor. You see it all across the panoply of laws. So as a matter of substantive law, private enforcement isn't a myth. It's a feature. And so is that a good thing? Should we have private or public enforcement? There are reasons to think that private enforcement might actually be better. And I'll mention three. So one, public agencies have limited resources. Now, some of this is by design, but resources, and particularly public resources, aren't infinite. So just take one example, the Consumer Product Safety Commission. It's totally underfunded, despite the fact that when Congress created it, it called it the most powerful federal regulatory agency ever. It was given broad powers, but now it's little known and referred to as obscure. Private enforcement provides a bit of a corrective to this problem. Two, and the Consumer Product Safety Commission's an example of this, agencies are subject to capture. So with the CPSC, it was captured by the industries it was supposed to regulate. So all agencies are supposed to do something called notice and comment before they issue regulation, where everybody can bring their ideas to the table. Well, the CPSC designed their procedures to be so burdensome that only the regulated industries could afford to participate. You have similar capture issues potentially in the DOJ and the SEC, at least to the extent that the attorneys there are incentivized only to take the easiest cases that they can build their win rate with, and they also don't want to step too much on the toes of the regulated industries. Private enforcement is not perfect in this way, but it is less vulnerable, in part because the judiciary is spread out, and the substantive laws are many, and the procedural laws are many. Three, and finally, public regulation tends to be ex ante and therefore doesn't necessarily catch things on the back end. So if a drug survives FDA approval, say Vioxx, but then causes heart problems, if there's no private litigation, there's no redress. There might be a recall by the FDA, although as it happens, Merck recalled Vioxx, not the FDA, but there's no redress for victims at the back end. So here we are. Congress has entrusted the bulk of enforcement to private parties. That's most likely a good thing, and there's potential benefits. So if these are true, we'd expect the answer to the question, private enforcement, myth or reality, to be reality. Well, it's not quite that simple, and this was what Bill LaRocque was getting to at the very end of his talk. The biggest rub, arguably, for the enforcement of laws isn't the substantive law. It's the mechanisms for enforcement. It's the procedures for enforcement. And what I mean by procedure here are the rules and doctrines that govern litigation conduct. Can I file a complaint? How do I file a complaint? What's the standard for possibly dismissing my complaint really early? All that's governed by procedural rules and how the Supreme Court interprets them. And so procedures are critical to private enforcement. They can facilitate it and they can frustrate it. Now, we don't want to facilitate private enforcement so much that we're punishing things that aren't wrong, but we don't want to leave wrongs undeterred and unremedied. And of course, reasonable people can disagree about optimal enforcement, and I'm not taking on that impossible question here. But within the gray area, I think we can all agree it's not 100% enforcement and it's not 0%. And within that gray area, there is a crucial set of questions for procedure. So whether, to what extent, and in what contexts do these procedural mechanisms systematically operate to frustrate private enforcement or facilitate private enforcement? And so I'm just going to explore these questions in two really hot-button procedural contexts. One is pleading standards, heightened by the court's relatively recent decisions in Twombly and Iqbal, and the availability of the class action device, which the court has visited a number of times in the past 7 years. So let's just start with the pleading standards. To start a lawsuit, a plaintiff has to file a complaint. Whether the suit can go forward on the basis of that complaint depends in large part on whether the court grants the defendant's almost inevitable motion to dismiss. So how hard is it for the complaint to survive? That's a question for procedure and procedural interpretation. The standard for evaluating whether you dismiss a complaint used to be pretty lenient. Not anymore. The court has now said that plaintiffs' claims have to be plausible and that judges actually can strike anything from the complaint that they think is conclusory. They did this in two cases, Bell Atlantic against Twombly and the much more strict one, Ashcroft against Iqbal. So did these changes to the pleading standards strike a good balance between frustrating and facilitating private enforcement? Well, let's just look at what the court aimed to do. So the idea behind the plausibility standard was to prevent unmeritorious, very weak claims from imposing lots of discovery costs and settlement pressure on defendants. So it seemed like the aim was to prevent frivolous suits, at least in Twombly, and one might say that that intent is at least not bad. It's to avoid the over-facilitation of private enforcement. Well, but what about cases on the margins? Cases that might be well be meritorious, but plaintiffs aren't in possession of most of the information at that time. That's arguably the real work of these cases. The new standard struck the balance between facilitation and frustration of enforcement in the following way. It expressly tolerated the fact that the new standard could frustrate some legitimate private enforcement. So that's the aim of the new standard, and an empirical question is whether it's actually done so. Has it frustrated private enforcement? Early research said it did. At least there were more dismissals. After Iqbal, I think it went from 46% to 56%. Some studies after that aren't as clear, but dismissal rates don't really tell us the whole story. How might the new pleading standard operate to frustrate private enforcement, putting aside the dismissal rates? Well, perhaps the primary answer is that it's harder to survive the motion to dismiss, and thus the plaintiff has a higher factual burden. And that might be a problem if it requires plaintiffs to expend potentially significant additional investigatory resources just to get into court. These costs are going to be particularly pronounced given how defendants have responded to Twombly and Iqbal. So there's this increasing and unsurprising tendency by defendants to file these huge, complex motions that exploit the fact that they have the factual advantage early in the litigation. And these upfront costs would theoretically affect any claimant, but of course they're going to be particularly troubling for impecunious plaintiffs. They would theoretically affect any claim, but they are necessarily probably going to affect low-value claims more, both as a matter of costs and attorney incentives to bring the claims. And these upfront costs may well have a disproportionate impact on claims where the defendant has a decided factual advantage at the outset of the litigation, like employment discrimination, like conspiracy. So a second very related point about how these pleading standards might affect private enforcement is that they might just discourage the filing of claims in the first place. That's a hard empirical question to get at. Some scholars are trying, but it stands to reason that Twombly and Iqbal could have a chilling effect. So along those lines, both the extent of the pleading cost and the chilling effects of these cases raise tough questions that haven't been explored, but they're also part of a bigger story. So the court not only seems skeptical, about the excesses of private enforcement, nuisance settlements, but it has also expressed skepticism about the process of litigation. It's just too burdensome, too costly, that the court seems to think in a lot of cases that litigation and its burdens aren't worth the candle, that private enforcement isn't worth the candle. So this attitudinal shift is well at work in the court's class action cases. So class actions are, of course, a key component of the enforcement of any number of laws, but many of the court's class action cases have cut back at the class action. So in one set of cases, the court made it harder to get a class certified, meaning it's harder to get a court to let you proceed as a group. Another set of the court's recent cases enable corporations to prohibit class actions in contracts with consumers, employees, franchisees, and the like. So have these cases frustrated private enforcement? So here I have some bad news and I have some good news. Let's start with the bad news. At a 30,000 foot up level, the court in these cases has set up a very troubling framework that enables the dismantling or the decoupling of private enforcement of substantive law on the one hand and procedure on the other. So let's dig into this framework. So one of the oldest notions of a right, a legal right, is that it is nothing without a remedy. So that's John Locke. And along similar lines, one might argue a right is not anything without a means for redress. So that's where procedure comes in. Or does it? The Supreme Court in 2013, in a case called American Express against Italian Colors, clearly stated that a legal right is only that, it is nothing more, it is the formal right. It's not a right to a remedy, and it is certainly not a right to pursue redress. So for instance, and this was the case in the Italian Colors case, if a consumer or merchant contracts with, say, a credit card company, and that company includes in the contract an arbitration clause and a clause prohibiting class actions, that's totally okay, even if the clauses remove any ability to pursue the claim. So even if the antitrust expert is too expensive for any individual plaintiff, as it was in American Express against Italian Colors, that's just too darn bad, the words of Justice Kagan. So under this frame, the interaction between procedure and the enforcement of substantive law is irrelevant to the analysis. It is inappropriate to the analysis. Well, so what are the consequences for private enforcement and class actions on the ground? Well, at least in private contracts, companies pretty much have carte blanche under this jurisprudence to include just about any procedural provision that would make private enforcement impossible. So, for instance, if a group of women who worked for Goldman Sachs wanted to form a class action to allege employment discrimination, they can't. Their contract says they can't. Now, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has proposed a rule prohibiting class action prohibitions in arbitration contexts for the financial industry, but their jurisdiction's limited. It's not going to touch employment. It's not going to touch even the claims in American Express because that was brought by merchants, not consumers. So across the broad swath of the substantive landscape, claims just won't be brought if they arise out of contractual relationships. That means no deterrence, no compensation, no private enforcement. So for the arbitration cases, the answer is yes. They're frustrating private enforcement to a great degree. But this conception that decouples substantive law and procedure, which the court has created in order to enable that jurisprudence, has an interesting twist. If you look closely at the Supreme Court's recent class action decisions, it says the two are separate, but it's treating them together. So in the arbitration cases, the court seems to be citing implicitly that the low-value claims typically associated with claims arising out of contracts just aren't worth facilitating. Believe it or not, this brings us to the tiny bit of good news. If you're on the outside of the context of an arbitration agreement, the court has issued a couple of class action opinions that not only take into account private enforcement and procedure, again implicitly, they don't tell you they're doing it, but they facilitate the private enforcement. So a couple of recent securities law cases, believe it or not, the court has decided and interpreted securities law itself in ways that facilitate securities class actions. For two, in Tyson against Bofakeo, decided just last term, the court approved the use of statistical evidence in a Fair Labor Standards Act class action. So Fair Labor Standard Act governs wage and hour claims. Well, so why does that matter? Well, statistical evidence was important in Tyson because, as it turned out, plaintiffs were arguing that Tyson had failed to pay overtime, but Tyson hadn't kept any employee records. So the only way they could prove their claims and prove damages was to have an expert come in, do an analysis, and provide an average damage award for the class. So in 2010, the court had suggested that it wasn't going to go for this, particularly not in a class action. But in Tyson, the court says that that skepticism about statistical evidence doesn't apply across the board to all laws, and it doesn't apply to all class actions. So it even goes further and talks about how important that evidence is to the enforcement of substantive laws. So none of this means, right, that the court's suddenly receptive to class actions. Maybe they're not as hostile as we thought. What it tells us is this relationship between procedure and private enforcement is absolutely active. The court's just not being transparent about it. So where does that leave us? Myth or reality? The answer is probably somewhere in the middle, but here is one definite reality. The existence of and the level of private enforcement is inextricably intertwined with the procedure for enforcing those laws, and the court is not being transparent about how intertwined it's treating those two things. Again, or I should say, it's a myth in some ways that those two things are separate, and it's a myth that the court is actually keeping them separate. The Supreme Court is calibrating private enforcement just as much as Congress is. And because this calibration depends crucially on the values that the court believes the procedure ought to serve and values the court ought to make transparent, then this election becomes increasingly important. With a largely divided court, the procedural future and the extent to which private enforcement is a reality actually does hang in the balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Our next speaker, David Bollier, is co-founder of the Commons Strategies Group and a blogger. He is an author, activist, blogger, and consultant who spends a lot of time exploring the commons as a new paradigm of economics, politics, and culture. In fact, he taught, quote, the Rise of the Commons course at Amherst College as the Croxton Lecturer in 2010 and served as an expert witness for the Design Commons in a trademark lawsuit. David.
Thank you. I'm going to mix things up a little bit. We're moving to a different register when we talk about the commons. I will be focusing not so much on the litigation or government regulation as such as a new framing, a new movement for trying to deal with some of the ongoing enclosures of our commonwealth. I might add that I am an activist who works a lot with European academics and groups and am trying to advance the commons discourse as a way for reclaiming the commonwealth. We start with the misunderstood commons, because I'm sure the first thing that leaps to all of your minds when we talk about the commons is the tragedy. And the tragedy of the commons convinces us that the only two significant forces of power and influence in our society are the state and the market. And the commons is this great sort of invisible third force. And I'm going to explain a little bit about why this third force of the commons, this sector, is significant. It all got its start from biologist Garrett Hardin in 1968 when he wrote a very famous essay called The Tragedy of the Commons, in which he said, imagine a pasture in which everyone can graze their cattle. And of course, everyone would overgraze because no one would have a rational incentive for withholding their cattle. The only problem was he wasn't really describing a commons, he was describing a free-for-all. And actually it's more akin to the tragedy of the market, where there's no rules, no community, no enforcement, and so forth. My friend Lewis Hyde, a scholar of the commons, says it's really the tragedy of the unmanaged, laissez-faire common pool resources with easy access for non-communicating, self-interested individuals. Essentially, he was describing the premises of the prisoner's dilemma games, which economists love so much, to justify, well, of course you can't have a functioning commons, it'll be ruined. You can't have shared resources, you have to turn it into private property in the market for it to be managed properly. It took Eleanor Ostrom, an Indiana University professor, to debunk all of this through her life's work, through empirical studies of hundreds of natural resource commons in so-called developing countries. She spawned an entire international community of scholars, anthropologists, sociologists, political scientists, economists, and others, and in 2009 won the Nobel Prize for her work. It's very significant that she won the prize in 2009, the year after the 2008 meltdown, where they wanted someone who was a little bit different in the economics world. And she, of course, had studied the empirically significant role of cooperation in creating value in sustainable ways. She spent the rest of her life before she died in 2012 barnstorming the world promoting the commons. Now, it's important to know that the commons is not just a resource the way conventional politicians and economists and property rights theorists regard it. It's a resource plus a community. It's a social system that manages a resource that has its own rules, traditions, rituals, and so forth for managing. So it's an integrated package. Now, this is kind of confounding to a lot of traditionalists who simply regard the commons as space or the oceans or the internet, something that's a resource that's unowned. But it's important to make this shift because it changes how we understand the commons and how we can protect it. The truth is the commons asserts a whole different universe of values, and therefore you might even say it's an ontological or epistemological shift from standard economics. It talks about relationality as significant. It's not just the resources. It talks about long-term stewardship and meeting basic needs, not just market wants. It talks about bottom-up rulemaking by the people who are governed by those rules and the inalienability of resources so that the market cannot capture them or monetize them. So there's a whole wealth of values and logic associated with the commons that gives it its immense power as an alternative framing. But first, we need to talk about enclosures of the commons, which has been part of what this discussion today has been all about. And enclosures of the commons are essentially the commodification and privatization of resources. Most of it is driven by capital through markets. Not all markets are destructive of the commons, but many whose chief aim is capital accumulation are. And that's what's propelling a lot of the takeovers of the wealth we all own. I distinctly remember a 1980 conference that Ralph hosted called Controlling What We Own. And it was essentially a survey of what I would now call enclosures of the commons, the airwaves, federal research, expansions of copyright law, public lands, timber, forest, and so forth, all of which we morally or legally own as American citizens, but is being taken over by markets and capital. It's essentially the socialization of costs and risks, the privatization of profit, the very familiar routine where it's taking from, at the front end, all of these resources for free or at discounted purposes, as well as the, whoops, I guess my slides are a bit out of order, as well as taking non-market resources and using them for free and commodifying them. So things that we think ought to be protected start to be commercialized. We see efforts to commercialize the national forests, for example. We see efforts to, well, I'll show you some examples here. One is the international land grab going on in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, where sovereign investor funds, hedge funds, and many others are speculatively buying up land for their countries, displacing people who have lived on there for generations, indigenous people, other customary usage commoners, forest, fisheries, water, and so forth. This is a setup for precisely what happened in the English enclosure movement, where millions of people were displaced from their traditional commons, were forced to become beggars and wage slaves in cities, and so forth. we're going to have all sorts of famines in Africa because outside investors have taken over their customary lands. Rainwater, most famously in Bolivia, was declared a private property that the residents of Cochabamba could not own. This sparked, of course, a major uprising to reclaim the municipal water systems. But nonetheless, across the world, there's a massive seizures of groundwater and many other sorts of water as a private commodity to be shunted about the world no matter the ecological consequences. 20% of the human genome is now privately owned as patents. This can have some serious consequences for research and cures, most notably the famous breast cancer susceptibility gene that was privately owned by a Utah firm until the Supreme Court opened the floodgates a little bit on that to allow others to use it. The point is patents remain extremely overexpansive in scope and very discouraging of important research in the public domain and science. There's actually mathematical formulas you can't use because it's patented under software laws. There's a book called Math You Can't Use. You can't use Mick in your restaurant, if you want to call it McDharma's or McVegan or McSushi, because a San Diego company owns the trademark for restaurants and hotels of the Scottish Irish prefix. An example of trademark law out of control. And my favorite, Girl Scouts around the campfire in the mid-1990s were sued by ASCAP, the music licensing body, because, of course, singing around the campfire is a public performance for which a fee ought to be due under copyright law. It was only after a huge public uproar that ASCAP backed off, but the fact is they retain that legal authority should they wish to enforce it. Now, my only point is these are examples, these are not aberrations, I might add. These are representative of the broad scope of market enclosures that are happening in dozens of domains around the world. I consider it the great unacknowledged scandal of our time. Unfortunately, conventional political discourse, the two parties, don't have a vocabulary for talking about these systemic properties of the market. So, what can we do to reclaim our commons? Not just the resources, but the communities that should control them or actually have practices to control them. Well, in medieval times, there was something called beating the bounds. And every year, the community would walk the perimeter of their common land. And it was like a party, but it was also an enforcement mechanism. Because if they saw somebody who had a hedge or a fence that had privatized part of the land, they would knock it over. And it was beating the bounds, protecting what is ours. And we basically need that more today. Traditionally, the state has been the trustee for the commons. I'm making a difference between government-owned property and what belongs to us, the people. The state has been the trustee, we own it, the government protects it, and it's supposed to protect it for grazing land, minerals, timber, irrigation water, and many, many other things. It's supposed to do it for the national parks and federal information and weather data. Unfortunately, we've seen highly irregular, if not corrupt or ineffective, protection of the resources that belong to us. And sadly, Ralph's much-needed conference in 1980 remains as much needed today in terms of protecting our resources. So that's one domain, the government and regulation, to try to get better stewardship by the government of what belongs to us. But in the rest of my talk, I'd like to talk about a whole new front in which the Commons is trying to reclaim resources in, one might say, realms outside of both the market and government. And we have to start by realizing that commons are generative social systems. They create value every bit as much as markets. It just happens not to be enclosed in private property rights or monetized. So it's a different character. But we need to protect this value through new types of law, new types of technological protections, and new types of social practice. And that's how we're going to protect the commons. I find it fascinating that there's an estimated 2 billion people around the world whose everyday life depends upon access to commons of fisheries, forest, farmland, irrigation water, wild game. And you go to an introductory economics text, and you won't see this discussed except for the tragedy. And why? Because there's no market transaction. There's no private property rights. There's no money changing hands. And so it's simply not of interest. Yet these are arguably more ecologically benign, sustainable ways of meeting people's needs over the long term, which is not to say they're all perfect. They often have problems. But it does mean that they're not taken seriously by much of mainstream economic and political thought. Seed sharing commoners in India have emancipated themselves from GMOs and the Monsanto industrial complex of agriculture, the pesticides and herbicides, by restoring ecologically appropriate seeds and sharing them. They don't allow them to be sold because they're considered a sacred community resource. Potato Park in Peru, they have ecological status as a agro-ethno-botanical heritage site, I believe it's called, where they have, it's one of the most biodiverse areas of potatoes in the world, some 900 different species of potatoes, many of which the ag biotech companies would love to get for its genetic value. But the indigenous peoples here have legal title to protect it through a so-called potato park. But it's not just in these far-flung areas of the so-called third world or developing countries where this is happening. The whole movement to relocalize food in Europe and the United States is part of this process to create more functional commons in which local context, local self-determination, and the resource all matter. And these are just some of the different food and agriculture movements that are trying to do that. There's a whole movement in Europe, especially called the city as a commons, where different efforts to lay claim to the city's resources, to the open spaces, and to the whole idea of the development of it is under challenge. Why should the city be simply for absentee investors and wealthy people and real estate developers? So some of the efforts, this is a picture of Bologna. In Bologna, they have a new, you might call it a post-bureaucratic system, where the city bureaucracy works with neighborhoods and self-organized citizen groups to manage open spaces, kindergartens, libraries, playgrounds, and the rest. It's a public commons partnership instead of the standard giveaway of the public-private partnerships. It takes too long to go through all of these, but let's just say there's a lot of innovation going on in terms of the city and a commons. There's a burgeoning movement around the world to develop alternative currencies as a way for communities to capture the value that they create instead of it being siphoned away through conventional money, leaving the community simply as a colony of outside financial forces. So this is an example. These are some of the more popular currencies. The Bangla Pesa in Kenya has helped lots of poor people who otherwise had no resources to exchange value among themselves in their own neighborhood currency, doing great things to meet their needs in ways they couldn't do with conventional Kenyan money. The web is a vast hosting infrastructure for commons. We usually are associating it with Facebook and Twitter and the Silicon Valley titans, but in fact, the web is most renowned for its ability to cooperatively allow people to share without necessarily having any market transactions involved. We can see this in free and open source software. That's the logo for the Free Software Foundation. That's the penguin is the logo for Linux. There's a vast amount of the economy that's not acknowledged as a commons. And there's now a huge and burgeoning open design, hardware, and production commons that's developing, where you have FarmHack developing dozens of different types of agricultural equipment that are on open source principles, meaning locally sourceable, shareable without intellectual property impediments, cheap and inexpensive, a huge boon to lots of rural people and people in countries around the world. You have the same for electronic circuit boards. There's a WikiSpeed card that's been built on open source principles. Fab Labs are a movement around the world. Creative Commons licenses, since they were introduced in about 2003 or 4, have inverted. First of all, everything's born as property. If I scribble on this piece of paper, it's immediately considered copyrightable or copyrighted. You don't have to formally register. Creative Commons licenses turn that inside out so that a copyright holder can make it shareable without permission or payment. And this has created vast pools of shareable culture, creativity, information that has created enormous value, again, that markets and economists don't fully recognize. There is a huge movement to reclaim academia and academic knowledge and scholarships as the commons, where there's now about 10,000 open access scholarly journals, which their works are not behind a paywall, for example, and they can be shared in perpetuity. There's a whole movement for textbooks. Instead of having these artificial additions every year simply to make more money for the publisher, they're shareable on print-on-demand bases, and a whole open educational resources movement. So why the commons? In general, it's a force to decommodify everyday life and some of the predations of conventional large-scale markets driven by capital. It's a way to discipline the market by exiting from them if possible, the way Linux did very early on, the way the local food movement has helped bring big agriculture somewhat to heel, the way the Occupy movement from getting outside of the official system helped change the debate. This is some of the things that the commons can do. It empowers citizens directly because you don't have to work through intermediaries, lobbyists, or lawyers. It's something you can do where you are with your own talents in your local situation. And it reduces insecurity and social insecurity and inequality in the process. So let me wrap up with a quick review of some of the essential strategies, each of which we could have a long discussion about. The first is stop the enclosures. These are simply seizures, appropriations, taking by private forces and capital of that which we all own and it belongs to us. 2, start to recognize commoning, the social practice of negotiating and managing these resources, as a regenerative paradigm in its own right that opens up new solution sets that are otherwise considered implausible or dismissed. We have to reinvent law itself for the commons. We have to legalize cooperation, you might say, just as a lot of sharing online is considered illegal, with the way of pay laws or digital rights management schemes to prevent sharing, just the way Europe is trying to prevent the sharing of seeds because it would jeopardize or undercut markets. We need to reinvent law for the commons. We need to reinvent finance for the commons. I think we'll hear later today from Ellen Brown about public banks. There are a number of options we ought to be exploring to change finance to support cooperative endeavors. This is, of course, a large and complicated topic, but there's a lot of growing and serious initiatives in this front. We need to leverage sharing on open networks to support commoning. Instead of the Uber and Airbnb type formats, we ought to be pursuing what's often known as platform cooperativism. There's a major conference on this in New York in November, where you have cooperative infrastructure to support sharing at a lower cost without evading, for example, municipal regulation and safety. And we need to support the alternative economic movements that are defending the commons. This is a vast topic as well, but there's many movements domestically and internationally that have similar values, perhaps different identities and traditions, but all moving in the same rough direction to protect commonly created value for itself and instead of allowing it to be appropriated. So I'd just like to encourage in these larger discussions of law and regulation to give some serious thought to some of these things happening outside of Washington, outside of conventional policymaking, which are nonetheless having a serious impact on changing the discourse, reframing it, and hopefully having some impact in reclaiming our commonwealth. So thank you.
Well, thank you. At this point in the schedule, we're supposed to have the privilege of listening to Lynn Stout from Cornell. Unfortunately, Lynn called in sick last night and is not able to be here. And either by mistake or not, I volunteered to say a few words about breaking through as it has to do with financial investment advice. So I'm going to take about 10 minutes right now and offer that because I think it fits very well with the topic, with the general theme here. And at the risk, don't misinterpret me, I'm not too optimistic. But that being said, I think there is a reason to have a little bit of optimism in this area. And what is this area exactly? This area is the domain of the group that I founded and president of, the Institute for the Fiduciary Standard, is a nonprofit that exists for one purpose only, and that is to advance fiduciary principles and duties in the realm of financial and investment advice. So it's something that many people in this room may deal with on a very practical basis, on an ongoing basis. So that's the context in which we operate. And what I wanted to offer was reasons to be optimistic that the trend lines are going in the right direction in this realm in terms of a movement towards actually receiving or having a better chance to receive true fiduciary advice by an advisor, as opposed to too much of what we get out there today on a regular basis. So I'm just going to focus on three sort of different pieces of a trend line and then offer a couple of practical ways in which we're trying to make it happen even better. First, as a starting point, all the terrible things that you heard about the SEC, is that fair to say? Yeah, they were pretty terrible. Unfortunately, a lot of them are also true in the realm that we work in terms of what does the SEC do to regulate advice on a federal level. Unfortunately, all too much of that is true. However, first big theme is that notwithstanding, and if you stand back and you look at the trend in the area of advice, for about 40 years, it's pretty much gone like this. And in case you wonder, this is downhill, pretty much downhill for the last 40 years in terms of what the SEC has done. Now, a newer part of that is what just over the last 5 years the Department of Labor has done regarding investment advice for those who have retirement accounts, 401ks, IRAs. And there is the good news. And the good news is that the Department of Labor has implemented a rule which will go into effect next year that really enforces what those in 1974 intended, and that is, it's really complicated, and that is that fiduciary advice should be fiduciary advice. And that's what this rule implements, and that's a big deal from a regulatory point of view, not just because the DOL had to overcome perhaps the world's most influential lobby, but they also had to turn around a 40-year trend. And I think that's something that we don't see every day, where we can actually see movement turning around a trend that has been with us for all too long. So that's sort of the first big trend line or big point in terms of why should someone be optimistic in this realm. The second reason, I think, is partly because of the financial crisis and partly because of a new generation of investors. We're seeing different attitudes among investors. And the first part looks pretty bad, but actually has a good result. And that is that I think we're at a historic time in terms of where distrust in finance and markets has not come back with the market after a big downturn. If you look at the data from 2008 to 2016, whether it's however you ask the question, there's a level of distrust which Professor Frankel from Boston University says we haven't seen since the 1930s. That's not good. That is absolutely very bad. But there's a silver lining to that has to do with a new level of skepticism, a new level of asking questions, a new level of consumerism, in a sense, that I think that we see from a lot of anecdotes, and we're beginning to see it in the research in terms of how investors are dealing with their advisors. So that is also a good, I think, trend line in terms of different attitudes. If you are of a certain generation and came into the markets at a certain point, all too often, as some of the advertising suggests, too many investors would just say, yes, sir, whatever the broker or the advisor recommended. That's changed clearly. The third point that I wanted to focus on or just mention is technology.
And here is, when we look at what is the role of technology in delivering advice to ordinary investors, such as people in this room, it has revolutionized over literally just the last 3 to 5 to 7 years and is only going to become more so. And notwithstanding the limitations, it's had some major good results. And one of those major good results is that the whole issue of transparency in fees and expenses has taken on a new force and a new significance. If anybody here has had experience with a robo or a digital platform, you know exactly what you're paying for. You know or can know exactly what you're getting, and that is a very unusual thing for too many people in the world of advice. So these three trends together, just by themselves, can lead someone to, at the risk of becoming too optimistic, believe that we're going in the right direction. And just two other things I want to mention in terms of what the Institute for the Fiduciary Standard is doing. We have come out with a campaign for investors, and we have a website that is aimed to help investors sort of think about and screen different advisors, just in terms of what you should look for and how you can evaluate different advisors. Sometimes, in many instances, it's as mysterious as interviewing brain surgeons. How the heck does anybody evaluate a different brain surgeon from one to the other? It can be complicated. Well, we've tried to help address that. The other thing we've done is we've come out with a 2-page document for advisors. And this is all advisors, to say that if you are a true fiduciary, you should do these 12 things. And we've distilled it down to really what are common sense types of tasks that you would say, well, of course my advisor is going to do that. But many advisors don't. And we've distilled it to 2 pages, and so we've started a way for advisors to distinguish themselves. So that's just 2 of the things we're doing, but I think the bigger point is that in this realm, there are reasons to be optimistic. In a world where sometimes it's tough to figure out why should we be optimistic in terms of looking forward, and this is something that an ordinary investor can take advantage of at any time. So there is my unrehearsed, unprepared remarks inserted into the schedule. So I appreciate your listening. And now on with the regularly scheduled program. Our next speaker is William Black. He's a professor of UMKC School of Law. He gave his birth date here. I don't know whether I should repeat that or not, but I won't repeat it. As an American lawyer, academic, author, and former bank regulator, Black's expertise is in white-collar crime, public finance, regulation, and other topics in law and economics. He developed the concept of control fraud, in which a business or national executive uses the entity he or she controls as a weapon to commit fraud. Oh, that sounds like fun. Well, our next speaker, Bill Black.
All right, can you stand some more optimism? We can succeed. We have succeeded. We know how to succeed. We know the people that can succeed. We need the will to do so. How many people have seen Where Should We Invade Next? Okay. All right. My picture is in that. Do you know that? From Iceland. What's different about Iceland? Twice, within 72 hours of protests beginning in the streets, the government of Iceland has fallen. The people have demanded responsiveness by their government. And as a result, all of the top bankers that led their frauds are currently in prison. And none of the top bankers that committed our frauds that caused the financial crisis are in prison. That's the difference we have to make as a people. All right, so actually my primary appointment is in economics. I have a joint appointment in law. I have a doctorate also in criminology. I'm a former financial regulator, and I'm a co-founder of something called Bank Whistleblowers United. So I'm going to actually bring all 5 of those hats to bear. And the first place I'll start, since we're talking about power and the importance of power, is the difference in those disciplines. So economics and law, the dominant strands, want to deny power has any relevance. They refuse to even speak about power. But in white-collar criminology, power is central to our analysis, and it goes back to the very beginnings in 1939 with Edwin Sutherland announcing the concept of white-collar crime. Here's what he had to say with regard to power. 2 categories of elite business criminals exist. One is the misrepresentation of asset values. Well, that hasn't changed much. And the second is duplicity in the manipulation of power. He went on to say, in words again that could be used today, white-collar criminals are relatively immune because of the class bias of the courts and the power of their class to influence the implementation and administration of the law. And you've heard numerous talks today and yesterday, if you were here, about all of those things. And oh, it's changing there, not here. Okay, got it. The upper class has greater influence in molding the criminal laws and its administration to its own interests than does the lower class. The privileged position of white-collar criminals before the law results to a slight extent from bribery and political pressures, but principally from the respect in which they are held and without special effort on their part. In other words, simply this advantage of being viewed as responsible person, couldn't possibly be a criminal, is actually their greatest protection. And the most powerful group in medieval society secured relative immunity by benefit of clergy, was the magic phrase. And now our most powerful groups secure relative immunity by benefit of business or profession. Again, this was in 1939. It reads just like today. And he cited this example. It isn't like these frauds, these elite frauds, don't know what they're getting away with. So he cites Daniel Drew, a control fraud, a pious old fraud, describing the criminal law with some accuracy. Law is like a cobweb. It's made for flies and the smaller kinds of insects, so to speak, but lets the big bumblebees break through. When technicalities of the law stood in my way, I have always been able to brush them aside as easy as anything. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know why they're doing it, because it is so successful. And this impunity can last for centuries. Now, I've deliberately done something professors don't do and go to Wikipedia because I want that level for these purposes, right? What would your grandson, daughter, son, who wasn't particularly good at research, find out? William Jardine, parens, merchant, close parens, Scottish physician and merchant who co-founded this massive conglomerate that still exists today. And you'd learn that he became a member of Parliament and that he was a Whig. The Whigs were the English use of the phrase liberal, which means anti-governmental party, that we don't want the government doing anything. And key again, he's an educated as a doctor, all right? So how many people know who William Jardine is? Well, that is the advantage of being an elite white-collar criminal. Centuries later, well, this might be a hint. After the imperial commissioner, in other words, the Chinese government, destroyed 20,000 cases of British-owned opium in 1839, Jardine arrived in London that September to press Foreign Secretary Lord Palmerston for a, you like euphemisms? Forceful response. In other words, Jardine was the leading drug smuggler in the world. of opium. They literally used the phrase free trade to object when their opium was seized by the Chinese government for the small little thing that it was a crime. They said this is a violation of free trade. I swear to God, this is not left-wing stuff. This is the plain truth. They went back to the United Kingdom. They didn't press Palmerston for a forceful response. They pressed him for what in history is known as the First Opium War. They planned the Opium War. They were the experts on the river. They planned which vessels would come, which forts they would destroy, which towns they would bombard, and kill women and children indiscriminately. They planned that the demand should be, once they won the war, that they be ceded for 100 years Hong Kong. They set up headquarters in Hong Kong. In other words, this is a public-private partnership. We'll get the British Navy to do our business for us so we can keep doing our illegal trade. And remember, what was this guy's original profession? Physician, selling opium to tens of millions of people, because it doesn't get much better than that. Okay, well, that's what you get if you are this kind, but what happens if you're not fancy? Well, then you're a drug lord. You're not a merchant anymore. All right, so there are enormous advantages to power. White-collar crime is a leading example of these things. And one of the key advantages you get is you get, for relatively small bucks, to hire apologists. So you have public relation firms and you have outside auditors that vouch for your stuff, but in particular you have economists, those folks that don't want to talk about power. And they have told us literally for centuries, we don't have to worry about fraud. Fraud can't happen. If you think you're seeing fraud, well, you're just wrong. You can't be there. And besides, it would be silly to try to fight fraud. It would be paternalistic. So this is Turgot. The cheated customer will learn by experience and will cease to frequent the cheating merchant, who will fall into discredit and thus will be punished for his fraudulence or flatulence. And this will never happen very often, because generally men will be enlightened upon their evident self-interest. To expect the government to prevent such fraud from ever occurring would be like wanting to provide cushions for all the children who might fail. You need to toughen up. You need to have the rare occasional fraud so that you'll never have any serious fraud, because this will never happen often, except, well, maybe 11 million times by VW, or maybe 2 million times by Wells Fargo, or all the others of millions of cases that we've been seeing, of course. So economics really sold its soul, assuming it ever had a soul. What I like, this Mankiw is Harvard, and he is the leading writer of economic textbooks in the world, not just the United States. Upon hearing that the savings and loans were frauds run from the top, his response as discussant on the paper was, it would be irrational for savings and loan CEOs not to loot. It wouldn't be moral. If you failed to loot when you could get away with it, you wouldn't be moral, you would be sick, right? Moral Markets, a book that is very pro-capitalism, celebratory, but had the misfortune of coming out in 2008. Even that one says Homo economist is a sociopath, right? And the leading text in the corporate sphere in law and economics by Easterbrook and Fischel says a rule against fraud is not an essential or even an important ingredient of securities markets. We don't need no stinking laws. We don't need no stinking police, because, hey, they just do the right thing all by themselves. As Paul Krugman quoted, we put in the most prestigious economic position in the world, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, who is a nit nut, right? In a 1963 essay for Ms. Rand's newsletter, he was an acolyte of Ayn Rand, Greenspan dismissed as a collectivist myth the idea that businessmen left to their own devices, quote, would attempt to sell unsafe food and drugs, fraudulent securities, and shoddy buildings. It is in the self-interest of every businessman to have a reputation for honest dealings and quality products. And that's what PR guys are in charge of creating, even when you have exactly the opposite, right? Okay, so Charles Keating, the most notorious fraud of the savings and loan debacle, used Alan Greenspan to recruit the Keating Five. He then opined on behalf of Lincoln Savings that it posed no foreseeable risk of loss, which was close, except it was actually the most expensive failure in U.S. history. And immediately afterwards, of course, his reputation, remember he's the guy about reputation? So his reputation was destroyed and we never heard of him again. Oh no, instead we made him chairman of the Federal Reserve. The most prestigious position. Okay, so the optimism part. As I said, we've succeeded in impossible circumstances. In the savings and loan debacle, here's how the correlation of forces, as the military would like to phrase it, goes. So, on the plus side, the Allies, we got Paul Volcker for about 16 months, quietly on our side, right? And on the other side, it takes pages to go through these folks. Okay, so Garn-St-Germain, the Deregulation Act at the federal level, was passed overwhelmingly in a bipartisan, be very careful when you ask for bipartisan, it usually results in disaster. And that was then compounded by state deregulation, a race to the bottom in which California and Texas won the race to the bottom and produced between them over 40% of the total losses in the entire crisis. And the Texas Savings and Loan Commissioner was sleeping with prostitutes from the worst fraud in Texas, which was known as Vernon Savings, or to the regulators, Vermin Savings. And the top state regulator in California was secretly in business with Charles Keating. And his firm was failing and being bailed out by Keating. The Reagan administration was completely against us. A majority of all the members of the House co-sponsored a resolution calling on us not to re-regulate the industry. And that included the leadership of both parties, including Jim Wright and, what's this Georgia guy, this Republican guy who comes after him? Newt. They joined in something, attacking us. Speaker Wright, one of the most powerful speakers while he lasted, and in the Senate, the so-called Keating Five. And then the trade association was considered by political scientists the third most powerful in the United States. The business media hated us. Economists hated us. Vice President Bush hated us and chaired the Financial Deregulation Task Force, which was secretly meeting with Keating's representatives. Senior financial regulators hated us at the other agencies, but also one of the chairmen of our agency, Danny Wall, did this insane deal with Lincoln Savings to remove our jurisdiction over Lincoln Savings. And Lee Henkel was a bona fide mole for Lincoln Savings, secretly being paid off. All right? So I blew the whistle, and both of those people eventually resigned in disgrace. Many of the agency personnel were heavily against re-regulation. They were beguiled by the guy before, who was the economist who loved deregulation. And the Department of Justice and the FBI were somewhere between indifferent and hostile at any given time. Is that a time? No, okay. So that's not very good. If you look at that's the mercy rule under softball in the olden days. You just call the game type of thing. You can see why our motto was, it is not necessary to hope in order to persevere. So the only answer when you're in these situations is to attack. So we had two great advantages. Now this is from George Akerlof, a Nobel laureate, and Paul Romer, who is now the top economist at the World Bank as of a few weeks ago. Neither the public nor economists foresaw that the S&L deregulations in the 1980s were bound to produce looting. Notice how strong a statement that is for economists. Nor unaware of the concept. In other words, there was no theory, no economic theory. Unaware of the concept, could they have known how serious it would be? Thus, the regulators in the field who understood what was happening from the beginning found lukewarm support at best for their cause. Magic phrases, now we know better, written in 1993. If we learn from experience, he meant economists, history need not repeat itself. You can see that was a little unduly optimistic in all of that. But you can see that the key was that we actually had really good people in the field. And the second thing is we had somebody who listened to them. Ed Gray, the unlikeliest of heroes, conservative, loved Reagan, but he simply listened to the examiners and what they were finding. And so this is Paul Volcker's thing, this thing about the hero that saved us, that's talking about Ed Gray. All right, so that combination. And so Ed Gray went out and recruited people. You know, it's not hard, again, to succeed. You go out and ask, who has the best reputation? And he got the answers, Mike Patriarca and Joe Selby, which I assume nobody's ever heard those names. Because, of course, both of these people should have been our top regulators over the last 20 years. So, ask yourself if you would pass this test. This is the Keating Five. This is the 5 U.S. senators, and the context is that we have just lost in the House on the paramount priority of the agency. Our only hope is the Senate, and that means Senate banking. And among the Keating Five is the next chairman of Senate banking, Don Regal, and the ranking minority, Alan Cranston, plus two war heroes, John Glenn and this guy named McCain, that type of thing, all right? And Dee Concini, a former prosecutor, and that's not random because he's asking this like a prosecutor, goes to Patriarca and says, you believe Arthur Young, one of the then Big 8 accounting firms, would prostitute themselves for a client. Now, that is phrased deliberately in that manner. What is the only possible answer in those circumstances? Oh, no, we didn't mean that. Unless you're Mike Patriarca. Ask yourself how many regulators appointed by any of the last 4 presidents would have given Patriarca's answer. I can give you Patriarca's phone number if anyone wants to appoint him. He was the perfect age, perfect experience. The colleagues, the 3 other colleagues with me when we met with the Keating Five, we worked together for years very closely. To this day, I have no idea what political affiliation, if any, the other 3 members have. We didn't give a damn. We were just focused on the public. So, can you succeed? Yes, you can succeed. You can get the facts. You can pay the price. Joe Selby was the other counterpart for Texas, Mike Patriarca for California. These were the 2 worst regions for the reasons I told you about. Selby was driven out as a homosexual. This is not very long ago, folks. There was a great gay hunt in our office in San Francisco, allowed by a federal district judge, allowing deposition questions under oath. Do you know anyone rumored to be gay at your organization? Right? My 15 minutes was Keating, putting in writing, Keating was a lawyer, highest priority, get black, kill him dead, suing me for $400 million, hiring private detectives twice, Speaker of the House trying very hard to get me fired. Okay, just bottom line, what did we do? We re-regulated, we re-supervised, we created a criminal referral process that didn't exist before, made over 30,000 criminal referrals, led to over 1,000 felony convictions, the great bulk of which were against C-suite people and that level, right, with the best criminal defense lawyers in the world. We trained the regulators and the FBI and the Department of Justice in these fraud schemes so that they could prosecute successfully. We spent thousands of hours with the media and Congress explaining that these were frauds, not risks. And we got a change by bringing the suits, by bringing the enforcement actions, by bringing the prosecutions, by doing the congressional testimony, and by doing thousands of hours with media. We put facts in the public record that the media could cite without fear of libel or slander, and which made clear to the public after the first 20 convictions of what would become 1,000, hey, you know, they sound a lot alike. This really is fraud. And we knew we had won when Frank Annunzio, one of the sleaziest members of Congress and a great ally of Charles Keating, started wearing a button 6 inches in diameter that said, "Jail the SNL crooks." It was complete cynicism, but you know you've won. And the other reason we knew we won is that politicians started to rush to return the political contributions from the banks and savings and loans that we prosecuted. We can't succeed. Folks in this room, the folks listening, are critical to our chance to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. During the switchover, there are going to be some cards handed out to the audience so that if you have questions for Ralph after this next speaker, you write them down and hand them up and be a part of the dialogue. Our next speaker, Ellen Brown, founder of Public Banking Institute. Ellen is the founder of the Public Banking Institute and the author of a dozen books and hundreds of articles. She developed her research skill as an attorney practicing civil litigation in Los Angeles. In the best-selling Web of Debt, she turned those skills to an analysis of the Federal Reserve and the money trust, showing how this private cartel has usurped the power to create money from the people themselves and how we, the people, can get it back. So, with no further ado, Ellen Brown.
Thank you. I'm going to speak on breaking through the money power. In order to break through it, we first have to understand how they got it and how we can get it back. In fact, banks, not governments, now create virtually the entire money supply. They create it out of our credit, turn our credit into something that can be spent in the marketplace, lend it back to us at interest. And that's where their power comes from. They have the ability to direct where the credit goes. They can lend it to themselves very cheaply. They can lend it or not to us. They can restrict the amount of money that's in the money supply. So that is the power we want to get back. And I'm going to discuss several ways that we could do that. So this used to be a conspiracy theory until this spring of 2014, the Bank of England actually came out and said it. They said, contrary to popular belief, banks do not lend their deposits. They are not intermediaries that just take in the money of savers and lend it back again. They actually create deposits when they make loans, and in fact, 97% of the money supply is created in this way. So they're creating the whole money supply except that 3% that is created by the central bank, and you can even argue about whether that's a public bank. But even assuming that the central bank is a public bank, we the people, or the public, only creates 3% of the money supply. So how could we get that back? Several possibilities are we can convince Congress to take back the power that's in the Constitution. The Constitution says Congress shall have the power to coin money and regulate the value thereof. It doesn't say anything about paper money. In fact, there was no official paper money then. the colonies had relinquished the power to create their own money, and the federal government had, the Continental was no longer being, or it was anyway, it had gone to zero, so it was no longer being issued. So there was no paper money except banknotes, which were privately issued. But the Congress seems more comfortable borrowing from banks that create the money than actually creating it themselves. I think because they are not aware that banks are actually creating the money supply. But that's one alternative, go through Congress. Another alternative would be that for us, we the people, to set up our own publicly owned banks, state banks, local banks, or city banks, county banks, on the model of the Bank of North Dakota, which is our one and only state-owned bank, and it has been highly successful, and I'll talk more about that. Or a third possibility would be for us to actually have accounts at the central bank. And interestingly, the central banks are now talking about this because of this new technology, blockchain, which is it was software developed for Bitcoin. But what it does, blockchain is called the great disruptor. It actually breaks up industries. And it does this by eliminating the middlemen. Well, right now, that's the whole role of the banks, is to serve as middlemen in transactions. So it would be possible, theoretically anyway, to have something on the nature of a community currency system with our national currency, where we, the people, were actually creating the credit by turning our own credit into money. So those are the three possibilities I want to talk about. But first, I want to explain a little more about how banks actually create money. If you go to the bank and you take out a mortgage, let's say for $100,000, assuming you can still find a house for $100,000, what the bank will really do is turn your promise to pay into the bank's, they'll trade your promise to pay for the bank's promise to pay. And the bank's promise to pay is these deposits that they can write into your deposit account, and you will write checks on it. All this is digital, but their digital entries are accepted as real money. So they'll write it up on one side of their books as a liability to themselves, because they're going to have to cover your check when your check to your seller goes into another bank. And on the other side of their books, they'll write it as an asset to themselves, because you're going to pay that money to them back over time, plus a lot of interest. So it all comes out to zero. They say they haven't really created anything. But when your check goes into that other bank, that will be counted as a new deposit in the other bank. So $100,000 will suddenly have been created out of nothing. And that bank might do the same thing. They might create a $100,000 mortgage that goes into the first bank. So between them, they will have $100,000 coming in, $100,000 going out. Their books will balance. But in the whole system, $200,000 will have been created. And deposits are counted in the money supply. And then if their books don't balance, what they do is they can borrow from each other very cheaply overnight. So the Fed funds rate at the moment is 0.39%. And their books only need to borrow a balance at the end of the day. And so they can borrow overnight. They might arguably be borrowing back the very same money they just created. So it goes into Bank B. Bank B has $100,000 in excess deposits. Bank A borrows it back at 0.39%. The books only have to balance overnight. The next day they'll give it back. They'll do that day after day after day, and that is how they manage to balance their books in this sort of shell game where they're shuffling the money back and forth that they actually created. So this has been very lucrative for the banks. They can create money, borrow it back very cheaply, and lend it out at much higher rates. So it's worked very well, except when the overnight lenders, for some reason, panic and decide not to continue rolling over these short-term loans. And then we have a crisis. Like, that's what happens with the savings and loan crisis. That's what happened in the 1930s. In fact, it's been happening for the last 200 years, ever since wildcat bankers were lending more paper paper banknotes that they printed themselves, then they had gold to cover it. And the government always steps in, and they do either they bail out the banks or they pass new regulations to try to rein them in, but it's never worked. I mean, we've never solved the problem. As we saw in 2008, we still continue to have banking crises where the banks have a credit crisis. They have to scramble to find the credit to cover their books, to cover this sort of shell game, which is how they create money. So we need a better system, a more sustainable system, and we've actually had a more sustainable system historically. The American colonists issued their own money. The government created the money, and supposedly this was an advance against taxes. They didn't have banks to borrow from, to speak of, and they didn't have gold, so they got this bright idea that they would just issue these paper receipts and collect them back in the form of taxes, and those circulated as money in the economy. So that would have been sustainable, except that it was a lot easier to print and spend than to get them back in taxes from these frontiersmen. So the northern colonies did tend to devalue their currencies, printing too much. But in Pennsylvania, they came up with this very sustainable system where the government owned a bank. And so they did the same thing, printed the money, but then they lent it to the farmers at 5% interest, and the money would come back. And then because they had the power to print, they could print a little extra to cover the interest. So you didn't have this problem of always having to scramble to find the interest that wasn't created in the original loan. So you had a totally sustainable system. During the time that system was in place, they paid no taxes except an excise tax on liquor. They had no inflation that was the result of money printing, and they had no government debt. And the colony flourished. It did very well until King George forbade the colonists to issue their own money, and there was a credit crisis, and the colonists rebelled and printed their own money anyway, and this was considered a major or maybe the major trigger of the American Revolution. So how could we duplicate that today? One possibility would be we could nationalize the big Wall Street banks when they collapse, again, the next time, which could be soon due to Deutsche Bank and so forth. So instead of bailing them out, we could turn them into true public utilities. That doesn't mean like taking them, cleaning up their books and then handing them back to the investors, but actually turning them into public utilities. Another possibility would be to have publicly owned banks, state and local, and I'll get to that. But a third possibility would be to for everyone to actually have an account at the central bank. And interestingly, central bankers are talking about this right now, and it's because of this new software that was developed for Bitcoin, the blockchain technology, which would actually allow them the technological ability to be everybody's banker. And it would also give them the power to take back some of that 97% of the money supply that's created by private banks. They would be in direct competition with the private banks. So this was discussed by Deputy Governor Ben Broadbent in a speech in March of this year at the Bank of England. But they've had like 90 central bankers are talking about this in various ways. So you're probably thinking, well, I don't trust the central bank any more than Wall Street. But it's the nature of blockchain that it's called trustless. You don't need a middleman. It eliminates the middleman. It's all built into the computer program. So it's not a centralized system like that one on the left. It's not even a decentralized system like the one in the middle, where you have a lot of different nodes that are all connected in some way, like maybe a bunch of central banks. It's more like a hologram, where you have millions of computers around the world that are all storing this data. So we are all nodes in the hologram. It's all in your cell phone or wherever you keep your account, and it's all in your digital wallet, and only you can get to it, and you can trade directly with others without going through a central bank or a private bank. It all goes in through the cloud, and it's all baked into the program. You can bake in, they're called smart contracts, so you can bake in the terms of the deal, like you could do mortgages, you could do a lot of different types of banking transactions through these programs where the terms are built into the program and the program itself is self-executing. So the problem that Ben Broadbent saw with this was that everyone would want an account at the central bank because it would be safer. They don't have to worry about bank runs, no bailouts, no bail-ins. But if they did that, they would all be pulling their money out of the Wall Street banks or out of the other banks and putting them in the central bank. And then what would the other banks have to lend? Our credit system might collapse. But the Bank of England itself has acknowledged that banks do not lend their deposits. So it seems to me the solution to that problem is to open up not just your deposit window, but your lending window. There's no reason that all banking functions couldn't be done by this blockchain in the cloud that would be in the nature of a national community currency system where we're all essentially creating our own money. Hyman Minsky said, he's an economist, said, anyone can create money. The trick is to get it accepted. So that's basically what a bank does. It turns your IOU into something that's spendable in the marketplace. And that could be done without, we don't need Wall Street. We don't need to support Wall Street. We don't need to bail them out. They don't need to have our deposits. This could all be done in some public utility, centralized public utility. So, this is a quote I liked from Digital Donut. Blockchain eliminates the need for clearinghouse entities of any kind, and that means a revolution is coming, a fundamental sea change in the way we do business. So that's what we could do on a national level if we can get them to do it. But in the meantime, what can we do? I'm the founder of the Public Banking Institute, and our mission in life is to persuade state and local governments to set up their own publicly owned banks on the model of the Bank of North Dakota, which has been extremely successful. I started writing on it in 2009 when I noticed that North Dakota was the only state that had escaped a credit crisis, and they were also the only state that had their own bank. They had the lowest unemployment rate in the country, the lowest default rate on credit card debt, one of the lowest foreclosure rates, and while all the other states were struggling with their budgets going in the red, North Dakota was trying to decide whether they should cut taxes or put on extra programs because they had all this extra money. They return a very nice dividend to the state every year. In 2014, the Wall Street Journal came out with an article that said the Bank of North Dakota is actually more profitable than JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs. The article said it was due to oil, but that was 2 years ago, and we've had a huge oil bust ever since. And even so, in December of 2015, the Bank of North Dakota reported its highest profits ever. So it's had every year for the last decade, it's had greater profits than the last. They make 1% loans to startup farmers, 1% loans to startup businesses, 1% loans to school districts that are building new schools. Compare that to California, which is where I'm from. We have some counties that have suckered for these capital appreciation bonds issued by Wall Street, where they're paying as much as 1,500% over 40 years to build schools and other school infrastructure. So the Bank of North Dakota has done amazing things for its community. The business model is, by law, all of the state's revenues are deposited in the bank, and then the bank does what every bank does, which is leverage that money into credit. But instead of it going into the profits of the Wall Street banks, it's going into the local community and for the benefit of the community, and the profits are going back to the state, so they're going back to the people. So it's an excellent model, and we highly recommend it, and hope that you all will join us in trying to persuade your state and local legislators to do the same. Henry Ford said, "It is well enough that the people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning." So you might ask, why don't legislators do this? It's because they don't get it. And we've had, after the Public Banking Institute was formed in early 2011, and in a year, we had 20 states with bills pending of one sort or another for state-owned banks. So we thought we were on a roll. Not that we could claim credit for all that, but it was a phenomenon. But none of those states have passed. None of that legislation has passed. We still have very active groups pushing for this. But anyway, we haven't managed to get this legislation passed. And it seems to me that the reason is the legislators do not understand the concept. Like they'll say things like, we cannot afford to lend our revenues. We need our revenues for our budget. But they won't be lending their revenues. If they own the bank, their revenues will be there in order they can spend them at any time. If they've lent the money out, they can do what all banks do, which is borrow it back from some other bank or the money market, or there are various ways they can borrow. So that's the model that we want to get across. So the first thing to do is educate, understand your banking system, and see if you can persuade your legislators to get your legislators to understand. Educate, organize, and take action. So we can help you with that if that's what we do at the Public Banking Institute. Our website is publicbankinginstitute.org. We have quite active groups around the country in Seattle, Washington, D.C., New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Santa Fe, Nevada, California, Colorado, New Hampshire, Portland, Oregon, and Michigan. Michigan just filed another set of another bill for state-owned banks. They had an earlier one that didn't pass, but they've just now filed a new one. And in Washington, D.C., their website is dcpublicbanking.org, and we have some free literature out in the room where you can get literature from the D.C. group, and Ruth, who is the head of it, is right over there if you want to talk to her. So, and these are my two books on this subject. Public Bank Solution and Web of Debt, and they're available also in the book area. And my website is ellenbrown.com. I've written over 300 articles on this subject, so for educational purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. Our next to last person on the agenda for this afternoon. James S. Henry is a U.S. economist, attorney, and investigative journalist who has written extensively about global banking, debt crises, tax havens, and economic development. In the corporate world, Henry served as chief economist, McKinsey & Company, VP Strategy, IBM Lotus Development Corporation, Manager Business Development, the Chairman's Office, Jack Welch, GE Fairfield, and Senior Consultant Monitor Group, the international consulting firm. So here we might have our most corporate of corporate individuals this afternoon. Don't hold that against him. So, James.
Well, it was good to see Bill Black here. I wanted to tell him the truth about Iceland as an introduction to what I'm talking about. I'm not sure if you have my presentation up. Is it somewhere? Let's see. What happened to the technical team here? Is there, let's see. Do you know anything about the, oh, there we go. Great. Let's try to, that's it. All right. All right. All right. I'm fine. Okay. Iceland. So I was in Iceland this summer working with a prime minister commission that's been formed in the wake of the Panama Papers because they lost two, not just one senior official. Their prime minister had to resign when they discovered he had undeclared offshore accounts, and then the president had to resign. or did not get reelected in June when they found that his wife had offshore accounts. Anyway, Iceland did send a lot of these bankers to jail as a result of the 2008 crisis when all three major banks failed. But the fact is that serving jail time in Iceland is a little different if you're considered a nonviolent criminal. So in February, one of the principal owners of one of the biggest banks of Iceland was found to have crashed his helicopter while he was out on his daily term, because you get out from 9 to 5 during daytime release from prison. And he and his hedge fund buddies were flying around Reykjavik, and they crashed the helicopter. So there was a big scandal about how he was being treated. That's kind of the reality of white-collar crime. It's a little bit better than our system, but it's still not perfect. I was there looking into the relationships that Donald Trump had with a peculiar group in New York called Bayrock. Bayrock is a group that had licenses for 4 of the major Trump properties in the United States and entered into more than $50 million of financing for these properties, including 3 of them in New York. Their key partner in this enterprise was an Icelandic group, FLG. And the distinguishing thing about Bayrock is that they're basically closely associated with the Russian mafia. So there's a bunch of articles loosely written about this subject. I invite you to Google Bayrock and look at the details. But there's a lot more of that story that has to be, really requires a lot of investigative work on the Iceland side to figure out all the relationships that we've uncovered, and I think you should stay tuned for that story. I'm here to talk about the corporate income tax. Last night in the debate, we had references to, by both candidates, to the fact that there's something like $2.4 trillion of corporate offshore profits that are not paying any taxes to the U.S. Treasury, because under the so-called deferral system, you're allowed to park your profits offshore and not pay tax until you repatriate it if you're a U.S. multinational. That system's been in place actually since the 60s, when basically U.S. companies were all alone in the world, dominating the world economy. And there was, at that point, a choice to be made about how to tax our giant companies. Europe wasn't really in the game. Japan was not in the game at that point. U.S. multinationals were the main players. And so what we decided, in fact, there was a debate in the House of Representatives at that point about the question of how to tax U.S. companies around the world. And the pharmaceutical industry weighed in because they had acquired patents that were quite important internationally. And they were really for most of the key drugs that were developed in World War II. And they really wanted to have the freedom not to pay taxes on foreign income because they saw that this is a major source of growth. Domestically speaking in the United States, just to bore you a little bit about corporate taxation, income taxation for companies that are doing multi-state operations, like let's say Walmart selling goods all over the United States and California, New York. They used to be in the, say 1910, they would set up sales companies in Delaware. And they would essentially book all of their sales in Delaware. And Delaware had no corporate income tax. Over time, the state said, wait a minute, the sales are in our territory, the investments, the employees, let's allocate these profits and income and revenues that you're generating proportionate to some real activities in the states. And that's what we have. It's called, complicated name for it, it's called formulary apportionment with unitary taxation. So you add up all the activities of a company in the United States and you apportion it to different states according to the sales, sort of a 3-factor employment. And it's a pretty, it's not a perfect system, but it's evolved over time, and most of the states are pretty satisfied with it. It's certainly relatively easy to apply. On the international system level, however, there is no such allocation. Instead, there's a system involving tax havens. And it allows basically Walmart to set up, as it does, a distribution company in the Cayman Islands that books all of its product sales in Europe. Never any products actually go through the Cayman Islands. That's just papered. But since the Cayman Islands has no corporate income tax, for tax purposes, Walmart's on their offshore sales avoiding tremendous amount of taxes unless the Europeans pick up on it. In the case of Apple, as we've just seen, Apple just got hit with a $14.5 billion levy from the European Competition Commission for their arrangements in Ireland. They had basically essentially allowed them to do a private kind of deal with Ireland in which they were essentially taxable for citizens of nowhere for tax purposes. They weren't taxable in Ireland, weren't taxable in the United States, channeling 60% of their global profits through Ireland, more than $200 billion over the last 15 years, paying tax rates as low as last year, 0.005% on all of these offshore profits. That's the problem with the international tax system as it has evolved. It's encouraged U.S. companies in particular to park more and more profits in these offshore havens, not pay any taxes at all at the time, and also not to the U.S. Treasury because they're not brought back. They can invest them in New York banks and have access to the money, borrow against those offshore profits. And then if they do a deal like they did with Ireland, or Walmart has done, Starbucks, Google, Microsoft, Luxembourg, they've been allowed to have private rulings, essentially make them tax-free in Europe as well. So that's helping you to understand a little bit about the history of this and the latest evolution in the international tax system that we face, which is a system that's fundamentally broken. It's going to be a big discussion next year. You can just see what I call the rich people's march on Washington forming, because they're all getting lined up here. Both parties are pretty bad on this same issue. I think what we have to do on the progressive side of the spectrum is try to figure out some alternatives to what they're going to come up with. The global haven industry is something that I have analyzed a lot. It has a lot of component parts. Multinational tax dodging is one of those, but there's also what we call private banking and kleptocracy, transnational crime, odious finance, the kind of clever chicanery that's been going on in places like Iceland, human capital flight, which refers to the tremendous amount of offshore immigration that's going on, and the fact that some of our largest companies are charging the diaspora about 10 to 15 cents on the dollar to send money home. And finally, representation without taxation. All of these I consider to be consequences, pathologies of this global haven industry. In April, as I mentioned, we had the Panama Papers revelation, the largest leak in history about all this, coming from one tiny Panama law firm, Mossack Fonseca. We've also had lots of other revelations in the last decade. There's kind of, as Ralph says, the banality of exposés. But I first ran across this same law firm in 1987 when I was investigating General Noriega in Panama. And these are the principal members of the Colombian and Cali cartels that were dealing with him. But Mossack Fonseca, the law firm that was involved in the Panama leak, at that point had already prospered for about a decade. And in Panama and was dealing with all of the big banks around the planet. About 500 banks turn up in their database of more than 200,000 companies. The point is that this is an old story. We've known about this stuff for an awful long time. And what we find is that all of these different pathologies of the global haven industry are really they kind of share, it's like the Star Wars bar scene, where you have different kinds of criminals around the same basic facility, which is financial secrecy. They share the weak regulation, weak taxation, and they also have access to professional enablers, because this is not something you grow at home alone. These are complicated rules and businesses, and the largest law firms and banks and accounting firms in particular are the custodians of this secret industry. They keep it going. They organize the expertise that's applied to this stuff. There is in Washington, for example, a little group that you might want to look into called the Washington International Tax Study Group. Anybody ever heard of that? They meet every month. They have really nice dinners. It costs a lot to join them. And they're 30 leading members of the International Tax Bar in Washington. Their members include current Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, Robert Stack, who is designing policies for the Obama administration, Bill Wilkins, who is current IRS Chief Legal Counsel, both of whom were partners at a firm called Wilmer Hale. In 1990s, Wilmer Hale was a registered representative for the Swiss Bankers Association. These people are working inside of government and outside of government, and it's kind of a revolving door. And the policies that they've, and the policy failures that they've administered or presided over really do reflect the existence of this entrenched system. Well, I won't go through all the details about offshore, because I want to turn here to a couple things. But let me just tell you about my organization, Tax Justice Network. I think we're also a good success story. Bill mentioned some of the reasons to be optimistic, and many of you are here today not to hear about problems, but to see what we can do about them. Tax Justice Network, I think, is an example of an organization that's become pretty successful and influential since it was founded about 2004. It has put on the agenda a bunch of technical, relatively precise proposals for reforming this international tax system that we're going to talk about. It has about 81 NGOs that are affiliated in 37 countries. And we started out by making a bunch of so-called impossible demands that a decade ago no one would have expected to be on the agenda. Now they're being debated, at least, in the G20 and the OECD, and in much of the discussions of what to do about international development and international tax injustice. So it is an example of an organization that started out with volunteers, people who have professional backgrounds and expertise, and we're willing to contribute that as an example of an organization that can get something done. But you know, we are basically 1/10 of where we need to get with international tax justice, and this effort is a continuing struggle, but at least we have this global organization making headway. I've written about this stuff forever. I won't bore you with the details, but the subject I really want to talk about is the subject of two films that I recommend. One is a Sundance documentary from 2012. It's available on Netflix. It's called We're Not Broke, pertaining to U.S. corporate tax dodging. And the other is The Price We Pay, which is a Toronto International Film Festival documentary from last year. It's made the rounds and is available on Vimeo if you want to see it online for more detail. But I thought I would start out because probably most of you know nothing about havens, but you've all eaten bananas. So let's learn about the banana industry and the way havens help the largest banana exporters take their product to market without much taxation. So you have a company like Chiquita buys bananas in Ecuador for an export price of 20 cents a pound. And in Ecuador, it pays, let's say, 1.5 cents of taxable profits. Labor costs and production is the rest of it. Well, they then have a chain of captive companies. 60% of world trade today goes through, not through independent companies, but through captive subsidiaries. So this is quite an important phenomenon for economists in particular, who tend to assume that there are perfectly competitive markets for things. These are not perfectly competitive markets. So here we have the Cayman Islands captive subsidiary of this company charging 12 cents a pound for the use of their purchasing network to the parent. Then the captive subsidiary in Luxembourg charges another 12 cents a pound for the financial services they provide. Then the Ireland subsidiary charges 6 cents per pound for the use of the brand. The Isle of Man charges 6 cents for insurance services. Jersey subsidiary charges 6p for management services. And Bermuda charges 26 cents per pound for distribution. So then it ends up in the UK, let's say, for 91 cents per pound at the border, with a retail markup then of 59 cents per pound. And how much tax have they paid on that whole transaction? 1.5 cents back in Ecuador, because everything else has been eaten up by these transfer costs. This is transfer pricing. It's not a term that we use a lot in the home at night, but it's a term that lawyers and economists who are involved in all this stuff know very well, because it's the essence of many of the abuses that we're talking about. And this is a commodity example, but you could use the same example for intellectual property, like the transfer of patents to offshore havens, where companies like Apple basically pay themselves a huge amount of royalties tax-free by transferring their intellectual property, their brands, their software to places like Caymans or Bermuda. So in this world, unlike the economics world that economists like to study, the invisible world, the invisible hand is nowhere to be seen. There is no arm's length pricing that can apply. There's no real competitive model. But in the case of Apple, applying this to intellectual property, basically with 64% of global profits parked in Ireland, essentially Apple today employs about 1.2 million Chinese workers at Foxconn. They buy the iPads for about 40 bucks. They pay themselves royalties of $2.2 billion for the IP. It was developed mostly in the United States. And they have now, the figure is about 110,000 US workers, mainly in retail stores. So, there's an enormous game here being played of, sort of hide the intellectual property royalties in low tax havens. So the basic game that is played in many cases is a case of where you would have a parent company in the United States financing an offshore finance company based in, let's say, the Caymans. And that would then have all of its operating units around the world, developing countries, for example, a mining company in Zambia, financed by a Cayman Island financing company, having to pay loans, repay loans, pay interest on the loans that it receives from the Cayman Island company. A way of avoiding tax in the developing country by eating up all of the profits in the form of interest on these intercompany loans. That's a standard related party debt kind of transaction, which is used to do what's called asset stripping in the corporate world. And this gets pretty hairy. This is a scheme I came across in South Africa last year involving generating phony tax credits to be sold, a scheme to be sold to South African companies, basically by Morgan Stanley and two former Arthur Andersen partners, to essentially help domestic South African company avoid taxes on all of their income. Well, let me just jump ahead to some of the most important issues for us to be aware of. We're going to be facing a big debate over this particular issue in the upcoming Congress. And you know, what we're talking about here is a proposal originally by the Obama administration to cut the corporate tax rate from 35% to about 19%. We've already had this year the UK government reduced their tax rate to 18% and then to 15%. This is resulting in a kind of race to the bottom. Donald Trump's proposal is a 15% US tax rate, maybe even a territorial tax, which would mean that none of these companies would pay taxes offshore, and a big deal for repatriating the $2.4 trillion that's sitting there offshore right now. In 2004, the Bush administration ran this experiment. They offered companies a 5% tax rate on the profits that they were, any profits they repatriated. They repatriated at that point about $400 billion, and most of it went into shareholder buybacks. No jobs were created. The big companies that did it were not investing in jobs. There was basically no conditionality. This is the proposal that both the Democrats and the Republicans are trying to work up to in this forthcoming Rich People's March on Washington. The evidence that this kind of race to the bottom is that this kind of race to the bottom has not produced economic growth or jobs, and that if we want to really oppose it, we have to come up with an alternative system for collaborating on taxes as opposed to fostering this kind of aggressive tax competition among countries. So anyway, that's a brief introduction to a complicated subject, and I appreciate your forbearance, but please feel free to ask or follow up with me any questions that you might have. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jim Henry. I think a sort of breezy summary of what Jim's describing is that these corporations have no sense of patriotism to the countries that gave them their charter. They went to their profits on the back of American workers and bailed out by American taxpayers and saved by Marines overseas. And their answer back to us is, we're out of here. We're not going to pay taxes. We're just going to use the public services that other smaller taxpayers pay for and all the other protections. And I think we ought to use that yardstick. You're not patriotic. You say that to a corporation, they don't know how to answer that. You know how they always answer something by saying it's the market and this. They just don't know how to answer betraying the country, their birth and their sustenance and nurturing. And it's a good way to open up the subject matter. I've tried this on CEOs in a survey years ago when I asked them, these are all US corporations, and I asked them to stand up at their annual meeting and in the name of the corporation, like Exxon or GM, pledge allegiance to the flag and the republic for which it stands. And they were horrified. The only one that said yes was Federated Department Stores, which is retail. It's going nowhere. So it's very good. If they want to be seen as persons, judge them by the values that persons are judged by. If a corporation is a drug company and has gouging prices, just accuse them of being kleptomaniacs. You know, use these words like GM took a long time to toilet train itself, you know, in terms of its own pollution. So thank you, Jim, for that. I want to make a few concluding remarks, but before I do that, we have a great treat coming up at 5:30, the annual Callaway Awards for Moral Courage. 2 tremendous whistleblowers, and anybody who's been at the Callaway Awards has never forgotten the experience of these courageous people who put everything on the line in order to bring their conscience to work and blow the whistle for truth, safety, justice, and they suffer the consequences very often. There's also a very good buffet afterwards. So I invite all of you here just to stay over. It's right here in the auditorium. It starts at 5:30, and it's over around 7 o'clock. But I think you'll like it a great deal. We'll do book signings out there as well. Again, thinkers read, readers think. You need to get your friends, especially your younger friends and relatives, reading. Well, one observation from what you heard today was that I think you'll agree it's an unusual aggregation of accomplished advocates and scholars who don't just live in silos. They understand the connections between all these different subjects and how they fit together in a bigger picture, which we call the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. If we over-specialize, we lose essential perspectives and directions almost completely, because specialization feeds on itself and become micro-specialists and micro-specialists. So it's important to have these kinds of gatherings. The downside is that most people don't know how to come to these kinds of gatherings because they reverberate to their own specialty. So if you have a capital gains tax conference, or if you have a hospital infection-induced conference, you'll get the people working in these areas. But to have a synergy-type conference, a conference that starts putting the pieces together in terms of the structure of power that is so repressive with velvet gloves until it's challenged, then it takes off its velvet gloves. That is something that's not on their radar screen. And you can see this very prominently in business, law school, and accounting schools that expose their students to a technocratic curriculum and don't give them the bigger picture. Same is true for engineering schools, because they are training them for the corporate plutocracy. They're training them to be unquestioning, skilled tools and processors and implementers of mega corporate power. So they are finishing schools. Harvard Law School overwhelmingly sends its graduates to New York and Washington and corporate law firms. They don't send it to where there's huge demand for lawyers by lower income people who don't have lawyers or can't afford lawyers. All these Ivy League schools are finishing schools for corporate power and the further maturation of the corporate state, which is constant. Which gets me to my next point, and that is that corporate control, and you can see it with David Bollier's description of the commons. You see, it's in the DNA of the giant corporation. They compete over who can control the most at their nodes and at their frontiers and at their challengers. And now they're moving even faster to try to enclose the commons, take it away from us, or control it, even though nominally we own it. What's interesting about this is the detailed mechanisms that they have. And I think that if more people know the detailed mechanism of control over themselves, the more angry they get and the more motivated they get. So for example, if you talk about dirty meat and poultry, just randomly, well, you know, they think of messy people. But if you talk about dirty meat and poultry with excessive antibiotics and hormones as a marketing design, meticulously planned in corporate laboratories and corporate testing venues and corporate marketing focus groups, then they really get angry because they feel they've really been manipulated by design. It wasn't just sloppy employees. And so you have to start with the interactions where people live, work, where they buy their insurance or they're denied insurance, or where they don't get 1/10 of 1% or so on their interest rates and savings accounts, or they have a planned obsolescence for the consumer products they buy, and the contracts are all one-sided, fine print contracts, take away our rights to go to court, take away our rights to bargain with them, take away our rights to even see the contract. Even see the contract. You click on. You can't even see the contract. All this is by design. I mean, who needs a conspiracy when you don't have a challenger? You only need a conspiracy when you have someone really challenging your power. Then you want to conspire with others to defeat. But if we don't have anybody on the field, then Notre Dame wins 5,000 to nothing, right? If you don't have anybody on the field, there's no need for a conspiracy. There's just need for further refinement of the corporate state, merging big business and big government and turning it against the people. That's why whenever you hear someone say, it's too detailed for me, you ought to elaborate it, because it's not too detailed for them. Once they get into the details, it's like a mystery unraveling, even though it's nonfiction. It becomes fascinating. People are into a lot of details. They're into incredible detail with video games and card games and all kinds of complex recreational puzzles. And so never underestimate people's interest in details. And if we don't confront them with the kind of detail that you saw David Bollier, for example, or William Black or others earlier, we can't defeat them. And by defeat them, I mean this, that we subordinate the global corporate structure to the sovereignty of the people, both in terms of statutes, in terms of access to justice, in terms of unequal rights, in terms of the Constitution. There are all kinds of ways. Constitutional amendment, of course, is the most fundamental. And if we don't subordinate the mega corporate structure, we're not talking small business here, if we don't subordinate these global corporations, then the sovereignty of the people is not only subordinated, it's dissipated. And over the years, it's not even understood by most people. When you say, what's the sovereignty of the people in practical terms? Well, the Constitution starts with we the people, but what then? It's quite interesting to see the incredible flexibility and opportunism of the corporate structure. Since they don't believe in anything but power, bonuses, sales, profits, if you draw the line on them, they will respect the line because they have no ideology other than profits. And so if you show them that they can't get away with what they're getting away with without losing money, without being penalized, without their executives being prosecuted and put in jail, they're very opportunistic. They'll adjust. If they do not adjust because they're tied into a omnicidal technology like unbridled nanotech or biotech or nuclear armaments, they will be replaced. And that's why the presentation by Jeff Clements was so important. And that can be transferred into a very, very explicit 3-hour course for high school students and college students outside the curriculum, is that if we give equal rights under the Constitution to the corporate fiction, we're not talking about the people in the corporation, the corporate entity itself, like the corporate entity can give unlimited money to defeat or support candidates, we are producing unequal rights to ordinary people. Why? Because when you give these giant corporations equal rights under the Constitution, they have privileges, immunities, and impunities we'll never have, even if a person's a billionaire, simply because they're not human beings. They can create their own parents called holding companies. Can you do that? they can create endless subsidiaries all over the world to evade legal standards and requirements. Can you have that many children? They can go bankrupt and keep paying themselves retention bonuses because of their knowledge, their historical knowledge. If you go bankrupt, do you do that? So with their immunities, you cannot possibly give them equal rights without producing enormous inequality. Now, having said that, this is why I wrote a column recently that Harvard Law School should be broken up into 2 law schools. Right now, it's a law school where they teach their students, who are enormously fact-deprived, by the way, as most young people. You think this is an information age? It's a disinformation age in one way and a fact deprivation age in the other. Just test them about anything. Ask them anything. You'll see how little factual knowledge they really have outside the entertainment world. And so I suggest that Harvard Law School be broken up into 2 curriculums. One, just studying the law as it is, tweaking it a little bit, interpreting it, arguing over it, parsing different judicial decisions and regulatory decisions and legislative enactments without indicating that there are huge areas of power in this country that are not under the rule of law at all. They're under the rule of power. The rule of power has become supreme over the rule of law, and you heard some of that recently. Look, no convictions, no prosecutions. You have the biggest collapse of corporate crime wave in the economy, millions unemployed, trillions shattered in pension dollars, and what do you end up with? There isn't anybody who goes to jail. This is a no-fault Wall Street run by a no-fault government that is not accountable to enforce the law to protect the people of this country. And so the other curriculum would be something I would call Harvard Lawless School. And the students there would study reality. They would study foreign and military policy lawlessness, foreign and military action lawlessness. Do you think there's any law that controls what a president does in terms of drones and invading sovereignties and blowing up this and that on his say-so? You know, prosecutor, judge, jury, and executioner. Who needs the separation of powers for that? And the lawlessness of these fine print contracts. These are not contracts. You didn't agree with all of that. They don't compete about the contract, so you can't go across the street to Ford or GM and get a different contract. These are private legislative enactments supported by a supine judiciary who still believes in the legal fiction of consent, if they're not looking for a job in a big law firm after they leave the courts. Lawlessness is everywhere, but it's not studied. The lawless Congress, the lawlessness that operates in the area of who has access to justice. I mean, if you don't have access to justice in the courts, because you can't afford it, because the procedures, as Professor just argued, are too obstructive and delaying, that's lawlessness. Corporate crime is largely in the realm of lawlessness. And so we need to look at these business schools and accounting schools and law schools in a very rigorous way, and don't give them a free pass. Every one of them in the whole area were invited to come here. The faculty's not interested. The students are into a technocratic curriculum, looking for a job, and therefore we lose any sense of educating them on professional standards. And so they're just trades. They're not professions. Professions are characterized by being a public service, a learned tradition, and by looking for other things than profit. They're supposed to prevent conflict that they are paid for to litigate. Doctors are supposed to prevent disease and trauma, the conditions they're supposed to treat if they can't prevent it. The essence of a profession is to rise above the crass market mechanism and install civic values, non-commercial values. And prevention, of course, is one of them. So they're just going through these high-priced schools. They don't have a clue. You cannot believe how naive these students are. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia, the so-called elite schools. I found a more rigorous level of reality among community college students because they have to work and they get their nose rubbed in it and they're not anointed. So that explains why the students in this country are not showing up. They used to show up at great auditoriums for anti-war speakers and dissenters and so on. There's nothing there anymore. They're all looking at their little cell phone. And what do we do? Just comment on it? Or as older people, we try to put an arm around their shoulder and give them a heads up on human realities that they're going to confront someday, like climate change or implosions of economies or viruses and bacteria out of control, because we're pouring huge money into the most destructive activities of our society, like the military budget, corporate welfare, and we're starving the basic necessities that deal with heads up on viruses and bacteria and climate change and soil erosion and on and on. How many of you have seen this movie, Idiocracy? You should all see it. It's not the best done movie, but it shows when a society is dominated by powerful institutions that engage in systematic, profitable stupefaction of the people, starting at a very early age. And they deny them horizon, deny them power, deny them information that they need, and reward them for being stupefied, for buying the wrong things, because they don't know it's the wrong things for them, like a lot of junk food. Something happens decade after decade, doesn't it? And this movie takes people, an average couple in the 20th century is plunked down into the 25th century. And it's been 3 centuries of stupefaction. And it's run by automatons that are run by a few oligarchs and so on. And this couple ends up, and they're viewed as geniuses by these masses. What? You say this, you think that, and they're all going around trying to stir up trouble. As I say, it's not that well done. The theme is very, very foreshadowing, especially now when they're talking about genetic enhanced individuals. This is biology professors at Princeton. Genetically enhanced individuals that are going to be the rich people. They're the only ones who can afford it. And so you'll have even genetic stratification here. So we have to deal with this. We have a project at Harvard Law School. We've revived the Harvard Law Record. We're going to have some of these articles put in the Harvard Law Record, which goes on the internet with the Harvard name. And maybe we'll get there. But let me tell you how really bad it is. When we go to Harvard Law School to speak, there's some prominent alumni go to speak. We are told by the Student Association that the only time the students will show up is at noon during their lunch hour. They will not show up in the evening 25 yards from their dorm, for the evening, forget about the evening. They will only show up at noon if you give them free pizza. And I said, look, I don't want to pander to these. They're adults. What do you mean? They're intellects. They're Harvard. It says, you don't give them free pizza, they don't show up. And they're right. That's how bad it is. They're technicians. And I put the blame on the faculty, on the administration. They know better. Some of them went through the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. Moving on. Weren't you impressed by listening to these presentations in the sense that you have now a larger infrastructure in order to judge how bad the mass media is, how totally stupefying, junk-ridden, low on the sensuality ladder, commercialism, how bad it is. Commercial radio, what's that? It's 95% advertising and music. And then you get sports, weather, news, you know. Oh, that's really great. And look at NPR. Did you see NPR here today or yesterday? They're not here. Well, they're busy. They're telling you today, they have a nice segment on avant-garde restaurants in China. You know, really swell restaurants in China, among other things. I mean, if you look at what they put on the air, I've spoken to Judy Woodruff on PBS. Hey, you know, we used to be on once a year. You'd come to our conference. What's wrong? It's been decades. Oh, we can't get around to it. We're so busy. I'm sorry. We'll try to have you on. They don't have progressive people on. And so we fund partly NPR and PBS, and not as much as we did as taxpayers. But, you know, when you say, why don't we ever listen or see about these things? Have you seen the NewsHour? Aren't you enchanted by the regular presentations of David Brooks and Mark Shields, who spend 80% of the time agreeing with each other, you know? So we don't have a yardstick, a frame of reference to severely decry the state of the commercial and the public and even indie media. The indie media goes with the headlines. They give us a good take on the headlines, not the usual propaganda, but they don't allow new faces, new ideas. They don't recognize rookies. I mean, at least the sports business recognizes rookies. They don't give small political movements chance to ratchet up over a period of time so to prevail. I mean, the NCAA basketball, you have 64 teams. They allow 64 teams to win the jackpot. We have Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola. So it's important to take this kind of information and apply it so that we have a higher level of functional dissatisfaction in order to do something. Otherwise, our expectation levels are unconsciously lowered and lowered and lowered until we either accept the junk we're given on the media or we don't even watch anymore. For example, I'll ask you a question. How many people here watch Saturday morning network TV? ABC, CBS, NBC. Anybody? You see, most people never even watch it. Or how about the afternoon talk shows on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, where they have masochistic, sadistic type programs, who cheated on who, they even have bouncers, or they have, you know, fluff entertainment, not even self-improvement, celebrities, and so forth. There's no more Phil Donahue, who had his own, you know, male strippers, but he had a lot of first-time people in the women's movements, consumer, environmental, worker movement, anti-war movement, and even Mike Douglas and some of the others had time. I shared the Mike Douglas program with John Lennon and Yoko Ono once, and they were talking serious. So this is the stupefaction is getting worse and worse as we're letting go of our common property. It's our property. The other point I want to make is, oh, by the way, the actual title of the NPR radio presentation is Trendy Restaurants in China. Well, that's exciting, huh? How about trendy movements for justice in America, right? Okay. All right, so, but you can see the immense power we start with if we want to use it. These are huge assets. And the professional schools hardly ever talk about it. The commons, the huge pools of pension capital and other forms of capital. And we have got to develop a collective sense of ownership. A collective sense of ownership means that just like we have an ownership sense for our home or our car, we have an ownership sense for our commons, and we have an ownership sense for our pension money, leveraging good things in the companies that they own or other ways that those investments can be used. Now, what's interesting is once we get a foothold in the commons, look what we can do. If we controlled more of the national forests, we could demonstrate exemplary forest management for the commercial forests, which are 95% of the business. Exemplary forest management, because it's ours, and we're not in it for the quick buck. Or the public airways, if we had our own audience network, 3 hours a day, well funded by charging the other radio and TV stations rent, they get it free now, as you know, 24 hours a day. We can communicate gatherings like this all over the country. So everybody can see everything. It's a little better than just streaming it, as you know. And so we can begin getting a foothold in recovering the commons by getting a piece of the commons and using it for that foothold. And when all is said and done, you know, all these efforts are starving for resources. What if all these people had 10, 15, 20 people working with them? David Boyer, what if he had 20 people working for him and his work all over the world and the United States? One of them would develop a system where they could educate millions of youngsters, because it breaks down in very, very interesting ways right into their own community, their local river, their local drinking water, their local pond, their local commons, you know, right next to where their school is, etc. You know, there was a former head of the Tennessee Valley Authority in the 1930s. His name was Arthur Morgan, and he had a very curious mind. And he went all over the world trying to answer the question, what starts social movements for justice? How do you get started? And he came back and he wrote a book, and the title was his answer, The Small Community. Everything starts with a small community. Most people, when they see a huge opposition in front of them, think they have to start with a very significant base of challenge. Well, you know, it would be nice if we did that, but we're not volcanoes, you know. Volcanoes start big, don't they, once they get underway? We have to start with the small community, which tends to be unbureaucratic and very creative. And so we need resources, and Lloyd Constantine's proposal on the penny brigade, that's an example. See, 10 billion shares. What is 10 billion shares? Cisco has 5 billion shares. There are trillions of shares, but if owners of just 10 billion shares pledged a penny, that's enough to support 500 professional tough watchdogs on 500 corporations. What is it? It's nothing. It's just a mechanism. We need to think through these kinds of facilities. And of course, there's the proposal by John Bogle to form a federation, which is waiting for some people to get underway. The other point I want to make is, years ago, 1972, we brought together the first whistleblowing conference ever. And when I convened this conference, the word whistleblower in public parlance meant snitch, a snitch. And the Wall Street Journal a year or two ago said, now the whistleblower means more in people's minds exposing corruption and wrongdoing. So we've changed the public image of this courageous act, you know, bringing your conscience to work. And this conference, this is a book on the conference, and it started out, it's really interesting looking for, it started out on the keynotes on whistleblowing, the anatomy of whistleblowing, the whistleblower as civil servant, that was Senator William Proxmire came. The whistleblower as entrepreneur, Robert Townsend, he was head of Avis and then wrote the book Up the Organization. And whistleblowing in the law by a local law professor, Arthur Miller. Then we had the whistleblowers. We had a whistleblower on the Pentagon, a whistleblower on the Atomic Energy Commission, a whistleblower on General Motors, a whistleblower on the aerospace industry, and a whistleblower on various agencies, and they came out, and then nobody ever paid attention to them. I mean, it was like coming out, and they said their piece, and then we had prescriptions for change and strategies for whistleblowers. Now, this is the only conference, and 1972, look what's happened since. Laws protecting whistleblowers. You heard it. More whistleblowers, bounties for whistleblowers, law firms for whistleblowers, billions of dollars saved because of whistleblowers. The 1986 False Claims Act has saved the taxpayer $65 billion, and it could be used even more. That was a left-right support through Congress. Whistleblowing is left-right, Republican and conservatives support it. So I say this because if you think this is kind of an overwhelming presentation of difficulty in terms of changing the powers that be, these days here we're having, that's the way it always starts. It always starts with a few people like you who show up, who spread the word, who maybe have their own conferences where they live and work around the country, and people who watch the streaming at the present time around the country. So I do want to say to any of the press who is watching this day on the live screen, if they have any other questions, if they want any interviews, just to contact John Richard or Todd Main at our center, info@csrl.org, and they'll respond to your requests. The time now comes for thanking people. This takes a lot of work. This is our 6th day. It's an immense amount of work. And I want to thank John Richard, of course. I want to thank Todd Main, Gene Stilp, Robin Diener. I want to thank Chris Otten, Hunter Jones, Evan West, Matt Marin, Frank Harvey, Sarah Gardner, my sister Claire Nader, and also, of course, our moderator, Newt Rosted, for his yeoman work today. And we will now get the feedback from you in terms of the questions. And if I can't answer them, I'll tell you I can't answer them, and we'll just assign it to one of the speakers that your question was directed towards. Question number 1 is, how do we network for David Bollier's New Commons? Oh, David here? Okay, David, you got to take that. Come on up here. He's supremely leverageable.
Well, I mean, this is the supreme problem. There's lots of stuff burbling out there that NPR is not covering. I've met 3 or 4 people in the lobby who says, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And it's precisely this interstitial networking that's not happening, that is not supported by clueless foundations, that many Washington NGOs who are locked into their franchise can't innovate into. And so we need to find these new sources of coming together ourselves outside of some of the conventional approaches. I mostly work in Europe, where they're far more advanced on these things, and I've learned a lot about how there's a convergence of different movements. This is sort of the challenge.
What about foundations?
Well, foundations obviously can play a major seeds role in this, but they have to change how they give grants, meaning a lot of open-ended, risk-taking approaches, which they've been so MBA-ified in terms of metrics and deliverables that they don't want to take chances.
How about rich, older billionaires who are getting bored with it?
Well, your book, Only the Rich Can Save Us, was onto a point in the sense that these rich angel donors are often the best ways to get this moving forward. I worked for many years for Norman Lear, the TV producer, and he was extremely supportive of me and my Commons work. And we need more of these sources of open-ended money as opposed to, here's my strict deliverable, I see 5 years into the future. But Ralph himself was the venture capitalist for a lot of this in the 1960s and 70s. Just a little bit of money here and there has enormous amplification impacts.
Give your contact for the streamed audience. How would they get in touch?
Oh, how, me? My blog is bollier.org. You can reach me at david@bollier.org. BOLLIER.org.
Thank you very much, David. By the way, when you see what David has done as an individual with almost no resources, do you still challenge my thesis? Breaking through power, it's easier than we think. I mean, it's one person. What if there are 100 like him, 200? These corporations would be running for cover. It's easier than we think, is the history of justice. Always starts with a few people, never gets more than 1% active, a couple hundred hours a year engaged with one another, never reaches 1%. Easier, we think. This huge public sentiment and public opinion behind forces for justice. People understand fair play, regardless of what label they put on them. Second question, university research is a major public good and should be in the commons. How do we stop the Koch brothers and other corporate interests from taking away the university commons? Well, start with the students. They got foot energy. They think they can march, they can demonstrate, they can use their college papers. You see, here's what we have to get through to young people who feel overwhelmed and whatever will be, and they get cynical and withdraw. I say to college students, tell me, when is the next time after you graduate that you're going to own your own newspaper, you're going to have your own radio station, and you're going to have your own television station? Now, would you tell me? When's the next time you're going to have your own gathering place that you can gather for all kinds of public-spirited reasons without paying a lot of rent for the room? Well, they do have their own radio, TV, and newspaper, but look what they do with it. It's almost like the commercial analog. It's just like full of sports, entertainment, and very serious material once in a while, but they should inquire into what their university and college is doing, what entanglements with corporations, what their professors are moonlighting on at night that puts them in a conflict of interest with presenting material by day for their students. The whole sports rackets, for example, and Division I sports. So they have the tools, but you got to give them the frame of reference. You got to put them in the mode of, wow, that's right, you know, we've got a radio station. You know what college radio stations do? They're like 98% music in a world of iTunes, you know? It's just like, you go into a station, all you see are all this music. And I don't know what they're going to do now that you can pull it down, but radio stations could be great forums for students, what they're doing, what they're researching. A lot of important things going on in universities and colleges never see the light of day. So the students can take on the Koch brothers. And they're always progressive alumni, and they got to find them, get them into a loose organization. So from the outside, the students get support, heavyweight support, when they're up against a corporatized administration or whatever. And then the third, and there have been books on, you know, there's a new book coming out exposing Harvard Business School in a few months. And there have been books out on all kinds of university connections with the drug industry, using tax money to get government-funded innovation. Then they don't give the taxpayer any royalties, and they're cutting deals with professors who are making tons of money and creating jealousy with other professors who are trying to live on a professor's salary. Commercialism is a very insidious theme inside these nonprofit institutions. Fourth is, three, how do we break through the power of police departments who so frequently kill, harass, and take advantage of American citizens without being held accountable? Well, one is civilian review boards. A second is community policing, where police are much more responsible when they are working in the areas where they live, and they know the neighbors. And third is a whole proposal by the former police chief of Seattle, Washington, who was on my radio show, the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, if you want to listen to it every week. And he has written an article for the New York Times recently. He has a book out on it with a lot of ideas. The fourth is, how can we effectively organize investors ranging from large institutional investors to small individual shareholders to take stronger action in shareholder meetings and through proxy voting? I thought that was answered today by various presenters. Perhaps the questioner came in late, but there have been a lot of ideas put forward to have a federation of investors, to have penny brigades, to have more pressure for class action lawsuits, which of course represent investors in a cooperative legal challenge, to go to the annual meetings, as Newt Minow, not Newt Minow, that was her father, Nell Minow pointed out in great detail of how you take apart a board of directors, how you go to the annual meetings, how you put in resolutions, how you demand information, and so forth. So you might want to go see her presentation. 5 is, how can those operating employers within the organs of corporate power work to change the issues discussed today from within the system? Is this even possible, or is it structurally limited? Yeah, it's possible. There are dozens of mid-sized corporations run by their founders before it becomes bureaucratized and excessively ossified. And they belong to a group called Social Venture Network. There's another group that's meeting here as we speak. I can't remember its name, something like Public Interest Business. And they're companies you've heard of: Patagonia, Esprit, Ben & Jerry's, and my favorite was Patagonia and the Interface Corporation I mentioned earlier out of Atlanta. Go to their websites. You'll see pretty remarkable patterns of behavior for workers and environment, and disciplining suppliers, saying we're not going to buy from you unless you meet certain environmental standards, codes of practices. It's really quite advanced. And something happens when a company gets too big, like Yvon Chouinard, who founded Patagonia, the outdoor equipment and clothing company out of Southern California. When his sales reached 600 million, some people were saying, why don't you get more sales? He said, why should we want that many sales? In spite of his restraint, they're up to about 800 million. They actually tell people not to buy their products if they have their products already. What do you need another one for? Clutter up the closet? I mean, can you imagine? Imagine doing that? In spite of their statements, they still keep selling because people begin to trust them. And there's REI. I don't buy from them, but that's the biggest consumer co-op in America. So we've had projects, to try to diffuse these better corporate practices, or at least talk about them. But you never see that on TV, very rarely. You see, Bill Gates, and you see the so-called celebrities, or once in a while you'll see a fleeing corporate alleged felon, and 60 Minutes will run after the person. But when you have a mass media that doesn't put the best of the country in its curriculum, in its agenda, no wonder people get discouraged. Just look at the A section of the New York Times in the last week. It's like the police blotter. It's a high-level rendition of the New York Post. The shootings and the victims, and all right, they have to be reported. What about the millions of people who die silently because of bad pharmaceuticals, or hazardous hospital practices, or toxic pollution, defective products, or being denied health care and they die as a result by some unscrupulous insurance company, or all the other ways that people succumb? Why don't they get high attention in the A section? And the answer is quite simple, that if you want to sell newspapers, you go for the visceral, low-level, frightening probes and communications. And anthropomorphic violence is always more frightening than technological violence absentee violence, high-level violence. For example, one way to describe ISIS is low-tech savagery. They decapitate, something the French taught them with the guillotine, and the Crusaders before that, when they decapitated thousands of Saracens in the Crusades in one night after they won the battle. Well, what about the Western military system? What would you call Dresden? 75,000 people, civilians deliberately incinerated in World War II. That's high-tech savagery. But you see, which one repulses people more? It's low-tech savagery. It's anthropomorphic. So it's good to have a construct of the sensuality ladder. And for example, Amy Schumer, how many people have heard of Amy Schumer? Look at that, what amazing. She's a off-color comedian. Sexy, pornographic type jokes. She's got a $6 million advance. And she's all over, huge crowds on national TV, while Rome burns, while our country is burning. This is where the media is now. Where are all these people who know the perils that are here, the perils that are about to come? Do we know the name of the chief specialist in this country on hospital-induced infections? According to the Center for Disease Control, take 200 to 250 lives every day in the U.S., preventable? Do we know the greatest expert on water aquifer loss that's draining huge aquifers in our agricultural area? Nobody knows the names of the people who can save us. But people who can swing their hips or misbehave as athletes or caw and sing, everybody knows their names, even people who don't even buy their stuff. Look at the people who even heard of Amy Schumer. I mean, it's just, this is what's called a hedonistic culture. An individual who is hedonistic, addiction, doesn't take care of herself or himself, doesn't eat right, doesn't sleep enough, just abuses themselves, doesn't last very long as a functioning human being. What happens if the whole culture is hedonistic? There's a neuroscientist who wrote a book called Descartes' Errors, and he teaches at USC. I've got it quoted in this book. And he basically says that a society that is hedonistic, that puts more emphasis on pleasure than the signals of pain, cannot survive very long, certainly as a functioning society. So we do need a 1% serious society in our country. That'll turn it around. Because once you scratch the surface of people who feel powerless, they can become very serious. But they have to know that what they spend in time and money on their civic pursuits is going to have some effect. The last question is, why does it not make sense for a broad coalition of interest groups to work in concert to get money out of politics? Our broken political system is a roadblock to any permanent progress being made in an extremely broad range of issues. Coming together to tackle the single issue first could result in a breakthrough on all other issues sooner, more effectively and lastly. Now, I can interpret this question two ways. Why don't 20 groups working on exactly the same issue on exactly the same plane get together? Or why don't 20 groups working on exactly the same issue on the same plane get together on an umbrella of other issues that propel all these issues together, which is what we're trying to do in these 8 days of breaking through power. The first, I'm not that keen on. First of all, I think coalitions on the equal plane, not raising all of them to another bigger framework, waste a lot of time, and they almost never contribute anything new because every member of the coalition is always too busy and doesn't have any money for new initiatives and so on. What we need, especially in the left-right context, we need new groups that aren't working immediately on the brush fires, on the daily challenge, to develop these frameworks that are more comprehensive, more dynamic, and challenge the corporations on more fronts. They have to challenge the corporations on more fronts, because if you beat a corporation on one front, you stop a pipeline in Alaska in a court of law, which actually happened, the corporations went to Congress and reversed the decision, because the group that stopped them in the courts in Alaska didn't have a lobby in Congress. So I do believe in this kind of coordination, and don't think that's easy. That one is sort of hard, because people get set in their ways, they get competitive, and they're not that amenable. So we have the Callaway reception. After 5:30, Callaway gets underway in about 30 minutes. I'll be up there chatting with you at the book table. Robin Diener is very willing to unload all those books, so you can give them as gifts for the holidays or for your student friends or teachers. And tomorrow we are at the DAR Constitution Hall. The first part of the day is on how do you organize new citizen groups? What are the facilities? What are the modes? And they're being presented by people who've actually done it, like Edgar Kahn with the time dollar, currency. The afternoon is statehood for DC now. Watch how many turn out for that. That's going to be very revealing. And then day 4 is on the two major tools we have for self-actuated justice, which is the freedom of contract, and the law of torts, which are being taken away and diminished in a whole variety of ways. But we still have the roots, and we got to use the roots to recover the trunk, branches, and the fruits of freedom and justice. Thank you very much.